Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Eldridge. I am the Senate Chair of the Joint Committee on Judiciary. Welcome, everyone. Today's hearing will be covering a variety of legislative proposals pertaining to protected classes. I am joined by Vice Chair, Representative Christine Barber, who will be co-chairing today's hearing with me. And just checking to see, are there any colleagues for you to introduce on the committee?
Thank you, Chair Eldridge. Welcome, everyone. Yes, I would like to introduce some of my colleagues who have joined us virtually today. We're joined online by Representative Carey, Representative Hendricks, and Representative Markey right now. If I could also just really briefly say, in regards to the proposals that we're hearing today, we're here, of course, to listen to all the proposals before us, but wanted to acknowledge an alarming trend in the rise in hate speech and anti-Semitism in our communities, and just note our concern for the rise in that hate speech and hate action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Barber. Before we begin, I'd like to remind participants and viewers of some ground rules for the committee. To ensure that everyone who is registered has a chance to speak, testimony will be limited to 3 minutes per individual. Individuals may only speak once per hearing, but may address more than one bill during their testimony. As is customary in the legislature, we'll be taking public officials out of turn. Written testimony may be submitted at any time for consideration until the committee acts on the bill. This may be sent either by mail to the Judiciary Committee at 24 Beacon Street, Room 136, Boston, Mass. 02133, or by email to Research Director Michael Musto at michael.musto@mahouse.gov. We have over 230 individuals signed up to speak today, so perhaps a record number for this committee. And I ask you take this into consideration as you come before the committee to testify. We want to be respectful and considerate, so every person has an opportunity to testify and share their stories. Do want to note that as part of the ground rules of the committee, we don't have people holding signs, so please do not hold up signs if a bill is being heard. And to that loud, we ask also that those who are attending do not offer any applause or outbursts, as they only serve to take time away from all the individuals who wish to testify today. We will be calling based on bill number, and your name is written on the registration form. Again, we do take legislators and other elected officials at a turn, and the first legislator to arrive today was Representative Joe Machino. So, Representative Machino?
Thank you, Senator. I have two people with me. Is that all right?
Sure, absolutely.
And I did just want to let the committee know that I'm here in support of House 1677 and Senate 953, and unfortunately Senator DiDomenico sends his warmest regards. He was not able to make it here today. The bill that we're here in front of, very briefly, is an act to create access to justice. This is to restore, emphasis on restore, pre-existing civil right protection for residents in the Commonwealth, and to provide injunctive relief for disparate impact. Essentially, this resolves the issue from the Alexander v. Sandoval case from 2001 out of the U.S. Supreme Court. It overturned 40 years of pre-existing, well-founded legal precedent and civil rights laws. And what inspired me, well, two things inspired me to file this bill was one of our former colleagues, Byron Rushing, asked me to do it. So, of course, I said yes. But we had just put in place brand new protections around climate change, environmental protections, and most importantly, environmental justice. What good does it do you if you have rights that cannot be enforced in court? That is the essence of what this bill does, is it restores the right for Massachusetts residents to make a Massachusetts claim under Massachusetts law in a Massachusetts court. I'm with other lawyers who are experienced and seasoned, actually practicing in this area of law right now, and given the number of people waiting to testify, I'm going to just leave it at that and turn it over to my partners in crime from the Conservation Law Foundation and from MLRI, and I'll let you guys decide who's going to go first.
I think I'll lead us off. Thank you, Representative Moschino. Good afternoon, Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber. I'm Johannes Epka. I am a staff attorney at Conservation Law Foundation, speaking in support of an act to create access to justice. Intentional discrimination has long been illegal, and unintentional discrimination, better probably phrased discriminatory effect, has been illegal under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act since 1964. But as the representative mentioned, Alexander v. Sandoval, in 2001, the Supreme Court removed that implied private right of action. So a private right of action means that citizens other than the attorneys general can enforce these laws. Conservation Law Foundation uses private rights of action all the time. In the Clean Water Act context, in the Clean Air Act context, when somebody is polluting, we can step in as non-attorneys general and enforce those laws. We can't do that in the civil rights context now. And we see that in our work. It comes up in the areas of energy facility siting and polluting facility siting. And we often will go after these facilities using environmental laws, even though these are really civil rights violations. And so we're it's like using a wrench to hammer a nail. We're trying to use these tools that are not perfect for the context. There are other bills that seek to remedy energy facility siting discriminatory effect, but this kind of discrimination comes up in so many other contexts: housing, education, prisons. It's much broader than just the environmental context, and so addressing those civil rights concerns in an issue or area by area matter doesn't make sense to us. We need a holistic approach and to create this right. I will address a concern that we have heard that this will, quote unquote, open the floodgates to the courts. Any action by an agency or a state has some effect that is discriminatory or has a disparate impact on somebody. We would point to the several states that have enacted these laws. California and Illinois, for example, have long had these laws on the books, and their courts are not, inundated with this kind of claim. The judicial branch has a role to play in judicial efficiency and making sure that the correct claims come before the court.
Great. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Virginia Benson. I'm the Director of Racial Justice Advocacy at the Massachusetts Law Reform Institute. And here I'm speaking on behalf of our language access attorney, Iris Coloma Gaines. And as my colleague said, this act would allow for our state who are victims of discrimination by government agencies the ability to access the justice system to seek redress. And as we've seen in the past few years, that our civil rights are not safeguarded, and I think we need to make sure that maybe if federally they're not safeguarded, that within our state that they are. This act would restore federal law abrogated by the Supreme Court to require claimants who file discrimination complaints to prove discriminatory acts that were not motivated by intent, right? It's imperative that Massachusetts law provide a viable vehicle for residents to prove their claims and hold government agencies accountable for their discriminatory acts. This act is especially important to the limited English proficient or LEP community of Massachusetts. Despite our state's small geographic size, Massachusetts enjoys a population rich with diversity in language, culture, and race. Nearly 1 in 4 people in Massachusetts speaks a language other than English at home, and we rank 10th in the nation for linguistic diversity. Our state must restore the availability of disparate impact causes of action so that every resident can seek remedy when they are discriminated against. And I know we only have one, you said it was one person for bill, so I also wanted to quickly talk about my opposition to an act to reform the hate crime state statutes. It's H 1704. And as a racial justice advocate, I appreciate the intent and strong position of that bill that takes against hate crimes and the mandate to identify and recommend best practices for hate crimes prevention, restorative justice programs, culturally responsive outreach and reporting mechanisms. Nonetheless, I echo the concerns that you'll hear following me about the increased sentencing provisions of this bill, given that in our current criminal justice system, people of color, particularly Black men, are disproportionately arrested, convicted, and more likely to experience lengthy prison sentences for similar conduct as their white counterparts. Racism, not race, is the problem, and until we meaningfully address these injustices, the Commonwealth shall not seek increased sentencing in any bill, even in a hate crimes bill. Thank you.
And we're certainly
Great.
happy to answer any questions. I know this is a technical piece of law that we're changing and creating this right, but we're happy to answer questions now, and we're certainly happy to continue this dialogue with both the House and Senate chairs after the hearing, and hopefully see this through. We ask for a favorable report.
Great. Thank you, Representative. Thank you to the advocates for speaking to us. Questions from the committee? No questions, so thank you so much for coming before the committee.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
And I would just like to introduce Representative Fluker Oakley, who is joining us virtually as well.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair Barber. I see Senator Miranda is here. Yeah, to speak. Yep, sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber, and to the committee members, and all of you that are here today to learn, listen, and actually testify, one of our tenets of our great democracy. My name is Senator Liz Miranda. I am the state senator of the 2nd Suffolk District, AKA the home of Black Boston, but also the blackest district in the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm here to testify in support of my bill S1053, an act establishing a commission to study reparations in the Commonwealth. I have found when the word reparations is mentioned, it is often met with raised eyebrows and questions about what it means and if the children of enslaved ancestors even need reparative justice due to the institution of chattel slavery in the United States, especially here in Massachusetts, where we deem ourselves a home of abolition. I want to take a moment first to share gratitude to the Black Reparations Collective, Repair America Collective, the ADOS Advocacy Collective, Embrace Boston, the Boston Reparations Task Force, and those of you who have stood before me and those who stand with me today in addressing the harm caused by the institution of slavery in this country and its ripple effect it has had on 400+ years of the Black experience in this country. I want to uplift 3 important names: Elizabeth Mumbet Freeman, Quock Walker, who both sued for their freedom and one leading to the eradication of slavery here in Massachusetts. I also want to take a moment to uplift Senator Bill Owens, the late Bill Owens, who championed this work not only locally but nationally decades ago for many years as the first African American elected to the Massachusetts Senate. This bill creates a commission of up to 15 members who will conduct research, gather evidence, and compile documentation related to the history of impact of slavery in Massachusetts, as well as identify the lingering negative effects of slavery and discrimination and recommend ways to rectify these issues by holding hearings, requesting testimonies and documents, doing research, and making these recommendations to the Massachusetts legislature for further action and reparative action for African American descendants of slavery. To guarantee, sometimes my Portuguese comes up, to guarantee a thorough grasp of the problems and equitable representation of interested groups, the commission will be made up of a varied range of individuals, including specialists from academia, the social sciences, civil society organizations, grassroots activists, economists, historians, and legislatively appointed representatives. I was 14 years old in a program called My Town when I learned that Africans came to Massachusetts on the ship called Desire in 1637. And I learned that Massachusetts was the first state to make slavery legal in 1641. I was a high school senior at a Boston exam school before I had my first Black history class, where I learned about Reconstruction, Jim Crow, the Civil War, and so much more. And I learned that Massachusetts had an indigenous history. And I was a representative in this building before I learned that the Shirley Eustace Mansion, a big building in my neighborhood, practically next to my house, the home of the royal governors of Massachusetts, both Shirley and Eustace, had multiple enslaved children and adults in the town of Roxbury. And the Africans who were enslaved by Governor Eustace and Shirley were made to sleep in a stable built for animals that abuts the mansion because they were not good enough to be in their home, and it remains there today. It is no secret that much of our city and state and federal black history is kept secret. Most of the Commonwealth would not believe that chattel slavery was here in our backyards. The lengths at which black Americans have suffered at the hands of colonization, slavery, segregation, and more cannot be summarized in a 3-minute testimony. I'm so very sorry. I'm going to take point of privilege, if it's okay to talk a little bit more. The version of black history that is often taught in our education system is much less comprehensive than the true events that transpired in our history to make this country what it is today. African American indigenous communities in Massachusetts have and continue to be heavily impacted by structural injustices and inequality. We know that racism and white supremacy is embedded in the formation and fabric of this country, and we know that so much of it started actually here. Even though Massachusetts was among the first states to outlaw slavery through judicial action, the practices, legacy, and the effects it has had on our pursuit of a shared prosperity has lingered for many, many generations. Wealth disparities, economic inequality, pay inequity, education and housing segregation, discrimination, mass incarceration, and historic exclusions or restrictions from access to many opportunities and resources. They are all byproducts of the institution of slavery. To begin the work of rectifying the wrongs that have been done, reparative justice is a necessary first step. We filed this bill so we can collectively understand, we can heal, and we can act. We in Massachusetts need to take a long look, a sobering look, at our own history, and then begin the work to repair the detrimental effects caused by slavery. We built ships here, we captained ships, we stole African people, and we traded and sold Africans and indigenous people for sugar and rum in the Caribbean. By establishing a commission in Massachusetts with the goal of investigating and resolving the historical and current effects of systemic discrimination and slavery against African Americans, we can do just that. Begin repair by first telling the truth. In closing, I want to say a couple of things. Our actions today in remembering our ancestors are crucial toward creating a better tomorrow for our descendants. In the words of Phyllis Wheatley, a former enslaved African child in Massachusetts who became the first African-American author of a published book of poetry, she said, "In every human breast, God has implanted a principle, which we call love of freedom. It is impatient of oppression, and it pants for deliverance." I ask the chairman and members of the committee for a timely and favorable report for this very crucial legislation in the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Senator Miranda. Appreciate your history of
Apologies, I took so long.
the state and the nation and passion for filing the bill. Are there any questions from the committee members? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Senator Becca Rausch.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony and for taking me out of turn today. I am here on Senate 1108, House 1705, an act prohibiting body size discrimination, which is filed in the House by my friend and colleague, Representative Tram Nguyen. This bill is endorsed by several organizations from whom I expect you will hear if you have not already. This bill is reported out with thanks to you for your leadership and your collaboration. This committee has reported this bill favorably twice before. Unfortunately, we have yet to get the bill across the ultimate finish line, so we have refiled again, and hopefully third time's the charm. This filing is identical to the iteration of the bill that was reported out favorably last term. Body size discrimination is a pervasive and deeply regressive issue in our society. People whose bodies do not meet Western beauty standards are often denied basic empathy in their daily lives, let alone equity or inclusion. While mistreatment due to height and weight happens to people of all sizes, fat people face particularly stark discrimination, including wage penalties, barriers to housing, eating disorders, and even lack of access to life-saving medical treatment. Despite a significant body of research documenting the detrimental effects of body size discrimination, there is no legal prohibition against this unjust treatment in our Commonwealth. Lack of legal protection leaves people without an avenue for legal recourse when faced with body size discrimination, and also fails to deter such repugnant behavior in the first place. If your body is considered too large, and specifically too fat, by today's social standards, you are more likely to be rejected when applying for jobs, to earn less at work, and to be disciplined more harshly, even after accounting for demographic differences. Women bear the brunt of body size discrimination, which occurs frequently. And one longitudinal study shows that shifting less than 2 points on the inherently flawed BMI scale correlates with decreased earnings for women without a similar effect on men. You are more likely to experience public spaces that do not accommodate you or even cause physical harm to your body. You are more likely to have healthcare providers overlook medical issues, attribute all health problems to your weight, and prescribe weight loss as a prerequisite for other treatments, which can cause avoidance of medical care in its entirety in order to avoid maltreatment. You are more likely to have weight-based stigma result in other negative outcomes and effects, such as depression, anxiety, eating disorders, and even substance abuse. This is an issue of intersectional justice. Body size discrimination is intertwined with systemic racism, sexism, and ableism. The tool most used to label people obese or morbidly obese, depending on the situation, is called the body mass index, or BMI. It is not only subjective and rooted in social mores having nothing to do with meaningful medical practice or health standards, but also fails to account for differences among racial and ethnic groups, sexes, genders, and even ages. Indeed, BMI is so flawed that earlier this year, the American Medical Association cautioned against using BMI as the only tool to diagnose obesity. Let's put it plainly and clearly. A person's appearance simply should not dictate or even influence whether that person is treated with dignity and respect in healthcare, employment, housing, education, and public and other spaces. This bill would address the problem head-on and prohibit body size discrimination by adding height and weight to our existing anti-discrimination law, alongside race, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, physical disability, and other protected classes. According to a 2015 survey, public support for adding weight to anti-discrimination statutes increased 78%, and other jurisdictions have already acted to prevent this discriminatory treatment. Michigan has had this statute on its books for 50 years. New Jersey is considering a similar bill this session. The New York State Senate has this term already passed comparable legislation, which now awaits action in the State Assembly. And I add that it passed the Senate by an overwhelming majority on the floor with a vote of 54-8. New York City, with a population of 1 million people more than our commonwealths, now bans body size discrimination after Mayor Eric Adams signed legislation earlier this year adding height and weight to the city's human rights law. The prohibition took effect last month. Several other municipalities have similar body size discrimination on their books, including Washington, D.C., San Francisco, Santa Cruz, Madison, Wisconsin, Urbana, Illinois, Binghamton, New York, just to name a few. We all deserve to be treated with human decency and respect in our own bodies, whatever our bodies look like. Passing this bill will be a monumental step in the right direction and will advance both public health and social justice. And I am unaware of any opposition to this bill's passage. I ask for another swift and favorable report, and I thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thanks so much, Senator Rausch. Thanks for your leadership on filing this bill. Any questions from the committee? No. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. So we have some legislators virtually to testify. Representative Kushmerek. Representative Kushmerek.
Chair Barber, Chair Eldridge, honorable members of the committee, thank you for providing this opportunity and taking me out of turn in order to speak on H 1607, an act providing increased protections for harassment and discrimination on the basis of height. I'm going to turn my camera off. I don't know if that's if I'm getting clear audio on your side.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking me out of turn, providing me the opportunity to speak in favor of H 1607, an act providing increased protections from harassment and discrimination on the basis of height. I introduced this bill alongside Chair Popolo, and with the strong support and assistance of former Rep, now Essex County District Attorney Paul Tucker, and alongside the Massachusetts chapter of Little People of America. After being approached by constituents from the town of Lunenburg and hearing the heartbreaking stories of wide-scale harassment and hate targeting little people and their families, I knew that something had to be done to ensure their safety, preserve respect and dignity, both for them in their home and in public. And so what this bill does is it makes two meaningful changes to Massachusetts general law. The first is adding height discrimination to the state's definition of a hate crime. And secondly, based on the experiences of my constituents and those across the Commonwealth and our country, it ensures that non-consensual photography and videography purposely taken to be distributed with the sole intent of harassment would now be punishable by a fine of not more than $500 or imprisonment for not more than 3 months. You're going to hear from individuals and families today through both written testimony and in-person testimony who have had and endured traumatic and shocking experiences. And I hope that their stories and personal experiences, which will be powerful, will no doubt move you. And as such, I humbly ask both chairs and the committee to report this bill favorably out of the committee. And I stand ready and willing to work with each and every one of you to answer any questions that you might have today and to work with the committee moving forward.
Great. Thank you so much, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. And then we also have Representative...
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Howitt. Representative Howitt.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Madam Vice Chair and committee members, and thank you for taking me out of turn. I am speaking in favor of House Bill 1558, which has received bipartisan support in spite of the fact that emails have gone out asking supporters to withdraw, and as far as I know, no one has withdrawn. In consideration of time, I will be brief with oral testimony, as I have submitted written testimony. What this bill does is that it defines anti-Semitism. It does not infringe on free speech. Approximately 30 states, 33 countries, and over 1,100 global entities have adopted the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. I think that especially given what's going on in the world, it's very important that people understand and are educated with a definition of what anti-Semitism is. It does not infringe on free speech. There have been 0 court rulings saying that. So I would appreciate that this committee review this bill and please move it forward to our committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, do not see any elected officials here in the room or virtually. We might come back to that.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, Senator Cream.
Yes, sorry.
So sorry.
I'm
Hi, Senator
here.
Cream.
Hi, how are you? Thank you. I think I had expected to come in and maybe you thought that I was, so I am. If you're ready, if you...
It all worked
are ready-
out.
Yeah. So...
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, go. Okay, Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Eldridge. I'm here to testify in support of Senate 924, an act to amend the definition of hate crime. I filed this legislation with Middlesex District Attorney Marion Ryan and Representative Christine Barber. Thank you, Representative Barber. DA Ryan and I were intended to testify together. I think she's coming a little later, so I'm going to go forward, but thanking both of them for their commitment to ensuring that everyone feels welcome and safe in Massachusetts. District Attorney Ryan has been a great champion for victims who are not currently receiving the protection of the law, and she brought this issue to our attention after encountering the limits of the existing hate crime statute. Right now, when a person damages or defaces property in order to intimidate a victim based on the victim's race, religion, sexual orientation, or other protected status, that person can only be prosecuted for hate crime if the property belongs to the victim. In other words, if I rent an apartment and you put a swastika on my fence, I can't claim anything under the hate crime because I'm a renter, I don't own the property. Seems to me that's almost unconstitutional, but it's certainly not the way we want to do our laws here. So someone who has a slur on a family rented could not be charged with a hate crime if the family didn't own the building. When a perpetrator evades accountability through this property ownership loophole, victims feel vulnerable and exposed, and the perpetrator feels emboldened. Senate 924 would close the loophole so that damaged property, in order to intimidate victims based on protected status, is called a hate crime, regardless of whether the victim owns the property that was damaged, and that victim is entitled to recover. We've spoken about this bill and the loophole in past legislative sessions, and though there has always been a need to pass it in law, the need has grown more urgent in recent months as incidents of racial and religious hatred have surged. Hamas's October terrorist attack caused tremendous pain for the Jewish community, and the pain has been compounded by an explosion in anti-Semitism that has left local synagogues, Jewish day schools, and Jewish community organizations on edge. Jews have long been disproportionately targeted of hate crimes and bigotry. Since October 7th, the Anti-Defamation League estimates that anti-Semitic incidents have increased further by nearly 400%. In the communities I represent, we have experienced these problems firsthand. I met with officials from Newton last month. They told me that in just 1 week, there were 5 separate hateful incidents across the city, a highly unusual number in a very warm and progressive community. Many of those incidents involve the defacement of property, especially at schools and in other highly visible areas. Exactly the sort of crime, hate crime, that slipped through the property ownership loophole in this hate crime statute. In the wake of these incidents, Newton officials have heard from Jewish families that they feel less safe sending their children to school, worshiping, or even just walking down the street. Religious and ethnic bigotry is unacceptable, no matter which group is targeted, and we must confront it and prevent it from spreading. If one form of hatred is left to fester, other forms of hatred will also spring up. But if one form of hatred is challenged and rebuked, other forms of hatred will have no room in which to grow. Senate 924 would strengthen the hate crime statute for all protected classes in Massachusetts, including Jewish and other religious and ethnic communities. The bill would enable us to hold the perpetrators of hateful incidents to account while giving victims a strong sense of safety and protection. During the dark moment we find ourselves in now, Senate 924 represents a meaningful opportunity to show that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts opposes bigotry in all its forms. Let's make a statement that Massachusetts is no place for hate. I hope the committee will give us a favorable report, and finally, we'll get this bill passed. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has them.
Great. Thanks so much, Senator Cream. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much. And we understand Middlesex District Attorney D.A. Ryan is now here virtually to testify on the same bill.
Oh, great. Good.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Senator. Thank you, Chair Barber, as well. I am very proud to be testifying on this bill, which I filed in connection with Senator Cream and Representative Barber, both of whom have been great champions and really collaborators in putting this piece together. I heard Senator Cream speak about one piece that this bill seeks to remedy, and that is the fact that people who are not the owner of property cannot be the named victim of the hate crime when that occurs. And I would suggest that if you've seen the news today, it mentions another category that we see very frequently who very much deserve protection, and that is people living on college campuses. We have 21 colleges and universities in Middlesex County. We have frequently seen the situation where someone is in a dorm the door to their room, someplace in the hallway close to their room is damaged or defaced with a racist slur. They cannot be the named victim in that case because they do not own that university or college property. So this bill would address that situation as well. It also addresses what is perhaps even more important component, and that is right now, if someone is convicted of a hate crime under the present statute and they are ordered to pay restitution, that restitution goes to the actual owner of the property. And there is no requirement that he or she use the money they receive to eradicate the harm. Senator Cream mentioned what we often see, and it applies on a college campus as well. We were presented with a case where slurs had been painted on a public town building that was located across the street from the home of the family that was being targeted by those slurs. Even though restitution was ordered when the perpetrator was convicted, there was no requirement that the town, which understandably has all kinds of needs, but that the town take that specific money and use it to eradicate the damage that had been done to the building. So the family living across the street waited a very long time for the town to get to a place where they actually had funds to remove what that family and their children were looking at every day. You know, we spend a lot of time in my office thinking every day, how can we ensure that everybody who lives and works in this county, and I would suggest in the Commonwealth, does not ever wonder whether they belong? And really at the core of the answer to that question is feeling safe in the place you call home, whether you own, you rent, you go to school, you've come here to go to school and you're living in college property. This bill really would help to close two important loopholes that will help us to get to a better answer on those questions. And I would ask for a favorable report of the bill, and I thank both Senator Eldridge and Representative Barber for allowing me to testify and to testify out of order. Thank you.
Thank you, District Attorney Ryan. Appreciate you testifying before the committee. Questions by the committee? Thank you so much. Okay, without any other elected officials we understand testifying right now, we're going to move on to other bills, individuals who signed up to testify. The first one is House 4143, Senate 2521, filed by Representative Fluker Oakley and Senator Gomez, an act establishing the Environmental Justice Trust Fund. And we have a panel including Betsy Harper, Turner Smith, and Marcus Holmes, all from the Attorney General's office, or? Okay, forgive me for not knowing that. Welcome, and thanks so much for coming before the committee.
Good afternoon, Chair Eldridge and Vice Chair Barber and members of the Joint Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Betsy Harper, and I am Chief of Attorney General Andrea Joy Campbell's Environmental Protection Division, commonly referred to as EPD. I am joined today by Turner Smith, Deputy Chief of the Energy and Environment Bureau, and Marcus Holmes, Director of Environmental Justice. AG Campbell is committed to advancing environmental and climate justice in all corners of the Commonwealth and improving the environments where people live, work, play, and go to school. To that end, we are here on behalf of the Attorney General to testify in support of S 2521 and H 4143, an act establishing the Environmental Justice Trust Fund, filed in September and a top priority of the Attorney General's office. We filed this legislation together with Representative Fluker Oakley and Senator Gomez, and we are so thankful for both legislators' leadership and partnership. We in EPD enforce Massachusetts' nation-leading environmental laws. Through these cases, we've seen construction projects that spew toxins and other pollutants into the air. We've seen demolition contractors who ignore the presence of asbestos, often exposing residents of crowded neighborhoods to asbestos dust. We've seen pollutants dumped into our rivers and streams, disrupting recreation and subsistence fishing. We've seen valuable wetland resources and green spaces paved over and replaced with parking lots, increasing flood risks and decreasing community resilience in a changing climate. Most of our enforcement cases concern environmental harms that affect communities that already are disproportionately impacted by environmental, health, and economic burdens. For example, many of these communities already suffer extreme heat and have little green space. Many already breathe polluted air, drink polluted water, and suffer disproportionately high rates of asthma, cardiovascular issues, and mortality. Although we recover significant penalties through our enforcement work, we are not able to direct civil penalties to the very communities harmed by the violations of the environmental laws that we enforce. And although our enforcement may be successful in stopping the violations, the communities are left to bear the burden of the impacts on them. We want to change this, and that is why we introduced S2521 and H4143, the Environmental Justice Trust, which would enable our enforcement work to directly benefit the communities most impacted. Now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Turner Smith, to explain briefly how the Environmental Justice Trust would work.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Joint Committee. My name is Turner Smith. I'm Deputy Chief of the Energy and Environment Bureau in A.G. Campbell's Attorney General's office. I echo my colleagues' gratitude for the opportunity to testify today. I'll briefly walk through the mechanics of the EJ Trust. So the EJ Trust would be funded through civil penalties obtained through judgments and settlements in EPD's civil, state environmental enforcement cases. So in that sense, the trust is not unusual. It's modeled after similar trusts statutorily authorized for other purposes, such as the Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Fund, administered by the Department of Fish and Game, and the Natural Resource Damages Trust, administered by the Department of Environmental Protection. Other states, like Connecticut, have similar programs. EPD would use these funds to support on-the-ground projects to address environmental harm in disadvantaged communities across the state by addressing the burdens that people face every day, whether economic, environmental, or health-related. EPD would have the opportunity to respond to community needs that we see and hear about, rather than leaving communities to bear the financial and health burdens of living with the impacts of these environmental violations. This bill specifically would allow us to serve the needs of disadvantaged communities across the Commonwealth, both rural and urban, identified through our casework and our community engagement work. I want to briefly clarify the context of this bill within EPD's broader workload and note that we've seen a glimpse of the impact that the EJ Trust could have through some of that work. So in addition to enforcing state laws, EPD has developed a limited docket of cases enforcing federal environmental laws through those laws' citizen suit provisions. Now, under federal law, plaintiffs are able to direct payments in lieu of penalties to benefit communities impacted by federal violations. As my colleague Marcus Holmes will next describe, through these cases, we've been able to fund some, but nowhere near enough, projects to remedy harms suffered in overburdened neighborhoods. But these federal citizen suits are just a small fraction of the work the division does. We have a statutory duty to enforce state environmental laws, and we have dozens of these cases at any given time that result in significant civil penalties. If we could support similar community-based projects with these penalties, we could respond to significant community needs that we see in nearly every case and corner of the Commonwealth. I will now turn the floor to our Director of Environmental Justice, Marcus Holmes, to describe our community engagement work and the kinds of projects that we hope to support through the EJ Trust.
Great, thank you.
Hello, and good afternoon, chairs and members of the Joint Committee. Marcus Holmes, the Director of Environmental Justice in the Environmental Protection Division. In EPD, we recognize that environmental justice work should not have a top-down approach. This work must start in the communities themselves, address specific community priorities, and be fully informed by community input throughout the process. A big part of my job is leading the division's efforts to engage with, listen to, and respond to community-based organizations across the state. These organizations engage directly with residents of the communities they serve and are often led by residents themselves. They often do this work without compensation, are excluded from the decision-making process, and often do not have the experience or resources to compete for other state or federal funds. To support this engagement, we host monthly coordination calls and regular check-ins with these organizations and individual community groups, host community meetings, And we have listening sessions at our office so that representatives from across the AGO can ensure we're able to respond to communities' cumulative and cross-cutting concerns. In this important work, we learn of real-time sensitive needs. But our impact to support such needs are limited and could be greatly expanded through support and resources of the EJ Trust. For example, EJ Trust funds could be used to support youth asthma prevention programs to address the effects of illegal air pollution, like asbestos and mold exposures. We have already supported similar efforts with the New Bedford Community Health Center, who collaborated with the AGO to launch an awareness campaign on illegal idling. In addition, we could expand air monitoring networks to other communities, similar to the work we've done in Springfield and the Pioneer Valley, to empower people to make informed decisions about their health. Funding could also support community efforts to reduce plastics and trash entering our cherished waterways, like the project we funded in the Chicopee River watershed. And funding could even support community gardening projects to aid in response efforts to address urban heat, or support technical assistance projects for communities that need it the most. These are just a few examples of the ways we could use the EJ Trust funding. And these projects barely scratch the surface of the EJ Trust's potential. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the committee to provide a favorable report on S2521 and H4143 this session. Thank you, chairs and members of the committee, for taking your time to hear our testimony today. Attorney General Campbell appreciates the work you do for all of Massachusetts residents, especially those most vulnerable and disproportionately impacted communities like the ones we spoke about today. We welcome any questions from the committee and will remain a resource as you consider this very important legislation. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Very thoughtful explanation of the bill and the mission of the department. So please thank the Attorney General for our advocacy on this front. And are there any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next person signed up on this bill is Frank O'Brien. Frank O'Brien. Is Mr. O'Brien here? Once more, Frank O'Brien. Okay. Okay. We heard from the panel on an act to increase access to justice. So now we're going to hear testimony on the bill House 1705, Senate 1108, filed by Representative Trom Wynn and Senator Roush, an act prohibiting body size discrimination. And the first person to testify is Samantha Powers from Bigger Bodies, Boston. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Samantha Powers. I'm a graduate of Tufts University, a licensed general contractor here in Massachusetts, a resident of Woburn, Massachusetts, and the founder of Bigger Bodies Boston, a local fat liberation community group. I'm here to support House Bill 1705, also known as Senate Bill 1108, which is an act prohibiting body size discrimination. I fully support this bill, and I hope you will too. I moved here from North Carolina when I was 18, and I stayed because of the great friends, my love of all four seasons, and New England's beautiful historic architecture. I also feel safe in Massachusetts, at least for the most part. As a financially privileged white woman, I have the resources to get medical care and therapy that does not ask me to change my body. Yet even still, when I suffered a back injury 3 years ago, I was made to try everything under the sun before they would give me the safe, affordable, outpatient procedure that was approved. I endured an additional year of limited mobility and significant pain in order to receive the same treatment a smaller person would have received immediately. I'm sure that you've heard stories like mine before, including today from my fellow testifiers. The effects of anti-fat bias and sizeism are all too real for us. So I think there can be no doubt that weight and size discrimination exist. Now the question before this committee is whether or not Massachusetts citizens of size deserve protection under the law. I wonder why it's even a question, really. Massachusetts currently prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, national origin, religion, disability, age, sexual orientation, and/or gender identity. and yet, by its omission, I do feel the absence of bodies like mine. So I ask that you, as my government, protect both large and small people from the discrimination many of us face on a daily basis. Lastly, because of my significant privilege, I was able to take unpaid time off on less than a week's notice to be here today. I ask that you consider those not as privileged as myself, especially those in communities of color that have been historically excluded from spaces like these. There are many people that this law would protect that cannot be here to represent themselves today. Please consider not just my story, but the many stories you and I can never know. Thank you to Representative Nguyen and Senator Roush for bringing this bill forward. Thank you to the committee for your time, and I hope you will give this a swift and favorable opinion.
Great. Thanks so much, Ms. Powers. Appreciate you coming before the committee. Are there any questions from the members? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have a virtual panel. Penelope Popkin and Helen Leeds.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Yes, would you like to testify?
Yes. So I am in opposition of this bill. Dear members of the Massachusetts Legislature, my name is Penelope Popkin. I want to share my story about how being overweight almost cost me my life. I used to weigh 300 pounds. This was not just bad for my body, but it also made me feel really unhappy and alone. I remember how hard everyday things were for me. Walking upstairs, finding clothes that fit, or even just sitting comfortably in a chair. All these were big challenges. But the biggest worry was my health. Doctors say being overweight can lead to serious problems like heart disease, diabetes, and even some types of cancer. My grandmother was also overweight, and sadly, she died because of it. This shows how serious this problem can be. Now, about the new law you are thinking about. It seems like it's trying to help people who are overweight by making things easier for them. But in my experience, this might not be the best way. It's like giving more drugs to someone who's addicted to drugs. It doesn't help them get better. If things had been made easier for me when I was overweight, I might not have worked to get healthier. That's why I think instead of just making life easier, we should help people live healthier. Here's how we can do it. Teach kids and adults about healthy eating in schools and community places. Have counseling and support groups for people who find it hard to control their eating. Create places where people can exercise, like parks or gyms in community. Have campaigns to teach everyone about the dangers of being overweight and how to prevent it. These steps can really help people change their lives, just like I changed mine. After I lost weight and got healthy, my life improved so much. I lost 140 pounds naturally. I felt better, I had more energy, and I was happier. In closing, I understand the intentions behind this proposed bill, but I strongly believe that our focus should be on initiatives that empower individuals to overcome obesity, not just live with it. We have the opportunity to turn the tide on this support rather than accommodate it. Thank you for taking the time to hear my story, and I hope it helps us find a better way to help people who are struggling with being overweight. Sincerely, Penelope Popkin.
Okay, thank you. And then Helen Leeds.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. That was my daughter that just spoke. Honorable committee members, my name is Helene Leeds. Penelope is my daughter, and I come to you today, not just as a mother and a daughter, but as a healthcare professional and someone who's witnessed the profound personal impact of obesity in my family and in my community. As a child, I was cruelly nicknamed Fatso, and a label that has haunted me my entire life. And tragically, my mother and Penelope's grandmother passed away at age 59, with severe obesity listed on her death certificate. I know many stories that mirror hers and mine, and I'm intimately aware of the implications of discrimination of being obese. But I'm more concerned about the burden to society and families emotionally and economically. This is why I am in opposition to Bill H 1705. You know, my daughter, who just shared her story, weighed 300 pounds. She was teetering on the brink of suicide due to the overwhelming stigma and pressures from social media, the healthcare system, and educational institutions that were supposed to help her and support her, but they didn't. And her story is also not unique. Her courageous battle to lose 140 pounds is a testament to her strength, but it also highlights the systemic failures that allowed her condition to deteriorate. In my extensive healthcare career, I've seen two distinct pathways: hundreds of people falling victim to their circumstances and remaining in the clutches of obesity, and hundreds of others who, through sheer determination and meaningful support, have reclaimed their health. It is exactly the support of obese victimization that concerns me with this bill. If passed, obesity is being accommodated more, and it's not reversing the public crisis, but enabling the advancement of the problem, not participating in the solution. Today, Massachusetts faces a critical juncture in addressing the obesity epidemic. It's not just a healthcare crisis, it's a societal and economic time bomb. The path forward is complex, and I believe must be navigated with sensitivity and purpose. And while it's critical to respect and accept individuals affected by obesity, we must acknowledge the reality of its risks and burdens. Our focus should be on enabling lifestyle change and education to combat this epidemic, and discussing policies that prioritize health, prevention, and accessible education. Making healthier lifestyle choices accessible and affordable for all is key to addressing the root cause of obesity. This approach not only respects the dignity of those affected, but also actively contributes to a solution. I urge policymakers to create environments that support healthy living, healthy food options that are more accessible and affordable, creating safe spaces for our physical activity, health campaigns that address obesity holistically, that include focusing, on inclusivity, but not focusing on discrimination and inclusivity as a solution. In closing, I implore this committee to recognize the far-reaching implications of obesity. It is not a lifestyle choice to be accommodated. It is a public health crisis that demands action, intervention, and reversal. Thank you for your attention on this critical issue. I hope we can work together to find a future where health and well-being are not just ideals, but realities for every citizen.
Thank you, Ms. Leeds. May I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Do you think then that employers or the government should be able to discriminate based on a person's body size? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Okay. Next person sign up to testify virtually in support, Tigris Osborne from the National Association to Advance Fat Acceptance Campaign for Campaign for Size Freedom. Tigris Osborne?
Yes, here. Good afternoon. Thank you for receiving my testimony in support of an act prohibiting size discrimination. I am Tigris Osborne, Executive Director of NAFA, the National Association to Advance Fat Acceptance. For 54 years, NAFA has fought for the rights of fat people with a mission of changing perceptions of fat and ending size discrimination. At NAFA, we use the word fat intentionally to help destigmatize the word by using it in neutral and affirming ways. We advocate on behalf of all who experience weight stigma and injustice because their bodies are larger than the societal ideal. We fight anti-fatness, which creates systemic barriers for larger-bodied people in education, employment, housing, access to equitable healthcare, and many forms of public accommodation. Size discrimination exponentially expands the injustice faced by fat people who are already discriminated against for other aspects of their person, especially Black and brown people, LGBTQIA people, and disabled people. NAFA co-founded the Campaign for Size Freedom because fair treatment for people of all sizes should be a legal right everywhere. Research by Dove shows that body size discrimination harms at least 34 million Americans every year and costs millions. Outlawing size discrimination benefits people of all sizes, but as the director of NAFA, my specific job is to advocate for fat people And what is unique about fat people when it comes to size discrimination is what you just heard from the previous testimony, that we're expected to solve the problems ourselves by changing our bodies. We are told that weight loss is the obvious solution to size discrimination, but is it? Do we hope to solve injustice by telling the people who are experiencing injustice to change? We can do better than that, and Massachusetts will do better than that by passing this law in 2024. It is especially meaningful to me to join the hearing in Massachusetts today because Massachusetts is where I first learned about NAFA. On my 18th birthday, I'm now 49, as a student at Smith College in Northampton, I attended a workshop called Larger Bodied Women at Smith's annual diversity conference. It was led by Carrie Hemingway, who spent 20 years of her professional life in Northampton and even more years of her life as an advocate for size acceptance across the state and beyond. From Carrie, I heard for the first time that fat did not have to be a bad word and that fat people could demand equality. That lesson fortified me against the discrimination I would face as a fat person throughout my life. Carrie passed away earlier this year and did not get to see this historic moment, but many like her, including feminist fat liberationists and other advocates who've worked against body hatred in Massachusetts since the 1970s, are watching today, watching this live stream and looking forward to your favorable report on this life-changing bill. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate you coming before the committee. Any questions from committee members? Okay, thank you so much. Next person to testify is Sarah Fury. Sarah Fury here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of S1108 and H1705. As a proud Massachusetts resident, I am excited that Massachusetts legislators are taking action on this issue today. The time has come for weight to be recognized as a protected class, and I am enthusiastic about our state being among the trailblazers in enacting such legislation. As the nation looks to us as exemplars of progressive and compassionate leaders, our proactive step towards this cause underscores our commitment to equity. Unfortunately, I am acutely aware of the devastating effects of weight stigma and discrimination on people's lives in a variety of settings, including the workplace, college campuses, and healthcare facilities. Weight discrimination is not just a matter of holding a bias against someone in a larger body and acting on it with rejection, prejudice, and bullying. It is the unequal and unfair treatment of people in larger bodies, which is currently allowed in Massachusetts. Numerous studies have shown that people in larger bodies earn less money than their thinner colleagues. To share one study, economist David Lambert found that an increase of 10% in a woman's body mass decreased her income by 6%. That's on top of the fact that women already earn less on average than men in the United States, but that's for another day. While I have experienced weight stigma, judgment, and disapproving comments about my weight, I have not yet faced weight discrimination in the workplace. But whether I gain weight or lose weight in the years ahead should not predetermine my paycheck or be an acceptable reason for not promoting me or hiring me in the first place. My worth should not be determined by how close I can get to looking like the thin ideal society created. It is time for Massachusetts to take a stand against weight discrimination and protect the rights of all individuals, regardless of their height or weight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for coming before the committee. Any questions from the committee members? Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank you.
Next person to testify is Rachel Ray Estapa, virtually, from More to Love Yoga.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to come back again. I spoke a year and a half ago with this testimony. And yeah, I am Rachel, also go by Ray. I'm born and raised in the Boston area. I'm from Lynn and now live in Somerville, and have had the privilege of helping fat people like myself and so many others, thousands of others in the Boston and Massachusetts community, feel good about the body that they have in this present moment. So myself, when I was 5 years old, I was put on my first diet, 2 pounds above what the BMI considered appropriate for someone of my age and size. And that set off a whole lifetime of feeling that my body was something to apologize for, to amend for, to change in order to have the prerequisite of dignity. Now I know a lot more about my own personal health and the trailblazing peers that I have in this community, and also from the medical community here in Boston, but there is so much more to go. I work with thousands of people who come to my classes every single week, just trying to get some space and peace for their own bodies. And living in a larger body, we don't have to tell too much of that stories of how much prejudice and fear and just not feeling like you can go out into the world and live the life that you want to live unless you have a certain requirement of size first. So I really support that this bill would serve not only as a way for people to feel empowered, but to send the signal that bodies come in all shapes, sizes, and diverse settings for ourselves, and that we don't have to have them be a certain way in order to get dignity first. Health is a spectrum. It's unique to every person. There's no one formula for everyone, but we don't also have to assume that what someone looks like is an indication of their health, and then therefore by extension treating them differently by some assumption that we have about their capability. One of the things that I shared last time too is that when I first had COVID in March 2020, this is super early on, I actually delayed going to Mass General for treatment because I was so petrified at how being a larger bodied person being presented with COVID would affect me. I couldn't deal with that level of just fear and trauma and feeling that my body, again, in a time of crisis, was something that I had to apologize for. And this is something I hear so often with all of the people that I've been able to meet and work with throughout my work, is that just being able to have the space and freedom of not worrying about, will my size prevent me from promotion? Will my size not help me get that apartment that I really want to get to? And these are all the ways that larger body peoples have been robbed of just living a life that people who don't experience size discrimination would never even think about dealing with. So I really support this act, and I really support all the ways that even diverse voices are coming to the table, that we can have this discussion and keep the dignity preserved, that all bodies are deserving of treatment that is whole and well.
Great. Thank you so much for coming before the committee. Any questions from the committee members? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We're going to take a break in individuals testifying this bill because I see Senator Edwards is here to testify on her legislation. Senator Edwards. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the committee, Vice Chair Barber and Chair Eldridge. My name is Lydia Edwards. I am the state senator for the 3rd Suffolk, and I'm here to testify on an act protecting black girls from targeted toxicity. In a study of over 1,000 hair products that were marketed toward black women, researchers found that 1 in 12 contained harmful ingredients. Many hair products that are targeted to black girls often contain toxic chemicals that result in uterine cancer, ovarian cancer, and also uterine fibroids that have resulted in hysterectomy. Hair straightening products particularly have been the culprit and are a part of many class action lawsuits right now. I want to give you some examples of what that looks like. I brought a box of a hair relaxer that I used when I was a little girl. It's called Just For Me. Just For Me hair, and we just got it at Target here in Boston. And here, in it, it lists many of the products, all the natural things that are in it, but there's also many, many harmful chemicals in this product. Also, many harmful products and chemicals in this hair dye relaxer. And I want you to see the difference in hair dye and hair relaxers. Harsh chemicals that can cause blindness, that can cause cancer, and you see who is on the cover of the box. I have yet to see a hair dye product, especially for blonde hair, that uses a little girl, a little brunette white girl at that, and says to her, whether they mean to or not, you particularly need this. Your hair, the way you look, is deserving of special added chemicals. but I've been using this product and have used it since I was a little girl, just for me. Other targeted toxic chemicals, and I just wanted to also bring these up because I printed it out. We couldn't find this product, but it is called, and it's in the name, Dream Kids, another hair relaxer with a little black girl on the cover. And just now, while we were looking at skin lightening creams, we found Natural Skin Baby Ubtan Skin Lightening Cream. So marketing to babies. The issue with this, not only are the health impacts, but the racial disparities in what we allow to be told to little black girls about their skin color, or darker girls, whatever ethnic group they are, and also their hair texture. And so this act, an act protecting black girls from targeted toxicity, which is what this is, it's targeted towards them, is to not ban hair relaxers. It is to ban them using little girls. We do not allow children to be advertised with cigarettes because they cause cancer and their health implications. We would never allow a child to be with an alcohol product. I don't understand why this is allowed anymore. And it is consistent with the work that this body has already done in passing the Historic Crown Act, assuring that natural hair, like the hair I have now, is protected and it can flourish. And removing the stigma, which is very important, as I've learned from testimony about the previous bill, removing the stigma, the job discrimination from it, encourages people to actually be their true selves. So I encourage this body to report out the bill S957, an act protecting black girls from targeted toxicity, favorably. Thank you so much for the time.
Great. Thank you so much, Senator Edwards. Appreciate you testifying before the committee. Any questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. So back to House 1705, Senate 1108. The next person to testify virtually is Brandy Solovey from FAT Legal Advocacy, Rights, and Education.
Hello, I'm California Attorney Brandy Solovey. I'm honored to be here today to provide expert testimony. I am the legal director of the Independent Living Resource Center, San Francisco, and the supervising immigration attorney at the Bar Association of San Francisco's Homeless Advocacy Project. Because so many people face weight discrimination, I also run a pro bono project through my law firm called FLAIR, Fat Legal Advocacy, Rights and Education Project. I receive many calls, but I received a call for help from someone I'll call Lisa. Lisa needed a kidney transplant. She had her doctor's support, and her own friend was willing to donate a kidney to her. But Lisa was fat. Not that fat, actually. Not as fat as I am, but fat enough to have a BMI higher than 35, which is the blanket cutoff to receive a transplant because of weight. Because of weight discrimination, she did not get this transplant. She died last year. Hers is not the first of this type of case. Discrimination based on weight happens in all aspects of a person's life. Kids are bullied in schools. They may not be able to find school uniforms that fit them. They literally do not fit in. As teenagers, they may be denied spots on the cheer team or dance team. In college, they may not fit into school desks. They may have a hard time socializing because even public venues like theaters and stadiums also do not have seats that fit them. Fat adults have more limited job opportunities because we don't look the part. Even thin people face weight discrimination, like the very muscular college graduate hoping to become a police officer, but he was over the weight limit because of his bodybuilding. Fat people face housing discrimination, possibly being denied housing or charged higher rent, or even facing direct hostility due to a landlord's stereotypes. The worst and most common cases are fat people who face discrimination because of the combination of their weight and their race. Black and brown people are disproportionately impacted by weight discrimination. This also unfairly impacts groups like transgender people who may be denied medical care like gender-affirming surgeries due to weight bias. Laws that protect fat people don't cost much. And the great thing is that laws make it very clear what people's rights and responsibilities are. Right now, some people are already protected under disability law, but it is not clear who and when. Adding height and weight protections makes it obvious that this discrimination is not allowed. Now is the time to make a difference. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor, for coming before the committee. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. The next person to testify virtually is Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson. Nope. Okay. Next person to sign up is Olivia Montgomery. Olivia Montgomery.
Hi,
Hello.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Wonderful. So my name is Olivia Montgomery. I am a clinical social worker in Salem, Massachusetts. I am also an associate professor of practice at Simmons University Graduate School of Social Work here in Boston. I give talks on anti-fat bias in healthcare in the community, and I was born here in Massachusetts and I've lived here my entire life, and I'm so excited for the opportunity to express my support of this bill to prohibit size discrimination. I'd like to tell you a quick story. A few years ago, I developed an undiagnosed medical condition that caused me to gain a lot of weight fairly quickly. I was confused and scared, so I went to my doctor. My primary doctor was out, so I was seen by a doctor who didn't know my history. I sat in the exam room wearing one of those paper gowns, and the doctor comes in, big smile on her face, very friendly, and asked what brought me in today. I told her about the weight gain, and she immediately stood up. She said, "Stand up for me." So I did, a little hesitant. And she said, "All right, follow me." And she starts doing jumping jacks, miming for me to go along with her. I was confused and I was in the gown and I didn't want to be rude, so I laughed along and did jumping jacks with her. After about 5 or 6 seconds, she said, okay, and stopped. As soon as we sat down, she said, "See how easy it is to get in a little exercise." If the doctor had looked in my chart, she would have seen how much I exercise every day. She would have also seen how I don't drink or smoke at all, how I eat well, and how nothing had changed in my daily life. But she didn't. She didn't because she looked at my body, heard about my weight gain, and made an assumption. An assumption that resulted in me leaving the office that day feeling so confused, ashamed, and more importantly, resulted in me not returning to that doctor's office for another year, prolonging a diagnosis and treatment that I desperately needed for a condition that had nothing to do with jumping jacks. Now, I want to ask a question. The assumptions that doctor made about me, what would have made those assumptions appropriate? If I didn't exercise at all, would that have made it okay? If I ate poorly, if I was much heavier than I am now, would that have made it okay? I argue the answer to that question is no. Nothing would have made that okay. And that is the point of why we are here today. It doesn't matter how or why or what brought me to the doctor that day. I deserved health care free from bias, and bias is what I got. The good news is, with this bill, you have the chance to make it right, and to become only the 4th state in this country to ban discrimination on the basis of size. And I implore you to do so and be the leader we know Massachusetts can be. Thank you for your time and consideration in hearing me today, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Montgomery. Appreciate it. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. Next person we have signed up to testify is Maggie Balby, virtually. Maggie Balby.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, hello. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, committee members. I'm so excited to add my voice to those testifying in favor of Bill H1705 and S1108. And I'm really thankful for the hybrid nature of this hearing allowing me to be here today. My name is Maggie Bowlby. I'm a resident of Lowell. I work in at the Association for Autism and Neurodiversity here in Watertown. and I'm on the development team of Bigger Bodies Boston, a group of folks fighting for size inclusivity and creating community for fat folks here in Mass. I've been a Mass resident since I was 18 in 2010, attending Boston College. After college as a certified teacher here in the state, I moved up to Lowell, where I've lived for the majority of my time as a Mass resident. I spent 8 years teaching disabled students in Lowell and Lawrence Public Schools. I love Massachusetts. I love living in a place where many of my rights are still well protected and where the whole state just feels like my neighborhood. I'm a larger fat person. I can't fit in a single plane seat. I can't walk into a mall and purchase clothing that fits my body. I'm a Broadway in Boston season ticket holder, and in order to attend my beloved shows, I have to make phone calls and send emails ahead of every show to ensure that there will be a place for me to sit where I won't be in pain. I have to stand in a lot of waiting rooms I walk into, as there are not chairs I can sit in. Folks like me are the butt of a staggering number of jokes in TV and movies, but more importantly, we can be fired from our jobs or denied medical care or housing because of our bodies. Something that's so important to me living in Massachusetts is the protection of my reproductive rights. The thing I want most in the world is to be a mom. Right as I was hoping to begin my journey towards motherhood, I began experiencing amenorrhea, or I lost my menstrual cycle. Without hormonal testing, my gynecologist made an assumption that I have PCOS and that the only thing I can do in order to have a baby is to lose weight. I disclosed that losing weight is something I tried for 15 years. I have an eating disorder and that it's not sustainable for me. And I was told that, oh, well, that's really my only option, and that any doctor would tell me so. Without any further testing, without any further options, when PCOS is not something that only affects fat people. The vast majority of fertility treatment here in Massachusetts is gatekept by a BMI well below my own, as many folks have already said, is a trash measurement. And I'm, as my colleague Sam said, I'm a cisgender, highly educated white woman. I'm financially privileged. I'm able to drive 45 minutes to my doctor. I'm able to use out-of-network health care. Many folks do not have the privileges that I have, and I urge you to consider this bill favorably in order to protect folks with less privilege than me.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Balby. Appreciate you coming for the committee. Any questions from the committee members? Okay, thank you so much. Next person to testify is Marilyn Wan, virtually. Marilyn Wan.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Wan. I'm here in support of the bill. I've been a fat activist, fat rights activist, and author, and a diversity speaker for the last 30 years. I live in California, but I've done this work nationally and internationally, and I've had the privilege of speaking at a couple colleges, giving campus talks in Massachusetts. I first interacted with this kind of legislation when I met Byron Rushing in the 90s, when he gave a keynote lecture at the NAFTA convention when it took place in Boston. And his talk was informed by his brilliant African-American scholarship and insights into the ways that weight bias and discrimination connect profoundly and go hand in hand with racism and other forms of prejudice. And then in the mid-2000s, I was actually sitting in the same room with you, testifying in support of this kind of legislation with a lot of other people. So I'm really excited for Massachusetts to take the lead on this social justice issue. I also, just in these last 30 years, get calls for help around discrimination in housing, education, access, and medical care from all over, but definitely from people in Massachusetts. It's happening across the weight spectrum, across the age spectrum, but especially to people who face other marginalized identities. I can let you know that in San Francisco, where I lived for many years, I was involved in successful passage in the year 2000 of our height and weight anti-discrimination ordinance. It was super fun to testify then and see a bill pass and see where I lived stand up for me and for all people of all sizes. There's been no negative impact since 2000. The courts have not been negatively impacted. The business community has not been negatively impacted. We have had the wonderful benefit of the educational presence of that ordinance in our community, and that's just beyond measure. It's huge for people like me and for the whole community. Just one small example, I know that individuals have traveled from far and wide to come to San Francisco to get medical care where they can't anywhere else. So Massachusetts can be a similar beacon. Human diversity includes height and weight. It always has, it always will. Fat people are not asking for anything extra. We're asking for equal access and opportunity. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much for coming before the committee. Any questions from the committee members? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And on this bill, the last person we have signed up to testify is Beth Kenny. Beth Kenny.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of this bill. My name is Beth Kenny, and I grew up in Belmont and graduated from Holy Cross. I've since relocated, but my wife, daughter, and I come back every year to spend about a month in Mass visiting with my mom and extended family and friends. Throughout my life, I have experienced the negative impacts of weight-based discrimination in employment opportunities, while accessing healthcare, in education settings, and while trying to go about the acts of daily living like shopping or going to the gym. One of my early experiences of body discrimination occurred when I was a 14-year-old. My soccer coach set a very aggressive weight loss program for me during the off season, and when, despite my best efforts, I was unable to meet her expectations, I was forced off the team that during the previous 3 seasons I had started every game for. Research shows that body size discrimination and stigma do not lead to reduction in body size. It only causes pain and loss of opportunity and denies access to reasonable care. As a fat person, I want to be able to access health care where my blood pressure is taken with a cuff that fits instead of a cuff that is painful because it is too small and results in inaccurate readings. I don't want to have to check my chart to make sure that another provider has assumed I'm diabetic, a condition that significantly impacts available treatments and a condition that I've never had. I want to be able to walk into a store on Newbury Street without being told there's nothing in the store for me and pushed out. I want to be able to go to the gym without being asked to leave or use a less visible side room. I want to be able to accept a proclamation at my city council meeting without being told the mayor doesn't think I'm photogenic enough to receive the proclamation. I want all of our kids to have the opportunity to play on sports teams based upon their skill, not their weight. Please support this bill and promptly move it through. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony for the committee. Any questions by the committee members? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And my apologies, you did have one more person sign up to testify. Lindsay Cantor. Lindsay Cantor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for coming before the committee.
Thank you for having me. My name's Lindsay Cantor, and I'm here today in support of this bill. I grew up as a fat kid in Brookline, and I'm a fat adult who lives in Malden. I'm also a lawyer. I'm formerly a public defender, and now I have a solo practice. And you've heard a lot about what the research says, and I could reiterate that. We could talk about how being fat isn't a choice and about how dieting predicts weight gain, not weight loss. We can talk about how medical anti-fat bias leads to misdiagnosis and delayed medical care. You've heard about that firsthand. Doctors frequently describe fat patients as awkward, unattractive, ugly, non-compliant, weak-willed, sloppy, and lazy. You heard one person testifying against the bill who probably would say those things. The intersection between medical anti-fatness and medical racism leads to even greater disparities in health outcomes for fat people of color. We could talk about anti-fat discrimination at work. We could talk about how anti-fat bias is rooted in racism and sexism. But you've heard that, and you have access to that information, and I trust that you are doing your due diligence about that. So I want to tell you instead about my sister, Lily. Lily was a chubby kid She was bullied by other kids and sometimes by adults. She started dieting on the recommendation of our pediatrician when she was less than 10 years old. In junior high school, she really started to lose weight. Classic ugly duckling, beautiful swan tail. She was uniformly praised. She became more popular. Adults in her life, teachers, doctors, family, friends, all told her she looked great, to keep it up, to keep doing what she was doing. But all of that excitement over her metamorphosis was hiding a much darker truth. What she was doing was starving herself, and what she was doing was purging, and what she was doing was exercising obsessively. She had developed a devastating eating disorder, one that hospitalized her many times over the next 15 years and ultimately killed her when she was 27 years old. No one knows what caused my sister's illness. Why did Lily die of anorexia and I survived many of the same experiences that she had to sit here before you as a happy, fat, middle-aged person? I believe that but for the anti-fat discrimination that she experienced, she would be alive today. If she had not been fat, her eating disorder would not have gone undetected for so long because she wouldn't have been being praised for the behavior that ultimately killed her. And if there was no anti-fat bias, she would never have been encouraged to lose weight in the first place. She wouldn't have been trying to beat her body into submission. Now, this bill can't eradicate anti-fat bias. All of you committee members and I know that the law is not designed for and cannot hope to accomplish that purpose, but you can protect us from institutional and systemic discrimination. We deserve that dignity, and we deserve to have legal recourse, and I ask that you support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Cantor, and very sorry for your sister's passing. Thanks for telling the story, though.
Thank you.
Please appreciate it. Okay, thanks the individuals who testified on that bill, and now we're going to turn to House 1704, Senate 966, filed by Representative Nguyen and Senator Gomez, an act to reform the hate crime statutes. We have a number of individuals signed up to testify. First in person is Shannon Dale from Committee for Public Counsel Services. Is Shannon Dale here? Oh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator. Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Shannon Dale, and I am Legislative Policy Counsel for the Committee for Public Counsel Services. And I come before you today to speak against H 1704, Senate 996, an act to reform hate crime statutes. CPCS is strongly against expanding the definition of what constitutes a hate crime and the penalty enhancements that this legislation would create. With that said, we also recognize the existence of the very real problem of violent acts being directed at people based on their race, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, and any other act of bigotry. But racism, xenophobia, homophobia, and transphobia are not problems we can simply arrest our way out of. Nor is the solution to implement dangerously overbroad legislation that will undoubtedly have unintended consequences for those it impacts. Like the failed war on drugs and addiction, enhanced criminal penalties will not solve these problems, but will only serve to increase punishment for crimes that our society finds particularly reprehensible. The data has long shown us that longer sentences do not have any deterrent effect on future crimes. Penalty enhancements do not help in seeking the truth, but are often used to bully a defendant into waiving their right to trial and accepting a plea deal on a lesser included offense. At their worst, sentencing enhancements exacerbate deep inequities within our criminal justice system and contribute to mass incarceration, while reinforcing existing racial disparities in criminal prosecutions. Hate crime laws are not immune from the racism inherent in our criminal legal system, but like all criminal laws, they are often disproportionately enforced against communities of color, the very communities most likely to experience hate crimes in the first place. Instead of implementing legislation that invites speculation from a fact finder and ultimately creates enhanced penalties, the communities most affected must have a key role in shaping what the solutions look like. The bill itself calls for the fact finder to act as a mind reader, using any scintilla of evidence to try and predict a person's unspoken motivations to determine if a hate crime has occurred. There is no question that systemic racism exists across our justice system, but injecting this level of subjectivity will only magnify the problem. We also do not yet have clear data regarding hate crime prosecutions in the Commonwealth. Thus, we must better understand how to address these issues by developing an understanding of how existing laws are being enforced and applied before we haphazardly implement legislation to fix them. We ask for this committee not to vote favorably on the legislation as it is filed today. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Dale. And I do have at least one question is, you mentioned that there's not enough comprehensive data on the prosecution of hate crimes?
Yes.
So who is responsible for collecting that data now?
That I'm not sure if there is a system in place for that. I'm happy to find that out for you. There may not be a process in place, and that may be the reason that the bill is advocating for such. I imagine it's usually someone within the court system tasked with data collection, but because this is sort of an emerging area, that data may not be available or may not be widely given out. But I'm happy to find that information, and I will report back to the committee.
Sure. And I'm just curious if in your efforts to collect that, if you also have any information on other states that do have comprehensive collection of what they reflect in terms of those who are prosecuted and those who aren't.
So I think it goes without saying that in other states that have collected the data, communities of color, people of color are impacted disproportionately. I think that data is widespread across the board, and I'm sure once we start to collect that data, or once we find more specific data within the Commonwealth, it will tell us the same.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you have that data, though, from other states, if you could provide that too.
Of course. Thank you, Senator.
Any questions from any committee members? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate it. Next person signed up to testify, may have testified before, Virginia Benzon. Okay, forgive me, Ms. Benzon testified before. Next person signed up to testify, Carolyn Chu from API's CAN, virtually.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Great.
Thank
So
you.
whenever I do Teams, my face is very big. Hi, everyone. Good to be here. My name is Carolyn Chu, and I'm serving as the interim director of API's CAN, which is a coalition of 20 plus Asian American serving organizations. I'm also representing the Asian American Resource Workshop, which is a Pan-Asian organization in Greater Boston. And I'm just here, and thank you to the chairs for having us to voice my concerns with HB 1704. Particularly, we are concerned with the sentencing enhancements. There's lack of evidence that longer sentences increase safety. In contrast, research shows that longer sentences actually do not deter crime. According to a meta-analysis of over 100 studies, incarceration does not deter people from reoffending and may slightly increase the rate of committing an offense in the future. The Department of Justice also found that increased sentences do not deter crime, and sentencing enhancements also contradict clear data that people are less likely to harm others as they age. So we just, we as Asian American organizations want to share that we are really specifically acquainted with the harm of racially motivated harassment and violence, right? We know that racial violence against Asian Americans is something that folks have been talking about in the last period, but is not new. In the 1980s, violence against Asian residents, especially newly arrived refugees from Southeast Asia, that organizations like the Asian American Resource Workshop are now supporting with deportation cases and other challenges. They faced a lot of violence in neighborhoods like Dorchester, East Boston, and so we take this issue very seriously and have for a long time. But we feel that the important piece is to look to long-term preventative measures and really invest in what our community's been asking for, which is stability and safety over many years. And we hope that we can consider legislation that does not increase sentencing, but actually invest in the long-term needs of our communities to address violence and people's daily needs and safety. So we will be submitting a letter on behalf of our organizations and many others that share some of these details about sentencing, but thank you for your time. Thank you for having me.
Great. Thank you so much for coming before the committee. Any questions by the committee members? Okay, thank you so much. Next person to testify is Kevin Lamb, virtually. Kevin Lamb.
Since I'm still on, I'll just say Kevin Lamb is my co-executive director at the Asian American Resource Workshop, and we will be submitting written testimony with additional information instead.
Okay, thank you. Charles Chor, Cambodia Mutual Aid Association of Greater Lowell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Eldridge, as well as the honorable members of the committee. I am Charles Shore on behalf of Cambodia Mutual Assistance Association, and I am also here to oppose the Bill HD 1704 in regards to the penalization for the sentencing and making them more extended. As Carolyn said before, those are all things that we at CMAA are detesting as well. And ultimately, we are looking for preventative measures, looking more holistic approaches to prevent crime rates happening. So Red Rick shoes are our leaders to demonetize China, Muslim, and other Asian American groups, embolden individuals to harm members of our community. Our community needs investment and not more criminalization. So survivors of violence and discrimination needs excellent healthcare, housing, and employment rights to have their needs met and reestablish a sense of stability and power. There are also a very same thing that are associated with lower rates of violence and crime. So I say that to say that having more harsher punishments do not deter folks from having crime. And then specifically for the Asian American community and the Cambodian community, it's quite harmful more than helpful in that regard. Our communities face a lot of criminalization already, so encompassing with having better infrastructure would be great in terms of having a better and safer environment to reduce the amount of crime. I will leave my time here, and thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. I have a note here, a George Hun from Viet Aid want to testify. George Hun.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Eldridge, Senator Eldridge, and Vice Chair Barber for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here in my capacity as Executive Director of Viet Aid and to express also my organization's opposition to HD 1704 or SD 996, an act to reform the hate crime statute. And if passed, this bill would further marginalize underserved communities of color. So my org, Viet Aid, or the Vietnamese American Initiative for Development, has been creating affordable housing and providing crucial services to members of the Vietnamese and Fields Corner communities since 1994. And we house over 160 families and individuals, an overwhelming majority of whom are BIPOC and low income. And while we saw levels of anti-Asian hate spike during COVID, it is not new to the United States or the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And although Massachusetts has had hate crime laws in effect for 4 decades, dating back to 1983, anti-Asian violence spiked considerably in the late 1980s, and such laws really have done little to lower bias-motivated violence. So this proposed legislation would continue to harm BIPOC communities who continue to suffer from legacies of disproportionate criminal punishment, and sentence enhancements are counterproductive and are only likely to increase recidivism. And in short, our communities need investments, like Charles mentioned, related to healthcare, housing, and employment, not more criminalization. And we hope you will join civil rights agencies and community-based organizations like ourselves in advocating for our community members who count on us in times of crisis. So we hope that this committee reports this bill unfavorably, as our organization fully opposes increased penalization. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. The next person to sign up to testify is Dawn Selma. Dawn Selma.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Eldridge and Vice Chair Barber and the Joint Committee for this opportunity. My name is Dawn Salma, and I am the Co-Executive Director of the Asian Task Force Against Domestic Violence, also known as ATASC. ATASC submits this testimony in opposition to H1704, an act to reform the hate crime statutes. ATASC appreciates the efforts made to address the unprecedented amount of violence stemming from hate impacting the residents of Massachusetts. However, we firmly believe that enhancing penalties and punishments does not act as an effective deterrent to hate violence, and we are concerned about the detrimental effects on BIPOC communities that are already over-policed and disproportionately represented in the justice system. ATASC serves low-income, documented and undocumented, limited English proficient Asian victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. ATASC clients are victims of crime. This gives us insight into the criminal legal barriers facing victims of crime and why, despite being victimized, they may elect or not elect to involve the legal system or law enforcement. Asian victims are not asking, nor do they need increased penalties to keep them safe. Many Asian survivors are petrified of the legal system and law enforcement. They are reluctant to report any crime or victimization for fear of repercussions, not only to themselves, but to their families and communities as well. And their fears are validated when law enforcement neglects to provide adequate interpretation, resulting in inaccurate accounts of our clients' incidents in police reports. When our clients are erroneously charged as perpetrators, or another client who was arrested because they were misunderstood. When our client and her child experienced a hate crime on the T and called her ATASC advocate instead of police because she believed they wouldn't come or wouldn't help. Victims are repeatedly being re-victimized by the very systems that are supposed to help them. Justice for Asian victims are achieved when victims feel safe reporting through culturally sensitive, trauma-informed, linguistically accessible pathways. When data is collected through community-trusted organizations in a way that eliminates structural barriers to reporting. When community well-being is enhanced through education and restorative justice, and when community-stated needs are met through investment in resources. We strongly urge a true partnership with community leaders and organizations that have the expertise and trust of the community to identify solutions and best practices that are meaningful and address cultural and systemic causes of hatred, intolerance, and violence. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Selma, for your testimony. Appreciate it. The next person to sign up to testify is Jane Shim from the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jane Shim. I'm the director of the Stop Asian Hate Project at the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund, or ALDEF. We're a national nonprofit organization, and we protect and promote the civil rights of Asian Americans. We've been working with groups in Massachusetts recently on our anti-Asian violence toolkit. So we're really grateful to join some of our partners who've already testified before me here today. We oppose H1704 for three main reasons, which several of the other witnesses have already mentioned, but I'll just add a few things that are specific to the Asian American community. First, expanding hate crimes and increasing sentences has not been shown to reduce violence or racism. Second, efforts to increase sentencing and criminalize more conduct has had devastating impact in our communities. And third, the majority of anti-Asian incidents and their root causes are not criminal issues, even with the expansion proposed here. And a little bit of history. In 1979, Massachusetts actually became one of the first states to pass a hate crime law. It was the Massachusetts Civil Rights Act. Around this time, people who were refugees due to U.S. bombings and war in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos were resettled in the U.S. In Massachusetts, a lot of the recently arrived refugees couldn't leave their homes without facing harassment. Every day, broken windows, bashed in cars, and there were a number of high-profile arsons and racially motivated killings. Additional hate crime laws were passed in 1983, and in the years immediately following, hate crimes overall actually did decrease. But during that time, incidents against Asians steadily increased, accounting for more than a quarter of hate crimes during the decade, even though Asians only made up 3% of the city's population at the time. Overall, hate crime rates increased again by 1990, and they've continued to fluctuate over time. So while action does feel urgent and necessary, it's just not clear that criminalization is a viable long-term solution to reducing racial violence. H1704 also lowers the threshold for sentencing enhancements and increases sentences. As several others have mentioned, there are a lot of studies that show that incarceration does not deter people from reoffending, may even slightly increase the rate of committing offense in the future. Spending even one night in jail can have negative consequences on employment and school. The Asian community can attest to the impact of more criminalization, incarceration, and punishment. We represent and support community members who've had contact with the criminal legal system. They face lifelong consequences, the possibility of being detained by ICE and deported to countries they barely remember. We work with massage workers and sex workers who face more violence and harassment from police than from anyone else. We just can't endorse more criminalization without compromising our fight for more humanity for those of us who've made mistakes, harmed others, or been treated as disposable by the system. So I want to thank the committee for hearing us today. And I just wanted to follow up on something that came up before about prosecutions and victims and the race of those who are prosecuted and victims. And according to last year's state report on hate crimes, Black people are overrepresented in prosecutions, and white people actually make up the majority of victims of hate crimes by a large margin. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony for the committee. Any questions from the committee members? Thank you so much. Okay. Is there anything else on this bill? Okay. One last person. We're going to switch to a different bill. Gail Soyamoto. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. My name is Gail Soyamoto. I worked in both the Civil Rights Division of the Attorney General's Office and for the Civil Rights Unit of the Boston Police Department. As you have heard, Massachusetts had, if not the first, one of the first civil rights statutes in the country. Boston had the first investigative police unit in the country for civil rights and continues to have one to this day, even though most other major cities have disbanded their units. With all of this background, I urge you in the strongest possible terms to not support 1704. I believe it will create confusion and chaos for the enforcement and prosecution of civil rights crimes, and it will undo decades of case law. And I have a couple of points to make. The leading case in Massachusetts, appellate case, is Commonwealth versus Stevens, decided in 1987. It involved a Superior Court prosecution for attacks on Cambodian refugees living in Revere. This case was indicted for injury to Neil Poor, and this is a photo that was used at the trial and was in Newsweek magazine and on the front page of the Boston Globe. Neil Poor suffered small scratches to his chest, but under the current scheme, it was enough to be indicted as a hate crimes case. The defendant in that case received a 7 to 10 year prison sentence. If you go back and review what 1704 proposes, this case would not be able to be prosecuted in the Superior Court. Section 37, which is known as the Mass Hate Crime Statute, is eliminated, and it is wrapped into a new section, but it requires significant injury, such as a subdural hematoma or a bone fracture. So this case would be reduced to a misdemeanor, which I think would be a great detriment. There is a number of other sort of technical issues. One, in terms of the reporting of hate crimes. I think it would be better practice to have hate incidents, because it's really the purview of a law enforcement agency to determine whether or not a crime has occurred and whether or not it is based on bias. If you have community groups that are bringing those numbers there will be a discrepancy between what law enforcement determines is a hate crime and what community groups believe may be a hate incident. On page 3 of the bill, line 41 speaks of motivating factors. Intent is required under the current statute, not motivation, and I think having the confluence of those will be problematic. There was also much focus on sentences for repeat offenders. In my experience, and I was working on these cases where there was a lot of violence against Southeast Asians in the 1980s, in my experience, there have been maybe 3 repeat offenders who've been convicted of subsequent civil rights violations. So that is really almost a solution in search of a problem. And I think there are also the requirement that the bias not be a substantial requirement or the sole reason is also problematic. And my last comment would be, I think you're getting very close to First Amendment issues as well as civil rights crimes, and I think that that is something that the committee should really take into consideration.
Great. Thank you so much for taking the time to come before the committee. Really appreciate it. Okay, now we're going to go to another bill, Senate 1044, filed by Senator Mark, an act prohibiting injurious operations or offering services or products to discriminate against or injure protected classes. And the first person we have signed up to testify is Cece Doucette from Massachusetts for Safe Technology. Good afternoon. Thanks for coming before the committee.
Good afternoon, Senator. Nice to see you again. Thank you. My name is Cece Doucette, and I am the Director of Massachusetts for Safe Technology. Please vote out favorably Senate 1044 and House 3868, which is an act to create the Office of the Tenant Advocate in the Office of the Attorney General. Times have changed. We are no longer in an era where accessibility means a wheelchair ramp. The march of technology has caused significant changes to how business is conducted, how people obtain and use necessities of life, and whether they can meaningfully participate in society. Many who had protection under civil rights laws are losing those rights as a result. Further, it is becoming evident that public facilities, products, and services can operate in a way that discriminates against and even injures people, including especially disabled individuals who may not want to use the product or service that harms them, but merely want to live a life in peace and good health, even in their own homes, yet they still suffer discrimination, whether intentional or not. For example, many with sensory disabilities, such as children and adults on the autism spectrum or PTSD, cannot go into a grocery store without being triggered. Those with multiple chemical sensitivities, or MCS, have difficulty in spaces that fill the air with chemical emissions from carpeting, plastics, perfumes, chemically fertilized plants, paint, or cigarette smoke. These toxins can permeate their own homes from neighboring emissions. Those sensitized to man-made radiation get triggered in environments with wireless radiation or dirty electricity. Symptoms often include headaches, anxiety, depression, anger, insomnia, skin abnormalities, heartbeats, ringing in the ears, fatigue, cognitive impairment, and more. Now, the ADA already recognizes both multiple chemical sensitivities and electromagnetic sensitivities, but they provide no legal teeth. The Canadian grocery store conglomerate Sobeys rolled out sensory-friendly shopping hours where the lights are dimmed, the music is turned off, and the staff is trained to speak softly and pause high-noise tasks like gathering up the grocery carts. Walmart just announced they are now sensory-friendly from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Hotels are just beginning to offer low electromagnetic radiation environments so those with sensitivities can get a good night's sleep. It's time for Massachusetts law to update the civil right to accommodation for people with health disparities and other protected classes to reflect how business is done today. We also need the Attorney General's office to advocate for those requiring environmentally safe housing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much.
I have some information to leave for the committee members. Is it?
Oh, sure. Yep, right over here. Yep. And as I mentioned, we do take legislators out of turn. I understand that Representative Sally Kerans is virtual to testify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am here. I appreciate your working with me. Didn't expect to be home. Appreciate the consideration, flexibility. Staff was great. Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber, members of the committee, thank you. I'm testifying today on House 3868, an act to create an office of the tenant advocate in the office of the Attorney General. This is a newly filed bill, and it's the product of work and the partnership of the Stop Bullying Coalition, the statewide Commission on Bullying, and Senator Lovely and me. The crucial driving force behind this bill is Mr. Jerry Halberstadt, who was unable to arrange to be on today. I hope that he's listening on the live stream. Mr. Halberstadt lives in Peabody in subsidized housing, and I will attempt to fold our comments together, but I will draw heavily on Jerry's work, which has been incredible. Jerry states, we all want to be safe in our homes, and we all want to know that home is our safe landing spot. I've now misplaced the critical sheet. There we go. Yet people who live in public or subsidized housing have no assured protection from bullying, mobbing, or hostile environment harassment, attacks that make it difficult or impossible for tenants to have the peaceful enjoyment of their homes. Jerry continues, hostile environment harassment is unwelcome conduct, creating a situation that makes it difficult or impossible for victims to have that peaceful enjoyment of their residency. The Office of the Attorney General of the Commonwealth has asserted that it is unlawful for a housing provider not to protect tenants from harassment. House 3868 will create the Office of the Tenant Advocate, an essential and urgently needed protection for the rights of all tenants when landlords fail in their duty to prevent hostile environment harassment. Jerry was part of the statewide commission that undertook as part of its work a survey of public housing residents and determined that about half in a 600 plus person sample of tenants in public housing experienced this kind of treatment. I will say that the Attorney General's office was in my town the other night for a forum on tenant and landlord rights, and said that tenant issues are featured prominently in the voluminous body of complaints that the Attorney General's office receives. This would very much be in keeping with the work that they do. 3868 is modeled on the federal Fair Housing Law rule on hostile environment harassment that makes the housing provider responsible for protecting the rights of tenants to a peaceful home. Now is the time to do this. As Jerry says in his closing, the heroes of this struggle are tenants whose thirst for rights and justice for their neighbors has made them targets of harassment. I am so thankful to you all. I don't want to abuse my privilege. Thank you very, very much for the time and the consideration today.
Great. Thank you so much, Representative Kerans. Any questions from the committee? Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So now we're going back to Senate 1044. We have a virtual panel. Courtney Gilardi, Amelia Gilardi from Pittsfield Injured Citizens.
Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Gilardi. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify. Esteemed legislators, thank you for your support of S1044, an act prohibiting injurious operations or offering services or products that discriminate against or injure protected classes. By voting to support this bill, you will update current law to rectify a significant civil rights issue by ensuring there is a remedy for modern-day discriminatory acts and practices. This bill is a step in the right direction to fix some issues in state law equivalent to ADA Title III. The amendatory language in Senator Mark's S1044 cements into Massachusetts statute that a physical environment or location is not required by adding or business after place and or offers products and services after patronage of. Entities that do not operate traditional storefronts or offices, but still serve the public by providing goods or services are now clearly covered. It would codify what the courts have already provided through interpretation. With your support of S1044, those in protected classes can breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that their protection is not based on or dependent upon if the injury comes from a traditional storefront or not. With goods and services being offered in a variety of ways these days, protected classes need to know that their protection is not just dependent on a physical place. Protected classes will be able to breathe a sigh of relief knowing that this has been passed because times have changed and so has how we do business. Many goods and services are sold over the telephone or bought on the computer with customers never physically entering a premise or of a commercial entity to purchase these goods and services. To exclude this broad category of business from the reach of Title III and limit the application of Title III to physical structures which persons must enter to obtain goods and services would run afoul of the purposes of the ADA and would severely frustrate Congress's intent that individuals with disabilities fully enjoy the goods, services, privileges, and advantages available indiscriminately to other members of the general public. A disability doesn't disappear if a good or service is purchased on the phone versus in a physical storefront. Please take this opportunity to update protection so that protection extends regardless of if people enter a store or not. I want to thank you to the committee for hearing us today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Do you want to testify as well?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Amelia Gilardi, and I live in Lenox, Massachusetts. I, too, am testifying in support of S1044. Thank you, Senator Mark, for sponsoring this bill, and thank you, Massachusetts legislators, for allowing me to speak today, and for your support of this very important civil rights bill. This is not the first time I am testifying to lawmakers about the importance of this work. I have been speaking in Massachusetts, Maine, and New Hampshire for the last 3 years on the importance of creating real, not just paper protections for those with disability. 33 years ago, the Americans with Disabilities Act was signed into law, but sometimes other laws create a barrier to justice, and that is something we are asking you to remedy today with your support of S1044. My mom spoke to you about the first barrier that 1044 will remedy, the physical storefront issue. S1044 will also remedy other issues that are just as important. Right now, if a company's operations injure or harm a disabled person who is nearby not trying to purchase goods or services, then the law does not provide them any protection. This is just wrong. The law only provides protections for those seeking to obtain the good or service. This turns people into collateral damage when it comes to injury from a chemical or an environmental toxin or hazard. We have seen this with Monsanto and with Roundup. We have seen this with chemicals, and it should not have to take these huge mega public lawsuits to codify protections that if people are harmed, they are harmed. and they deserve to be safe and to be protected whether they intended to purchase the goods or services or not. Injury is injury, and people should not be reduced to the cost of doing business because they were exposed or injured by something harmful. S1044 fixes these issues. The edicts remove any dispute over whether it must be a physical space. The edits also insert a discriminatory effects test, thereby also removing any latent intent requirement. S1044 does not change the definition of disability. Someone would still have to prove disability and a link to operation of the business. These small but vitally important civil rights issues need to be addressed. Massachusetts is a leader in civil rights, and your support of S1044 will go a long way to ensuring your disabled constituents have real living protections that reflect the times. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the committee members? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next person testify virtually is Patricia Burke. Patricia Burke.
Hi, thank you so much for this hearing, and also to Senator Mark for this bill, S1044. In work published on November 13th, researchers at the Stockholm Resilience Center identified a dangerous trend of humans creating what they call evolutionary traps. The process begins with a seemingly beneficial decision, for example, wireless smart meters for energy efficiency. The second stage is when evidence of harm emerges, and this is the pivot point where an appropriate course of correction should occur, but when not addressed, we sustain the so-called trapping mechanism, where it becomes increasingly difficult and costly to extricate society from a de-evolutionary choice. We are witnessing these costs with asbestos, lead water pipes, and forever chemicals. This year, I suffered a traumatic head injury, and I am homesick for the right to a home that does not make me sick. The antidote to evolutionary dead ends is to put health and the environment back into the equations and the cost analysis. Passing this bill is much more significant than providing accommodation because it gives society the framework to discern between evolutionary and destructive choices. In 2009, the late environmental ethicist Marty Keel told California utility regulators, quote, "When you are standing at the edge of a cliff, progress is walking backwards. We need to step back and bring the health of the people forward." Thank you for your kind consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next person to sign up is Mana Washio. Mana Washio.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Mana Washio, and I live in Barrington, New Hampshire. I lived in Massachusetts and Rhode Island before moving to New Hampshire. I became an EHS, electrohypersensitive, in 2013 when my husband and I lived in Watertown, Massachusetts. While we were on vacation, MSTAR came and installed a bank of infamous smart meters. Our bedroom was surrounded by them, and there were also 2 circuit breaker panels underneath our bedroom because we lived on the first floor. We also had a Wi-Fi router in our bedroom without knowing its harm. Immediately after the smart meter installation, I started having piercing headaches, as if someone was inserting an ice pick into my brain. It was so bad I could not sleep at all. I also developed all sorts of GI issues, heart palpitation, chest pain, concentration difficulties, and so on. My symptoms subsided when I went away from my home, and it became worse when I came home. I also felt very strong pain standing right in front of the smart meters outside, so I knew what was causing the problem. EHS diagnosis was extremely difficult to attain because there are very few doctors who could diagnose. I was only able to get one in 2022 after moving to Rhode Island. I was a performing musician for many years, but large concert venues where people gather with their cell phones became the hardest place to work. I was forced to completely switch my career, and now I work from home as a health coach and a Reiki practitioner. Although I love my current job, I had to start all over and had completely different training before I was able to start making decent salary. In July 2023, I took the National Board exam for health and wellness coaching.
3 years ago in 2020, I actually took the same exam but miserably failed due to the severe short-term memory and vision issues I developed due to the high EMF exposure at the test site. Even though I had requested, I was not given any accommodations I needed. So I forced myself to go into the test center. This year, I submitted the accommodation request again, along with the formal EHS diagnosis from MD and 2 supporting letters. I also explained what happened to me 3 years ago, but they did not give me the necessary accommodations right away. My accommodation request was only granted after I wrote the 3rd letter to them, quoting directly from the Department of Justice website under the exempts and courses section for people with disability. After the approval, I was finally able to bring in a few EMF shielding materials. Thankfully, my short-term memory and vision were intact this time, and I passed the exam. I hope my experience will open up the opportunity for other EHS individuals to take the exam with necessary accommodations. We need such accommodations in public spaces so that we could function normally. None of us wanted to become EHS, but EHS was forced upon us. And I strongly believe that every single person with disability needs to be treated equally. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Great. Thank you so much for taking time to testify for the committee. And now we have Donna DeSanto-Ott to testify. Donna DeSanto-Ott. Donna DeSanto-Ott. Okay. We will go to Michael Muadin from the Alliance for Microwave Radiation Accountability.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please speak up a bit more. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Eldridge and Vice Chair Barber. Honorable members of the committee, my name is Michael Muadin. As president of the Alliance for Microwave Radiation Accountability, I've been privileged to work on behalf of protected classes, including elder people and people who are disabled. I'm here to support Senate Bill 1044, which addresses one of the most important civil rights issues of our time by providing a legal remedy to 21st century discriminatory acts and practices in cyberspace. It updates the Massachusetts Public Accommodations Act in line with Massachusetts and First Circuit judicial interpretations of what is and is not a place of public accommodation under the federal ADA Title III and the state accommodation discrimination statute. Today's businesses no longer rely upon physical locations and traditional storefronts or offices. The courts have expanded the definition of place of public accommodation to include mail order, telephone order, and web-based entities which provide goods and services to the public. Senate Bill 1044 would not only codify these interpretations into law, but also encompass utilities and other network providers of services delivered via physical or virtual networks. Technological advances have brought about major changes to everyday business practices and to the ways in which people acquire and utilize goods and services. The unintended consequences include new patterns of discriminatory practices against protected classes of people who cannot use technology, including those of us who can no longer participate in society due to technologically created barriers to access. Many of us who were protected under civil rights laws have lost that coverage because public accommodations can require the use of technology which not only discriminates against, but even injures people who are not just disabled, but disabled and sickened by the technology itself. Honorable legislators, It takes a certain fearlessness to turn the tide of events and shape the course of human history. We urge you to add your courage to Senator Mark's bravery and favorably vote out Massachusetts Senate Bill 1044. Protect civil rights. Lead the nation by your example. Thank you for your time and kind attention to my testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muadin. Thanks for your testimony before the committee. Any questions for the committee members? Okay, thank you so much. Next person signed up to testify virtually is Jeannie Ferrara. Jeannie Ferrara? No, okay. And then we have, excuse me, Janet FitzGerald. Janet FitzGerald.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great, thanks. My name is Janet FitzGerald. I'm a speech-language pathologist and communication consultant living in the North Shore of Massachusetts. I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 1044 that will give accommodations to those, reasonable accommodations to those who need it, including those suffering from electrohypersensitivity. It is really no doubt from those who study this area, the independent scientists and doctors, that EHS, electrohypersensitive refugees, as they're called sometimes, will greatly increase in number because of the massive amounts of both federal and state legislation that is currently in the works and being pushed through by telecom lobbyists. This is no secret. Everybody who is keyed into this topic knows about this, and they're worried. People are worried that they're not being protected, but big industry is. So we definitely need this Senate Bill 1044 to help those who are going to be injured the most. One of my concerns is that besides the legislations that are being, laws that are being passed, is in our own state, we have this technology collaborative and institute, and it all sounds really official. And I have tuned into them. I've attended the webinars, and they are they're being run by telecom and IT, but there are no doctors in place. There are no independent scientists in place to help. So we need to do this now. We need to fill in for those gaps and make sure that people will be protected. I don't want to see Massachusetts leave, forget our number one goal is our health, not profits. But sadly, it seems that it is profits. We can't let that happen. Can't let our people down. So lastly, I've actually changed what I've written because I don't want to repeat what's already been said. But I'm in agreement with everyone who is in support of 1044 for really good reasons. They have studied the science. I know these people. They're learning from experts. So I just want to end with making sure that people who are attending this and tuning in to listen to the free webinars that are being offered by Massachusetts for Safe Technology, and also the EMF Medical Conference 2021 is now free. Okay, so we can have access to all the medical information in case you have any doubts that the information that we're giving you today is not true. It is founded on real science. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much for coming before the committee. Any questions from the committee members? Okay, thank you so much. That marks all the testimony on that bill. So now we're going to go back to Senate 1020, filed by Representative Lewis, an act relative to the fair treatment of employees. And I believe virtually Michael Cutler wished to speak. Michael Cutler. And Mr. Cutler, I think you might be on mute.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Mike Cutler. I'm a lawyer in Northampton. I'm a retired lawyer in Northampton, Massachusetts, and I was one of the drafters of question 4 that the state adopted the ballot question in 2016 to legalize adult use. And I'm speaking on Senate 1020, which identifies a vulnerable class, namely the 21% of Massachusetts adults that have used cannabis in the last 30 days. Those people, unlike medical cannabis users, are not protected from workplace discrimination. Despite the legality of marijuana, the existence of marijuana metabolites, that is the after effects of marijuana consumption, remain in the body long after the impairing effects of the cannabis have ended. So this is to essentially, this bill would align protection for adult users with the protection that medical users already enjoy in the workplace. The problem with 1020 is that it has a defective remedial mechanism. It simply allows for an independent lawsuit and limits the damages to the lost wages, or in some cases double the lost wages, which is rarely enough to induce an employment lawyer to take these cases, a discrimination lawyer, on a contingent fee basis, making these remedies illusory. The best way to protect these the rights of this sensitive class, of this vulnerable class, is to adopt House 1941, which was heard in May by the Joint Committee on Labor and Workforce Development. House 1941 provides targets the same conduct as illegal employment discrimination, creates the same exemptions for employers that need to do testing to protect licensure and eligibility to participate in programs, but it puts it under the rubric, puts these offenses under the rubric of the MCAD, the Mass Commission Against Discrimination, which allows for a conciliation process for employers to avoid an attorney fee award if they are found responsible for this misconduct, or it provides an attorney fee award if the case goes to court. So I would urge this committee to not report favorably on Senate 1020, but instead to support House 1941, which is before the Labor and Workforce Development Committee. Thank you. If there are any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Cutler. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next bill, House 1607, filed by Representative Kushmarek, an act providing increased protections from harassment and discrimination on the basis of height. And we have one person signed up virtually to testify, Amy Davia from the Little People of America. Amy Davia. And just once more, is Amy Davia there? No, okay. All right. Next bill before us is House 1618, filed by Representative Jack Lewis, an act repealing homophobic and transphobic laws. And we have Tanya Nislusen virtually. Tanya Nislusen? No, okay. Okay. Next bill is House 1708, Senate 978, filed by Representative Trom Wynn and Senator Cindy Friedman, an act relative to fair investment practices. The first person we have signed up to testify is Amy Sperling. Amy Sperling. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for coming before the committee.
Thank you for having me. Thank you to the chairman and the committee for giving me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Amy Sperling, and I'm the founder and CEO of a Boston-based tech company. Prior to starting my company 6 years ago, I've spent 20 years in the Boston area. I've built 7 different companies as a CFO and as a COO. All of those companies have been venture-backed, and across those companies, I have raised at least 1 round of venture funding per year for 20 years. And that is about $200 million that I have helped to raise across those companies. Now, the numbers in Massachusetts are stated there in the filed testimony. Women founders start about 50% of the businesses here, and we receive a fraction of the funding. It's far less funding for women of color. The numbers aren't getting better, they're actually getting worse. As the person who has sat second chair in most of those funding meetings across all those 7 companies, I can tell you that the questions that I've been asked as a female founder are dramatically different from the male founders that I have sat next to. All of my prior CEOs were white, they were male, they were first-time founders, and they were first-time CEOs with no track record. I, on the other hand, have a track record, and I have been asked when and if I am going to have children. I've been told after I helped one company be acquired that in order to get a reference, I would need to go to dinner in a low-cut shirt with one of the investors. When we were going through the funding process for my current company, one of the women in my team was pregnant at the time, and instead of asking us about our strategic plan, she was asked about her childcare options and how much maternity leave she was going to take. I have also been asked in conversation with one of these investors, they discovered that my wife and I, we enjoy traveling, that's what we do personally, and the follow-up question was, have you always dated women? And then they expected me to get into my sexual history. All of these things would be illegal under employment law. As somebody who has managed HR, there's no way that you would be doing this in an employment situation. But because there are no protections for female founders, this can happen and it's rampant. It also impacts our ability to get fair lending. I urge everyone here to support Mass Bill 978 and House Bill 1708 so that we can change this dynamic and change this discrimination. The discrimination and sexual harassment are rampant, they are intrinsically linked, and they aren't going to go change if there isn't legislation to change them. Without the legislation for this accountability, nothing is going to change. I thank you for considering the bill, the economic impact that it can have for Massachusetts companies, and for the personal impact it can have for half of your constituents. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. Greatly appreciate it. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much. Next person to sign up to testify is Senator Mendoza. Senator Mendoza. Is there Senator Mendoza here? Okay. Next person is Allison Byers. Allison Byers. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for allowing me to testify today. I'm Allison Byers. I'm the founder of a tech company named Scroobius. We connect diverse entrepreneurs with investors with an AI-powered platform, and we've worked with over 600 founders in the past couple of years, the majority of whom identify as underrepresented. We have witnessed the bias and injustice that occurs in fundraising. I've experienced this many times myself as a 2-time founder. I helped write and testified for California Senate Bill 54, which was recently signed into law and requires venture funds to publicly disclose diversity metrics of their investments. California has recognized the need for our government to help rectify the extreme inequity in funding allocation, and Massachusetts now has the opportunity to do the same. Massachusetts is the 3rd highest allocator of venture capital in our country. And we love to tout our innovation economy, which is really strong, but women and minorities are left out. Of the $19.5 billion allocated in 2022 here, only 3.4% went to Latino founders, 0.9% to women, and 0.6% to Black founders. We rank 46th in the nation for support of growing women-owned businesses. Now, this is less surprising when you learn that 93% of venture dollars are managed by white men. This puts women in a position where we are constantly in rooms full of men who have power over us and our ability to fund our companies. This makes it a ripe environment for bias, discrimination, and harassment. A female founder in our community was sexually assaulted just weeks ago. Now, in addition to processing trauma, she's facing an uncertain future for her business because there is no recourse for how this hampers her ability to raise. I was sexually harassed at a startup event in Boston, and I'm now reticent to go to similar events, hindering my ability to raise. 56% of female founders, and I am sure that is an undercount, endure harassment and discrimination. 45% of them take no formal action out of fear or uncertain recourse. This happens all of the time, no matter whether people see it or not. So there are regulations to protect those in the workplace. There's fair lending laws, housing laws. Entrepreneurship has no safeguards, even though it is a career, and it's a career that increases women in the workforce. I became an entrepreneur after I was forced out of my tech job when I came back from maternity leave. There are millions of women who experience my story. So in conclusion, I'm proud to support the bipartisan effort to pass Senate Bill 978 and House Bill 1708. This bill has the potential for Massachusetts to shift the dynamic here and get more capital into the hands of protected classes. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for coming before the committee, Ms. Byers. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next person signed up to testify is Lakshmi Balachandra. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Lakshmi Balachandra. I'm a business school professor, and as a woman of color who has worked in the world of venture capital, I find it mind-boggling that there has been so little policy or legislation in industry that is so obviously biased and gender and race unbalanced. The facts are undeniable. You've heard this repeatedly. Less than 2% of all private capital goes to companies founded by women. The numbers are worse for women of color. Private capital is critical for businesses to grow. Venture capital acts like rocket fuel for any business. From 1998 to 2003, I worked in venture capital here in Boston. I went from being the only woman investor in a VC firm to joining the first women-owned, women-focused fund in the country. Then in 2014, I created a women's VC conference, Capital W, the Boston Women's Venture Summit. I tried to start my own venture fund, focused on women's markets, but faced a lot of the same discrimination and unfairness fundraising as many women entrepreneurs do. There continues to be very few women. About less than 12% are women in investment partner positions. This is also a big problem as investors invest in things they understand and value. If you have more men investing, companies addressing women's needs will not get funded. In my 2 years as the only woman in a traditional, read male, fund, I was treated differently than my male colleagues. I was repeatedly hit on, asked to fetch coffee, assumed to be the note taker or the assistant. Once I was even admonished for not going to the strip club networking event following the official dinner, because that's where the deals are done. The worst part was that at the time, I found nothing wrong with any of it. I was just trying to figure out how to fit in and be accepted as one of the VC guys. Even when I was at a women-focused VC fund, women entrepreneurs continued to be unfairly assessed given the male normative model of VC success. My research shows that we value male behaviors and personas during a pitch to the point that we teach this to entrepreneurs as how to pitch. We have assumed that aggressive masculine behaviors are better when it comes to entrepreneurs, even though all the research shows that femininity and female leaders make better, more grounded, and yes, more profitable investment decisions. In academia, I find those similar lax policies as VC. After 20 years studying gender inequity in venture capital funding and the male preference that exists, I started noticing as the only tenured woman of color how I was treated differently from my male peers. I chose to speak up but received worse treatment. All of a sudden, all the research I had done on women entrepreneurs experiencing gender bias and inequity was my experience too. So I'm doing something about it by pursuing legal action. The problem is VCs don't see the need to correct the imbalance in funding to women because they believe that there are many more men who are qualified, more qualified, and in need of funding. And men, even when they behave badly, are given a pass as they are assumed to have unique, special, better entrepreneurial or investment skills. The men who behave badly, discriminatory or worse, harassing women, get to keep their positions of power and money. The New England Venture Capital Association even had a sexual harassment seminar a few years ago. Notably absent were the men who were known to be problematic. So this bill is just a very small start of much needed change. Changing the cultural norms of what is success will be challenging, but without policy like the bill in question, change will never come. and women will never get fair treatment in investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming before the committee. Greatly appreciate it. Next person signed up to testify is Gitanjali Swami. Gitanjali Swami.
Thank you.
Oh,
I'm
virtual.
testifying.
Yes, I'm sorry. Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, Chairs Eldridge, Day, Vice Chair Barber, and honorable members of the committee for letting me speak in support of S978, H1708, an act relative to fair investment practices. My name is Gitanjali Swami, and today I testify solely on behalf of myself and the Coalition for Capital Equity, which represents 200 organizational and individual signatories in support of this bill. There are many angles I can present as a woman in technology, as an entrepreneur facing abusive harassment and discrimination, as an employee in a company funded by an abusive investor, as an investor observing it, and as a working mother trying to find livelihood without the umbrella of corporate existence. But today, I would like to testify from a policy standpoint on how this actually affects all people, women, men of all races, orientations, national origins, etc., in Massachusetts and around the world. We've all heard the statistics that women and minorities form more than 50% of businesses, but face abusive harassment and receive less than 1.9% of venture capital. But in Massachusetts, it's 0.9%, and women of color actually receive less than 0.2%. But what we haven't understood is the extent of all people that are impacted. There are 13 million women-owned businesses, small businesses in the United States, which constitute a large fraction of the 33 million small businesses. These businesses employ 24 million people, of which 40% of the millions are employed by women-owned businesses. And all these businesses and all the people in them are inordinately dependent on innovation capital like venture capital. Abusive practices and lack of capital or funding affects all the people in these companies. Women in particular have been the driving force behind America's economic rebound from COVID-19, creating about half of new businesses for the third year in a row. And in Massachusetts in particular, 99.5% of businesses are small businesses, a far larger fraction of the economic workforce than most other states, and making capital provision far more like employment here than anywhere else. And yet, Massachusetts ranks at the bottom, 46th in the nation in their support of women-owned businesses. Not the least of this is the lack of statutory protections ensuring fair investment, which do not exist for any non-banking investors. Thus, we have a catastrophic labor and capital market failure that results. Morgan Stanley estimates it at $1 trillion, Citibank at $2 trillion, and BCG at $5 trillion of economic loss. That's how much of economic development and how many millions of people we are detrimentally impacting. This is an everyone problem for Massachusetts, and passing the Fair Investment Act is the single most important thing the legislature can do for participative economic development and economic social justice. Thus, I urge the committee to report favorably on this bill, not just on social justice grounds, but on critical economic development grounds. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Swami, for testifying before the committee. Any questions from the committee members? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next person signed up, virtual Karen Kelly. Karen Kelly. Oh, excuse me. Thank you for coming forward to this.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today on the Fair Investments Act. I'd also like to thank Senator Eldridge for your presence in Wayland recently following the recent anti-Semitic events. It means a lot to the community. My name is Karen Kelly, and I've been a serial entrepreneur in the Boston community for the last 10 years. I attended a college at one of the country's most elite schools located right here in Massachusetts. I've worked in advertising, healthcare, technology, media, and started companies in 2 of those industries. I've been a CEO, a CMO, founder, and startup advisor. All of this to say, I have never felt like there was anything I couldn't do as a woman. I grew up in a house with 2 loving parents and 3 older brothers who taught me to believe that if I worked hard enough, there was nothing I couldn't do. And I always did, until I attempted to raise venture funds. I'm an excellent communicator, so I never had trouble getting meetings. The problem came afterwards. Despite the fact that I was the president of the company giving the pitch face-to-face with investors, my name, Karen, was rarely used. Instead, questions would be directed towards my male counterparts, and I would be lumped in with "and team." I have presented pitch decks to a room full of men for 30 minutes, most of whom never made eye contact with me for more than a few seconds. And I've had common business terms like B2B spelled out for me, just in case. This snail's pace at which we are moving for women to be thought of as good investment partners reminds me of how long it took for higher education to welcome women. In the late 1800s, higher education for women was thought of as a dangerous experiment. And even as recently as 1970, Dartmouth students sloganed, "Better dead than co-ed." Legislators, the investment dollars for female entrepreneurs in the state is embarrassing. And I do not believe that any of you harbor the belief that women are only capable of coming up with 1% of the investable ideas. In the end, the Ivy League went co-ed from a desire to stay competitive. Now it's time to do the same for female entrepreneurs. By supporting one simple bill, you can single-handedly rebalance the scales of equity and unlock a competitive edge for the state of Massachusetts, making all stakeholders happy. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for coming before the committee. Greatly appreciate it. Next person signed up to testify is Risa Alisi, virtual.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
It's Rika.
My apologies, Rika Riesley.
That's my nickname, not my real name. Okay, so before I get started and have a timer on me, I just want to apologize in case I get emotional or if I get upset, because I decided to retract a lot of what did happen to me in order to be here today. Okay.
And please take your time.
Thank you. To the honorable chairman and committee members, I want to thank you so much for having me. My name is Rika Alise. I am the founder of BeautyLink, and a beacon of the very resilience and innovation that Massachusetts prides itself on. As a Black female founder in this vibrant state, I stand before you not just with a story, but with a living testament to the urgent need for the Fair Investment Act. This legislation isn't just a policy, it's a promise for a more equitable access to capital that has long eluded many like me. The journey of BeautyLink, forged in the fire of adversity, speaks volumes of the systematic disparities in our state's funding landscape. Despite our accolades associated with progress in having participated in accelerators like Mass Challenge and venturing out of state for better opportunities, the path has been riddled with biases that have no place in the entrepreneurial world. I've been told that my venture was too Black. I faced inappropriate remarks, and I've seen doors closed, not for the lack of merit, but for the color of my skin. Yet here I stand, not deterred but determined, embodying the very spirit of the Fair Investment Act, to nurture. This bill is a beacon of hope for those who have been marginalized, underfunded, and underestimated. It's a commitment to leveling the playing field, ensuring that the diversity of our state is reflected in the business we grow and the dreams we nurture. Statistics show that less than 0.6% of venture capital in Massachusetts reaches Black founders. And for Black women, nationally, it's a mere 0.2%. So you can imagine what it's like in Massachusetts. These aren't just numbers. They're stories of stifled innovation and unfulfilled potential. The Fair Investment Act aims to change this narrative, ensuring that the future of Massachusetts' economy is built on the foundation of diversity, equity, and inclusion. In supporting this act, you're not just voting for a bill, you're championing a future where the value of an idea is not filtered through the lens of race or gender. You're standing up for a Massachusetts where every entrepreneur, regardless of their background, has a fair shot at success. I hope that we can pass the Fair Investment Act, and in doing so, let's send a resounding message that Massachusetts is a state of not only a state of innovation, but a state of inclusion, where the richness of your ideas and the diversity of our people are our greatest strengths. Thank you for standing with me, with BeautyLink, and with every dreamer who believes in a more equitable and prosperous future for us all.
Ms. Alice, thank you so much for your testimony. Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
coming before the committee. Thank you. Next person we have to testify is Rajiv Kapoor. Rajiv Kapoor.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, hello. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Rajiv Kapoor, father of 3 daughters, and founding partner of Chai Ventures, a women-focused venture capital fund. Our fund has invested in over 50 women founders so far, giving us proximity to thousands of women in VC and women building businesses globally. Gender disparity in venture capital is stark. 85% of partners in VC are men, source PitchBook, and we estimate that they deploy about 92% of venture capital. There's a lack of representation in VC funds. 65% of VC funds do not have a woman partner, source Harvard Business Review. While women VC employee may have a couple of mostly male bosses that are governed by employment law, they may answer to up to 100 limited partners that invest in the fund, who again are mostly men. For example, family offices are a common type of LP, which is investor in VC funds. And 81% of family office employees are men, source Family Wealth Report. For these reasons, there's pressure on women in venture capital to conform to certain behaviors and inequities. In 2022, Massachusetts startups secured 9.5% of VC funding in the US, making it a significant player nationally in the VC ecosystem. This new legislation does a great job of acknowledging these power dynamics across VC entities and contributes to an equitable VC landscape. Complying with this regulation is something we should all be doing anyway to create a fair and inclusive industry. I urge you to support this bill and help create an equitable VC landscape. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor. Appreciate coming before the committee. Any questions from the committee members? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we're now moving on to House 3868, filed by Representative Sally Kerans, an act to create the Office of the Tenant Advocate and the Office of the Attorney General. And we have a number of people signed up, looks like virtually, to testify. The first person is Stephen Drury from Mass Vocals. Stephen Drury. Mr. Drury, can you hear us? Mr. Drury, are you trying to testify? Anything? Okay. All right, we'll see if we can get back to you later. Next person to sign up is Allison McDonough. Allison McDonough. Nope. Okay. Julie Katz. Julie Katz. All right. Lori Ann Wright. Lori Ann Wright. Iris Weaver. Okay. Iris Weaver.
Hi, this is Lori Ian Wright.
Okay. Please go ahead, Ms. Wright.
Yes. Hello, my name is Lori Ian Wright, and I am a public housing, subsidized housing advocate. And the reason why I was asked by Jerry to talk this afternoon, was because of my personal experience in the housing authority. When I moved into housing back in 2010, I put a mattress on my porch, the housing authority told me to do that. And the next morning, the housing authority said they were going to pick it up. Well, I found a note on my mattress that said, "This is not a ghetto." I myself am of indigenous heritage. My son is biracial. That was the introduction to our experience with the Housing Authority. Since that time, we've been in housing now 15 years. And I asked the Housing Authority to address the situation, which they did not do. Me and my son have been subjected to harassment, bullying. We've had things stolen from our front porch, and the Housing Authority refuses to do anything about it. In fact, now we just won an MCAD case against the Housing Authority for not protecting me and my son from harassment from a particular neighbor who has decided that he does not want people like us living in the Housing Authority. So yes, I went through the Attorney General's office. I went through Hub Housing. I went through everybody to try to get some resolution. Unfortunately, I was able to hire an attorney to represent me to get this through MCAD. Unfortunately, not too many people can do that. In the 5 years that I've been an advocate, people have reported. People are, telling me, we go to the Housing Authority, they do nothing. What is our next move? So yes, there has to be a creation. Sorry, I got a cold in my voice. Of some place that they can go to. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. And now I think we have Iris Weaver. Iris Weaver. Is Iris Weaver there? Hi, Ms. Weaver. Can you change off the mute?
Okay, can you hear me now? I finally figured out where the darn microphone was, sorry. I have been a resident of senior and disabled housing since 2010 in Essex County. We've had an abusive and bullying housing manager for the last 10 years. Since she's come into her position, there have been complaints filed with her, with the town for the last 10 years, and nothing has ever been done. She treats residents like we are little children, like we are 3 years old. For instance, she assumes that if one person does not follow the rules, then everyone gets penalized for that. She mostly assumes that we will not do what she says, and often when we are asked to do something, whether it's to come to a meeting or to take care of an issue, it comes with a threat, usually monetary. There has been a lack of care taken for residents. For instance, last year when it snowed, our back walks were not shoveled going from our houses to the, I'm sorry, I'm having some health issues and my memory does not work well. Going from the back door to the parking lot, it was not shoveled because she thinks that we should only use our front doors and our back doors are only for an emergency. It took a couple of residents calling the fire department in order to get those back walkways shoveled. And at another time, one of the back doors was broken by the then maintenance man after it had been reported by a tenant, and he blamed the tenant for breaking the door. He then put caution tape around the back doorway, saying that no one could use the back entrance. And again, it took me and another resident calling the fire department in order to get that door working again. There are a number of incidents that I've heard of. The housing manager will yell at residents whether or not they have provoked her, but she yells at them. She often makes threats. If you don't follow what she says, there's a possibility of being kicked out. We have had a lot of problems with her. She sets residents against each other so that we are very scared to talk to each other, so that we feel that there's a lot of animosity between residents. There have been so many problems, and we've gone to many places to try to get this rectified. We've gone to housing advocates, we've gone to Senator Lovely, we've gone to representatives, we've gone to senior care. Everywhere we go, we get told that there's nothing that can be done. The board of directors, we finally figured out the board of directors is the housing manager's boss, and they simply rubber stamp whatever she says, so that we really feel that we have no recourse. It's been extremely stressful for me and a number of residents, and I sometimes feel like I'm living in a concentration camp because I don't know who I can talk to and who I cannot. And it's very, I do not feel safe a lot of times just being myself where I live. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the committee members? Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. So we're going to take a break from testimony on this bill because see Representative Trom Nguyen is here. Representative Nguyen, would you like to testify?
Thank you so much,
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Vice Chair Barber, as well as members of the committee who might be on. I'm here to speak in support of three of my bills. The first is a newer bill that I filed, H1708, S978, an act relative to fair investment practices that I filed with Senator Friedman. The lack of legal protections against sexual harassment and discrimination in Massachusetts venture capital space has resulted in an increasingly large capital equity gap, meaning that women and people of color have difficulty accessing the funds that they need to start and grow businesses. And so while women and minorities make up over 50% of the degree holding labor force in Massachusetts, they only received 0.9% of the innovation capital in 2022. And women and minority-owned businesses also failed and closed at higher rates due to a lack of investment capital. And because of this, Massachusetts ranks 46th in the country for the growth of women-owned businesses and is missing out on opportunities for economic development. And so Massachusetts should be a leader in this space and not playing catch-up. And this is why we're talking about the bill today. And we need to hold investors and venture capital firms accountable and establish legal protections against abuses of power by investors. And so that's the first bill. I also want to speak in support of H1704, S996, an act to reform the hate crime statutes that I filed with Representative Williams and Senator Gomez. The aim of this bill is to revise existing statutes, ensuring that our hate crime laws effectively serve their intended purpose, holding those who target individuals based on their membership in a protected class, making sure that we're holding them accountable. And so we've all seen the surge in hate crime incidents reaching the highest levels nationwide since 2008, and Massachusetts has seen that rise since 2002. Last year, 477 hate crime incidents were reported in Massachusetts alone. And most of the victims are from marginalized and minority communities, with 32.7% of hate crimes incidents were against Black or African Americans, 6.2% against Asians, 4.2% against Latino or Hispanic, and 14.5% against the Jewish community, 2.7% against the Muslim community, and 19.7% against people for their sexual orientation, et cetera. And so we just think that this is integral in protecting our diverse and vibrant communities, and I'm eager to work with the community to see how we can improve our hate crime bill and codify the tools and resources to address these hateful and intolerant incidents. And last but not least, I want to voice my support for 1705 S1108, an act prohibiting body size discrimination, which I filed with Senator Roush with the support of the Campaign for Size Freedoms. This is common sense legislation that would expand existing protections against discrimination in employment, healthcare, education, and place of public accommodation in terms of body size. So just to wrap up, for these reasons, I respectfully ask that these bills be reported favorably out of committee, and I'm here to continue to work with you, to work with the advocates, many of whom you've heard from today, and thank you so much for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Nguyen, for your leadership in all these bills. Really appreciate it. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thank you.
So now we'll go back to, House 3868. We have Kalia Lynn Smith, virtually. Kalia Lynn Smith. Is there a Kalia Lynn Smith? Nope, okay. Lorraine Lavoie. Lorraine Lavoie. All right. Marianne Kretschmas. Pamela Goodwin.
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi. Unfortunately, Marianne is in my building and she had to leave. I wanted to inquire, since I'm going to read part of something about Jerry Halberstadt. You've already heard from Rep. Kerans talk about him. So I might go a little over. I'm just kind of warning you. Okay. So I'm going to start with Jerry, because when I first met him, we've been working on a bill with teeth, we like to say, which is why we now want it to go under the AGO. It's been about 8 or 9 years. When I first met him, somebody threatened to run him over by a car. He never talks about that, but I have been a consultant with Stop Bullying for quite some time. And he marched across the street because he didn't own a car. He's a disabled person, and got a protection order. And from that point on, he has been fighting against the harassment that people in public housing, subsidized housing, state housing have to endure. My heart goes out to Iris, who could hardly talk about it. It is extremely stressful to feel unsafe on a steady basis. I started living in a state housing authority in 2014. I'm now in a HUD-funded building where all hell seems to break loose some of the time here. And just so you know, Lorianne Wright was one of my 3 advocates. So it was nice to listen to Lorianne. So I think most people think you're going to use legal aid. You're going to go to a HUD investigator. I did. And you're going to go find a lawyer. You don't. And so I got completely blown away by the harassment when I ran for a commissioner in the State Housing Authority. I almost defeated a 20-year veteran. There was nepotism. Ethics Commission took a year and said, oh, we didn't see anything. Everybody was related to everybody on the board, as well as the manager. And so all these different recourses that we think we're going to go and get help. I have at least 3 to 4 refusal letters from the Attorney General, Martha Coakley, then Healy, and you just think you're going to go somewhere. So because my rent was wrong and I was experiencing condoned, ongoing bullying, which led to mobbing, condoned by the commissioners, they participated in it, as well as the manager, like you just heard Iris talk about. I decided protection orders were the way. And after a while, the district court said, you just need to go to housing court. Don't want to hear anymore, not going to protect you anymore. I go into Worcester Housing Court for protection, thinking I want my rent figured instead of it being wrong. As I said, I had 3 advocates. Center for Independent Living was one of them. Lorianne was one of them. And Tri-Valley Protective Services. When I go to court, I'm not allowed to say anything. I'm pro se. And I left there in shambles the first day, and my Tri-Valley Protective Woman quit right after that. I had to issue all kinds of subpoenas. I had cops in my face because one was the commissioner that was supposed to represent us used to work in the police department. So it just went from bad to worse. I didn't get protected. People committed perjury. I paid for the entire record. This was a 6-month experience, pro se. I used the court service center. I was denied a jury, didn't know I could have had a jury, and a jury of my peers would, I think, taken pity on me. I worked with Jim McGovern, Gladys Rodriguez Parker. I called Susan Forward, who gave me her cell phone on a napkin from Fair Housing, and I lost the case. I was threatened by the DHCD lawyer. She'll give you a great review, just promise us you're moving out. And I said, well, that's blackmail. I'm not going to do it. So we never had a mediator until about 3 or 4 months. And it was because the judge knew she made a huge mistake. So no protection, nothing happened except go file a grievance, which doesn't go very far either. And I guess I could just say that no matter what happens, you're not safe. I slept in my car at 71 for a number of months, and I tent camped, and all of my friends said, you're doing so much better now that you don't live there. So nobody cares, and we have done this. I've testified before joint housing in the past in 2021. So here we are 3 years later. We want something that's going to work, and the only thing that is going to work is like a hotline. Like you report child abuse, we want to be able to report abuse of the elderly, the disabled, or even in a family setting when kids are being also harassed on a steady basis in family housing. I appreciate your time. Unless we have enforcement, it's all for naught. And there are so many people, I don't know if Senator Lovely is going to speak, but they are constantly hearing about this issue. The N-word, all of the stuff has been something we've been working for years on. And I told Jerry, I can't keep doing this. I'm 75. I really am going to pull out of all of this unless we can kind of feel like something goes somewhere. I so appreciate you letting me go over time. I'm not going to talk about Mary Ann. Like nothing works in the court. And nothing worked for my other good friend because her granddaughter threw her other granddaughter across the floor. She had a football field of protection. We go back in. The woman cleaned herself up, committed perjury. A different judge said, you don't need anything. So now this woman lives in a nursing home to be safe. Thank you so much for letting me go a little over. I hope you'll report this bill out favorably for us.
Thank you, Ms. Goodman, for your testimony. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That was the last person on that bill. So now we're moving to House 3921, filed by Representative Fluker Oakley, an act to cure us of the liabilities that ultimately restricted equity. I have virtually Tanisha Mayfield from American Descendants of Slavery Advocacy Foundation. Tanisha Mayfield. Oh, a few more, okay. Tanisha Mayfield, can you hear us? Okay. All right, we have some other people signed up then to testify on this. Marlon Solomon from the Afro-Armenian Culture Initiative. Marlon's, okay. Mr. Solomon? Let's keep that for now, yes, thanks. Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening.
Thanks for your patience. I know it's been a long day.
It has been a long day. Yeah, thank you very much for having this, and I'm in support of this initiative. My name is Marlon Solomon. I am the founder and senior project engineer at the Afro-American Culture Initiative. We're a Boston-based nonprofit. We serve multicultural communities and work on primarily cultural diversity, equity, inclusion, and restorative project management. The reason why I'm here today is because I support this, I definitely support this commission, because it's important that we understand that a lot of the infrastructure and stuff that we have in Boston do not serve these communities. There's a current 27-year life expectancy difference in Roxbury, and that's primarily because of the infrastructure. That's what the infrastructure supports. So just to kind of go over, I know how many minutes? Oh, 2:07. Like that has been bothered, kept. Right. So, well, the message, like I said, is that I think this law is important. So we study and work on communal cultural reconstruction of the indigenous African American communities, which means that engineers, urban planners, to design and development and redesign of the infrastructure to support these cultural hubs. There are a lot of people in this room, and I do a lot of great work with them, and I stand on their shoulders. But as an engineer, I understand that no matter what they do, the infrastructure, unless the infrastructure is addressed, we're really on a treadmill. This law can help us finally get off this treadmill and move forward. All the programs that we are enacting in regards to equity and inclusion in our communities and our schools are basically been put in a basket. And this basket, no matter how much money you throw at it, will always have holes. Our research shows that culture is attached to land, and if the laws of which these lands are attached to are not in support of the cultural development of that community, then the culture of that community begins to fade, destroyed altogether, or even the community implodes. If the spaces that support intergenerational knowledge transfer to create products that produce revenue that economically feed our indigenous African American population, and if those things are not present, then the cultural ability to create wealth also fades. So when you think of what I work on redlining, I work on urban renewal, I work on things like the Southeast Corridor, demolishing the community, the African American community in that area, and that's the same area that the 27-year life expectancy exists. So when you think of urban renewal, and you think of these African American communities, you need to think of an African American version of the Chinatown or in the North End. These are not just black spaces where black people exist. This is where they sell their cultural artifacts and make money. Back then it was jazz and soul food. That's how the community self-sustained itself. I'm going to pretend like I didn't hear that, but give me a second. Right. The distinction to this crucial work is because to avoid the pitfalls that when you look at things racially, there are a lot of nuance to that race. I'm African American, right? I call myself indigenous African American, but my dad is Nigerian. My blood is from Lebanon. I have the hair to prove it. My mom is from Virginia, right? So you can't tell all that with the cultural diversity, but each part of me has a different experience, right? And if I come from Nigeria, I come from a place that's culturally intact with tools and skills that have been given to me, and I can progress. So when you give jobs to people that are black, you're only giving it to people that can probably, even the Nigerian economy, the Nigerian family household makes more than the average white. So therefore, you're not accommodating the community that really needs the help. So that's why this kind of study needs to be done. If slavery is the grandfather of our condition, then redlining and urban renewal is the mother. The data shows that the effects of redlining, urban renewal, and the more indicative of our culture and our condition today than anything else. The recovery that occurred between 1865 and 1965 was thwarted by these projects, and the knowledge gained during that recovery is now only a distant memory. We all should be.
If you could conclude now, yeah.
Okay, I will conclude. Yep. I will conclude. All right. I feel about it. Well, I'll just, like I said, I will conclude by saying that a lot of the work that needs to be done is infrastructural, and I want and this reparations needs engineers and the BPDA to follow their own data. The most kids in this city live between on Blue Hill Ave between the ages 0 to 17. And they don't have any T to get there, and the T was removed in the 50s from the Franklin Park area. So this is the issue. Act fast, act now. There's a 27-year life expectancy difference. My people are dying. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. Now we have Heather Cook, community organizer. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm just going to read from my phone. I'd like to thank the Senator Chair Eldridge and committee for hearing my testimony today. My name is Heather Cook, and I support Senator Liz Miranda's bill, S-1053, to establish a commission to study reparations in Massachusetts. I'm a lifelong Bostonian by way of the South End and mother to two amazing young adults. I spent the last 25 years of my professional life in the corporate investment field and the last 30 as a community organizer and activist. I sat at my elders' feet as a child to stand on their shoulders as an adult to engage, educate, and elevate my community for solutions in social justice. A reparations commission on a state level is appropriate. There needs to be historical accuracy, and it has to be paramount, and the facts really matter. Looking back, Boston, Massachusetts was a lucrative port on the transatlantic slave trade. It was also the first recorded case of reparations for slavery in the United States. It was actually here in Massachusetts to former slave Belinda Sutton Royal. The perception might be that reparations is surfacing, but the reality is that there is a reparations movement across the board. We have the Boston City Reparations Task Force, there is the NDC People's Reparations Commissions in Boston, and there's also a global reparations conference coming to Boston in 2025. So I urge you to vote in favor of Bill S-1053. This is just basically due diligence at its core, a historical opportunity to take a progressive step towards collectively quantifying reparations as a whole for Massachusetts. Thank you.
Great. Thank
Any
you very
questions?
much for coming for your committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Then we have, and again, this is on House 3921 by Representative Fluker Oakley. We have Edwin Sumter. Edwin Sumter. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time, Senator Eldridge. I also sit here in support of Ms. Miranda's proclamation, if you will, for the feasibility of a reparations commission. I'm going to take a little different approach. I believe Representative Miranda mentioned Bill Owens when she first sat here, who dared mention the word reparations almost 50 years ago. Unfortunately, that was during desegregation when Boston really had another issue. So it wasn't met exactly with open arms. But what if it was? What if 50 years ago reparations became a reality? Would Black Boston be the home of the murder triangle where 90% of all the murders in Boston happen? Would Black Boston have an average worth of $8 for a family compared to almost $200,000 for a white family? Would Black Boston's life expectancy, which is right down the street, be 27 years difference between sitting here or sitting in Dorchester, Roxbury, or Mattapan? What if 50 years ago reparations happened? Where would Boston, where would the state of Massachusetts, where would black people in this state be? What if reparations 50 years ago was that shot in the arm? I might not even be sitting here because things might be a lot better. But now let's flip it. Where are we going to be 50 years from now if we don't at least look at the feasibility of reparations? What's going to be left then? My community right now is being plagued by gentrification. For all the talk of reparations, guess what? If we're not there, it's not going to matter one way or the other. We're being squeezed out of our own community. Reparations could do a lot of things. Obviously, it needs to be defined, but also it could help alleviate some of the things right now that are mostly affecting Black Boston, Black Massachusetts. Reparations may be that shot in that arm to stem the curve of gentrification. It may be the kind of thing that, if it were to happen, but let me put it like this. I can sit here, we all can sit in this room, but guess what? The possibility of reparations aren't really about just us. It's about our children and our children's children. And I mean all of our children, because you see, if we're all together, black and white, reparations could make sure that there's a less of a gap between what our children and their children's children are living. For us, the descendants of slaves here in Massachusetts, reparations happening now is something for the future. So those statistics I gave earlier hopefully will not be in play 50 years from now because we didn't do something 50 years ago. The feasibility of just a commission makes a lot of sense, just to see what could happen. Let's not wait 50 years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your testimony. And then we have Saskia Van James. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Saskia Van James, and I am a resident of Cambridge who identifies as an American freedman, which is a descendant of chattel slavery here within the U.S. I am also Honduran, the daughter of an immigrant. I speak today in support of Bill H-392L, as well as the Senate bills calling for a reparations task force to investigate harm stemming from gross violations of human rights for American freedmen due to loss of sovereignty, producing ethnic erasure. Massachusetts already has a commission on African Americans as part of racial justice and civil rights. We don't need another race-based commission. We need a reparations task force to examine harm stemming from loss of sovereignty leading to ethnic erasure of American freedmen. The state office then needs to coordinate with municipalities to establish a state office for freedmen affairs along with a regional office in Boston. As a resident of Cambridge, I am here to inform you that my city has taken an unapologetic stance to address harm stemming from institutional racism, and last night established as law the first American Freedmen Commission since the Reconstruction era. This is historical. I am proud to share with you that this ordinance was endorsed by our mayor, along with a city councilor of Caribbean descent and another city councilor of American Freedmen descent, all showcasing transnational solidarity on a municipal level. The City of Cambridge understands that reparations, legally speaking, is based upon human rights through transitional justice, based on international law, versus racial justice, which is based on civil rights underneath federal law. This commission will be conducting harm reports, developing a framework for reparative justice so that any funding for reparative services must follow this reparative model. Transitional justice is to work in tandem with reparative justice, not restorative justice. In the city of Cambridge, the harm that's being declared as needing transitional justice due to gross violations of human rights is loss of sovereignty producing ethnic erasure. Essentially, a form of a multi-generational genocide has been occurring, all to uphold a racial caste system developed by white supremacists in our government to excuse history, to excuse slavery. In Cambridge, any harm that's identified in our harm reports outside of American freedmen stemming from the racial caste system within the city's jurisdiction will be brought forth to the city so that pathway for repair for those who have been residents or descendants of those residents can receive access to reparative services. In Cambridge, we are unapologetically anti-racist and we are moving forward. We don't have all the answers, but we are a town with amazing resources and residents that are curious and ready to move forward. We are tired of racism. We need the state to match our energy and support American Freedmen's call for a state office of Freedmen Affairs and a regional office, just like our Native Americans have and just like our immigrants have. All ultimately to support a federal bureau, a federal Freedmen's Bureau, just like our Native Americans have and just like our immigrants have. We need a state office to provide reparative services, as there are many harms to repair, starting with land loss. In Massachusetts, there are 7,200 farms white-owned. Exactly 21 are black-owned, and out of that 21, we have no clue how many are owned by American freedmen. If this country can recognize the sovereignty of land in the Caribbean, where over 15 islands have sovereignty, and the sovereignty of Native Americans, then in Massachusetts, we can recognize American freedmen. The Fed Boston report shows that in the Metro Boston area, a report that includes Cambridge, it is $8 per American freedman, $12,000 for a Caribbean community, and $247K for white residents. We really need to explore why we have black immigrants who are so far ahead of American freedmen and what reparative services need to be developed to help close this gap. To do this requires a change in census collection and impacts multiple departments in our city. Please note, American freedmen were here before Christopher Columbus and had agreements with Native Americans that encompassed land usage in exchange for services and goods. We weren't just brought over here on slave ships, we were already here. I repeat, we were already here. The harm occurred isn't just stolen labor. This government stole land and property from American freedmen. And to this, I charge you to recognize American freedmen are owned 40 acres and that growing food is a human right. We must move in urgency to support this call for human rights, for we do not have time to waste. The earth is on fire. Since American freedmen have left the fields during chattel slavery that ended over just 100 years ago, at the same time, we have lost 80% of our topsoil. It is crucial that we recognize the earth-keeping practices of American freedmen as part of human rights and the calls for climate justice and environmental justice. We need to stick to international law for transitional justice, one that is recognized by our federal government so that our work in the state meets the requirements set forth by our Supreme Court, if challenged, as that they have already declared the overturning of affirmative action and race being used. James Baldwin was asked in an interview on civil rights, isn't it extremely difficult when racial prejudices are around? And James responded, let's examine what racial prejudices means. After all, everyone is of one kind of race or another. We're not talking about racial justices. We're talking about structures of power that have the right and duty to tell other people who they are for very dubious reasons. After all, the only reason I had to be black was to justify my slavery. That is a part of my inheritance, and it's a part of yours too. It has nothing to do with race. It's a way of avoiding history.
If you could conclude, please. Yeah.
I conclude in the words of Jane Elliott that there's only one race, the human race, and out of the human race we are a tribe of many. I am human just like you, and I have human rights. Please examine this and establish a task force for us.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay. Now we're on to Senate 1053 by Senator Miranda, an act establishing a commission to study reparations in Massachusetts. We do have a panel first with Jason Boyd and Yvette Modestin. Yeah, please come before us. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair
Yeah.
Eldridge,
Afternoon.
Vice Chair Barber, and the esteemed...
Thanks for your patience. I know it's been a long
Yeah,
day.
absolutely. And esteemed members of the committee, we hope today finds you in good health, firm mind, and high spirits. We come to you today as a panel for efficiency of time. We'll speak with one voice. My name is Jason Boyd, and I'm the Executive Director of the Black Mass Coalition, and I'm here on behalf of the Massachusetts Black Reparations Collective, a collective which consists of members Dr. Jemadari Kamara of UMass Boston Africana Studies Department, Kathleen Anderson of New England and Cobra and Reparations for Massachusetts, Elizabeth TeBlanc of Embrace Boston, and Yvette Modestin of Encuentro Diaspora Afro. We are here today to express our enthusiastic support for the passage of Senator Liz Miranda's legislation S. 1053, an act establishing a commission to study reparations in Massachusetts. As a collective of concerned citizens, scholars, activists, social justice advocates, and nonprofit professionals, we believe it is essential for our state to take proactive steps in acknowledging and addressing the historical harms and present-day impacts of injustices inflicted upon Massachusetts residents of African descent, their families and communities, by exploring avenues for reparations and repair. In many ways, Massachusetts has been at the forefront of our nation moving towards an equitable, just, and more perfect union for all. However, it is equally important to recognize the systemic discrimination, racialized violence, exploitation, and injustice that has persisted in the Commonwealth throughout our history, which has created and upheld long-standing disparities in health, wealth, well-being, opportunities, and life outcomes for her citizens of African descent. The establishment of a commission to study reparations is a crucial and necessary step towards addressing and remedying these deep-rooted issues. The proposed commission will be responsible for examining the historical context of slavery, segregation, and systemic racism in Massachusetts. It would assess the present-day impacts of these injustices, documenting economic, educational, and social disparities experienced by residents of African descent. Through a rigorous process of research, collecting data, and subsequent analysis, the Commission will provide recommendations and potential solutions to help rectify these historical wrongs. We are all well aware of the persistent racial gap that exists in Massachusetts. In order to address these historical and current disparities, it is essential to embed a racial equity lens into the policies, practices, and decision-making processes of our state's governing body. The creation of a commission to study reparations offers the Commonwealth this opportunity. Furthermore, given the proceedings of today, we like to lift up and highlight that in almost every one of the bills today, there has been an implication of how Black people are also further marginalized within the intersectionality of the protected class. In conclusion, we urge the Joint Committee of the Judiciary to support the creation of a commission to study reparations in Massachusetts. By doing so, we can take significant steps towards rectifying historical injustices and creating a more just and equitable Massachusetts that can provide a measure of justice for residents of African descent in the Commonwealth, as well as serve as an example for the rest of our nation. Thank you for your time and consideration. We are confident that with your leadership on this matter, we can build a more inclusive and resilient economy for all of Massachusetts residents. Thank you so much, committee.
Great, thank you so much. And the other, would you like to testify as well, or you're all set?
We were speaking as a singular
Okay,
voice.
that's what I thought, just checking. Okay, any questions from the committee? Okay, thanks for your great work.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I believe he had to leave, but just Joseph Feaster from the Urban League of Eastern Massachusetts. Joseph still here? Okay. Next we have a panel, Reggie Stewart, Makala Bembry, and Mia Taylor.
Good afternoon,
Good
Chair
afternoon.
and Vice Chair and Committee. My name is Makala Benbury. I was born at Beth Israel Hospital and have been a Massachusetts resident for most of my life. I live in Framingham. I'm speaking to you as a member of the ADOS Advocacy Foundation. ADOS is American Descendants of Slavery. I'm here to express support for the spirit of SB 1053 and HB 3921, both of which deal with reparations in Massachusetts. The ADOS reparations claim refers to redress for the U.S. government-sanctioned institution of chattel slavery and the failure of the federal government to adequately protect formerly enslaved persons and their descendants. Though many stakeholders, such as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, existed in the transatlantic and domestic slave trades, the federal government was ultimately culpable for allowing the inhumane institution to persist into what it is now in the U.S., what is now the U.S. As such, we advocate for reparations for the descendants of U.S. chattel slavery to be paid by the federal government. But in addressing the issue of reparations on a state level, the Commission should have the freedom to illustrate the structure of a comprehensive reparations proposal that would potentially serve as a national model, as Massachusetts often does. This remains relevant even in cases where these proposals will likely exceed the current budgetary and legislative capabilities of state government. And with a blatant focus on slavery, it is my hope that this does not slip into a BIPOC or people of color kind of reparations in an effort to show inclusiveness because we're focusing on slavery. reparations can manifest in various forms for the descendants of slavery. Compensation is most symbolically and materially significant aspect of any reparations program. Yes, reparations go beyond a check, but without providing financial compensation to close the racial wealth gap between ADOS families and white families, it truly can't be considered reparations. So what you should know about me is I speak as a descendant of slavery on all sides of my family. And we'll run out of time. I'll be real quick. So one of my great-grandfathers came here in 1870. And what's ironic about it is that it was about 100 years after the state constitution was made, and there was an assumption that slavery would just weed itself out because it wasn't in line. If it wasn't for the, Senator Miranda mentioned Mom Bet, and Mom Bet was serving her enslavers and was listening to the talk about Britain and how they were subjugating the colonists. And so where in Massachusetts you were a slave and you were chattel, you were also a person. So people were able to file claim. And she filed claim. As a matter of fact, many people filed claim in those years.
And you have passed to 3 minutes, so if you could just conclude, please.
Absolutely, I sure can. So anyway, I wanted to just thank the committee for addressing reparations. It's been so long, and we are scheduled to be at a zero wealth in the next couple years now. So we're hoping that we get a favorable ending on this. And again, thank you so much for listening.
Great,
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber, distinguished committee members. My name is Reggie Stewart. I'm a longtime Dorchester resident. I've lived in Boston most of my life. I'm also the Massachusetts State Liaison for the American Descendants of Slavery Foundation. I appreciate the opportunity to address you on behalf of myself, the Massachusetts chapter, and the National Foundation. And we want to express our strong support for the spirit of both S-1053 and H-3921. Our advocacy for reparative justice stems from a deep commitment to addressing the historical injustice inflicted upon the American descendants of slavery, or ADOS. The ADOS claim for reparations encapsulates the egregious wrongs of American chattel slavery from 1776 to 1865, the subsequent failure of the federal government to protect and compensate the 4 million formerly enslaved persons and their progeny during the Reconstruction era, and the failure from then till today to make their descendants whole. Our vision for reparations is grounded in the belief that a federal reparations program is necessary to comprehensively address the enduring consequences of American chattel slavery. Our vision is not only shared by much of the descendant community in the Commonwealth, but it resonates with thousands of members and supporters nationwide. However, we do appreciate the potential role that state-level initiatives can play in shaping the national discourse on reparations. Therefore, we fully support the establishment of a reparations commission to model what a comprehensive reparations proposal might look like on the state level. Now, the state level is certainly not in isolation, but rather a potential step towards influencing and guiding federal initiatives. The proposed commission, with the ability to navigate the complexities and the unique history of Massachusetts, could serve as a beacon and contribute to a broader understanding of reparations nationally. In that spirit, the ADOS Advocacy Foundation and its local membership emphasize the importance of ensuring that the Commission is granted the latitude to exemplify the structure of a comprehensive reparations proposal, even as such a proposal will likely exceed the budgetary and legislative capacities of the state government. A comprehensive proposal from an unencumbered commission would likely include remedies that encompass but are not limited to compensation that closes the wealth gap between descendant households and white households, land, education, mental health services, and strong legal and civil protections. We believe that a nuanced and comprehensive approach is essential for addressing the unique accrued disadvantage that has been transmitted from generation to generation exclusively within our group. In closing, we'd like to express our gratitude to Senator Miranda and Representative Fluker Oakley for their bold initiative and leadership. These decisions made regarding the bills will have a lasting impact, and we ask you to report these bills out quickly and favorably. And thank you for your time and attention. And if the committee has questions, we'll take them.
Great. Thank you so much for coming before the committee. Any questions from the committee? Okay, I think we're all set.
Thank you
so much. Appreciate it. Okay, the next panel, Reverend Daniel Smith, First Church in Cambridge, Congregational Rabbi Toba Spitzer, and Reverend Arrington Chambliss. So good afternoon, just before 5. We'll be saying good evening.
Yet.
That's
No.
right. We're almost
Okay.
at good evening.
Okay.
That's right.
So, good evening, Chair Eldridge and Vice Chair Barber, and all here for this most important House bill. My name is Arrington Chambliss, and I am an Episcopal priest, the Executive Director of Episcopal City Mission, and a leader within the Reparations Interfaith Coalition. I'm also a Massachusetts resident and a huge supporter of the Black Massachusetts Reparations Collective, who you just earlier heard from. I am here enthusiastically to support Senate Bill 1053, an act establishing a commission to study reparations in Massachusetts, and corresponding House Bill 3921. And the time is now. As a Christian and as a follower of Jesus, I'm here out of deep moral and faith conviction that the healing of the soul of the Commonwealth and our nation requires truth-telling, apology, and repair for the significant role in the transatlantic slave trade and the theft of land and ongoing impact of slavery and systemic discrimination and violence against African Americans and Indigenous people, who are our neighbors and our siblings. And I know this from my experience. I am not here alone. Episcopal City Mission is a statewide organization with thousands of engaged Episcopalians and delegate members from the suburbs, from rural areas and urban areas across the state who committed to shrinking the racial wealth gap and know that reparations has to be a part of that, because we know that the Episcopal Church, possibly more than any other predominantly white Christian American denomination, has advanced and complied with slave trade and ongoing white cultural domination. And yet, my church, the Episcopal Church, is finally facing its own reckoning with the transatlantic slave trade. In October of 2022, over 500 clergy and lay delegates representing parishes from across Massachusetts met in Danvers for the 237th annual convention of the Episcopal Diocese and made a unanimous, almost unanimous, and historic vote to approve the creation of an Episcopal Diocesan reparations funds for $11.1 million, which is not enough. But it is to address our legacy of wealth accumulated through the enslaved labor of Africans and Afro-Caribbeans. And why I'm telling you this is because the time is now. In my tradition, we're in the season of Advent, awaiting the arrival of love. And we know that if we're not vigilant, inertia and fear of conflict is such a force that will pull us back to places we don't want to go back to. And we must address our state's complicity in the slave trade. And I'm sure that none of us, and it's been referred to already, missed the December 11th, 2017 Globe article entitled, "That Was No Typo, the median net worth of Black Bostonians really is $8." We know that this was founded upon the slave trade and systemic racism, and it is our moral, spiritual, and ethical responsibility to pass Senate Bill 1053 and House Bill 3921, which will begin the critical process of repair now. So I want to thank you so much to this committee and for your consideration at this important time, and I hope you will issue the bill a favorable report.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber, and distinguished committee members. I am not Toba Spitzer, but I am part of a Reparations Interfaith Coalition and was signed up to speak anyway. My name is Lynn Layton, and I'm on the organizing committee of the National Grassroots Reparations Campaign, as well as co-chair of the secular Jewish organization Boston Workers Circles, acting for Racial and Economic Justice Committee, and a member of the Interfaith Coalition. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 1053, and I also support Senate Bill 1050 and House Bill 3921. Each organization with which I work reaches out to faith and ethically centered organizations and provides educational and other resources designed to help organizations make the case for reparations for African Americans. We understand reparations to be a moral and spiritual practice and not just a transactional practice limited to writing a check. Check's important, though, as others have said. We call for reparations to address our as yet unacknowledged debt for the crime of slavery, which built much of the wealth of this country and contributed to the wealth of our state. We call for reparations to address not only slavery, but its afterlives. For example, past and present policies like redlining and health disparities caused by environmental racism. We are building a culture of reparations, and we understand this as a spiritual and ethical necessity if we want all of our citizens to heal from the ongoing existence of systemic racism. Senate Bill 1053 calls for truth-telling about the impact of racism throughout the history of the U.S., a necessary first step for our Commonwealth and our nation to heal. Massachusetts, as has been said, was an early leader in the fight for reparations for slavery and its afterlives, from Belinda Royall's successful 1783 lawsuit to State Senator Bill Owen's introduction of Bill 1621, which called for a reparations commission to end racial inequity and became a model for H.R. 40, the bill Representative Conyers introduced into the U.S. House Judiciary Committee in that same year, 1989. In the last few years, towns like Amherst in Massachusetts and other U.S. cities have taken up the call for reparations, and it is time Massachusetts begins to do the kind of inspiring work that California has done by establishing a statewide commission to study reparations. Reparations are the midpoint between truth and reconciliation. No repair, no reconciliation. Federal and state reparations efforts are absolutely necessary if we are fully to address the debt owed by the U.S. and by states like Massachusetts. One of the 5 dimensions of reparations laid out by the UN is the guarantee of non-repetition. Only federal and state wealth transfers and policy changes that intentionally dismantle systemic racism can meet the test of a guarantee of non-repetition. I thank the Committee on the Judiciary for your consideration of this important issue, and I hope you will issue the bill a favorable report.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Eldridge and Vice Chair Barber and committee members. I'm Reverend Dan Smith, Senior Minister at First Church in Cambridge Congregational United Church of Christ. I'm a resident of Cambridge. I'm here today as a leader with the Reparations Interfaith Coalition. I'm also a longtime leader in the Greater Boston Interfaith Organization. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 1053 and House Bill 3921. First Church was founded in 1636. Over a decade ago, we discovered the names of over 100 enslaved persons on our membership records. Since then, First Church has been on a journey of ongoing learning, truth-telling, relationship building, and reparations. We've been asking questions like, how do we as a church publicly acknowledge, apologize for, and tell the truth about our history, alongside communities that have been most harmed by it? How do we repent, relinquish, and repair harm caused by the living legacies of slavery and white supremacy in our institution and all around us? Since 2017, we've engaged with descendant families of those enslaved persons on our membership rolls, including descendants of Cuba Vassal, who was one of the first free women to petition the Commonwealth for reparations in the late 1700s. We've sponsored focus groups with local communities of color to listen to their thoughts on how we should respond to our history. Understanding that reparations needs to happen at federal, statewide, municipal, and grassroots level, we've created a reparations fund with a small collective of local black leaders disperse however they see fit. This has given our community practice in how not only to relinquish our resources, but our control of what will happen with those resources. We are just one of many largely white communities doing grassroots work like this, in addition to the calls for reparations that Black Americans and others have been making for centuries. There is broadly and deeply felt interest and demand for reparations arising from white communities in our state, in institutions of higher education, congregations, and communities across the Commonwealth and across the country. A local lawyer and scholar just yesterday shared with a group that there are 88 state and municipal reparations initiatives already in progress in the United States. The time to act is now. In fact, Massachusetts is already at risk of being late to come to this monumentally important table of righting ongoing wrongs that have for too long been overlooked, denied, and forgotten. Last Sunday, the Reparations Interfaith Coalition hosted a Zoom call with over 180 leaders from across the state. 3 weeks ago, a similar event had 60 leaders from Cambridge alone. We were invited by National Reparations Movement leader Dr. Dave Ragland to imagine a headline 10 years from now: reparations finally paid to Black Americans. And I invite us all to do this now. Imagine waking up to that headline in 2034. Then he invited us to think of what each of us was doing back in 2023, right now, that helped that longed-for day to come. I hope and earnestly pray that in 10 years, each of you will look back and say, I voted yes for Senate Bill 1053 and House Bill 3921. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Greatly appreciate it. Okay. So it is 5 o'clock, and I know most people have been doing their best, but really when you do come before the committee, I really just want to keep to your 3 minutes because we do still have a long list of people who wish to testify. The next person to testify is Lynn Layton. Oh, my apologies. Forgive me. Okay, we have a virtual panel. Silas Sanderson, Richard Eric, and William Cordy. Yeah. Virtual panel.
Bill Gardner's present.
Okay, is that Mr. Cordy?
I think they made a mistake somehow. It's Gardner, not Cordy.
Okay, are you on this panel?
Yes, I am. I know the other two gentlemen.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is William Gardner, and I am a homeowner in Worcester, Massachusetts. I am testifying today in regards to the effects of public policy on the economic divide between blacks and whites here in the United States, more specifically Senate Bill 1053, an act establishing a commission to study reparations in Massachusetts. Homes are the largest investment that most American families make and by far the biggest item in their wealth portfolio. Since 1619, 404 years ago, when Africans were first brought to this country to function as slaves, there has been an economic disparity between blacks and whites, where blacks were originally not even allowed to earn an income at all. Even after approximately 240 years, when slavery was abolished, African Americans were barely able to find work, start a business, or own a home. Over the years of Reconstruction and Jim Crow laws, while there were advancements made on the surface, African Americans were still hampered for many years, while things like redlining, discriminatory mortgage lending practices, lack of access to credit, and lower incomes have blocked the home ownership path for African Americans while creating and reinforcing communities segregated by race. African Americans, therefore, are more likely to have high-risk mortgages, hence they are more vulnerable to foreclosure and volatile housing prices. Due to historic differences in access to credit, typically lower incomes, and factors such as residential segregation, the homeownership rate for white families is nearly 30% higher than the homeownership rate for black families. When you look at the early 2000s, the loss of wealth between blacks and whites is reflected in the destruction of housing wealth resulting from the foreclosure crisis and imploded housing market. Overall, half the collective wealth of African American families was stripped away during the Great Recession due to the dominant role of home equity and the prevalence of predatory high-risk loans in communities of color. Foreclosures not only have a direct impact on families, they also result in severe collateral damage to surrounding neighborhoods. One report estimates that this collateral destruction led to nearly $2 trillion in lost property wealth for communities across the country, with more than half of that loss being associated with communities of color, reflecting concentrations of high-risk loans, subsequent high foreclosure rates, and volatile housing prices. Public policy can play a critical role in creating a more equitable society and helping all Americans to build wealth. Still, a bold vision by policymakers, advocates, and others interested in social and racial justice is needed to develop a precise policy agenda. In conclusion, homeownership is the biggest driver of the racial wealth gap, and reparations would go a long way to decreasing this gap, along with ensuring that mortgage and lending policies and fair housing policies are enforced and strengthened so that the legacy of residential segregation no longer leads to greater wealth opportunities for white homeowners than it does for black homeowners. As an example, I was illegally foreclosed on 13 years ago and have been in and out of court pro se with no end in sight. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Are other members of the panel here? So Silas Anderson or Richard Eric?
Senator Eldridge, it's Grace Ross. I literally have both of them on the phone. They didn't get their links. I'm going to get them on as fast as I can. I'm sorry, Senator.
Okay. All right. We will, I think we'll go to the next group, and you can let us know. Okay, so Dr. Latasha Gibson from ADOS Advocacy Foundation, virtual.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Dr. Gibson.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll go ahead and start. I'm Dr. Latasha Gibson, and I'm speaking in support of S1053 and H3921, which is the House version of the bill. And as stated, my association is with the ADOS Advocacy Foundation. I am the daughter of two first-generation college graduates. I'm the granddaughter of a sharecropper, but I'm 2 generations removed from the institution of slavery. Despite that educational background of my parents and becoming the second Black American student from the institution of slavery to graduate from the Energy and Mineral Engineering Department at Penn State, I am going through my 4th job transition into a different field altogether for more job security. My hometown, Durham, North Carolina, home to one of the Black Wall Streets, is not only being gentrified, but it has the statistics where Black Americans make up 68% of the homeless while contributing 37.2% to the city's population. However, I'm not alone. Black graduates have the same rate of employment as white high school dropouts, and home ownership for young Black Americans, which are the lowest among all demographics, has been tied to parent wealth. So with such gross inequities, it's no wonder why we have the persistence of the Black wealth gap. Nevertheless, reparations are not just about closing the wealth gap. It is a justice claim for full redress. While some may mention that reparations are not just checks, they start with monetary compensation. We live in a capitalistic system where compensation is the minimum that is due for past gross atrocities. To deny such a form of payment is to deny the humanities of those who descended from those who provided free labor under harsh duress at best and unspeakable torture at worst. No other lineage has experienced such atrocities for so long and to this extent. Slavery and all associated laws to extend the disenfranchisement from citizenship and full economic inclusion have been enabled, sanctioned, and reinforced by the U.S. government. To conclude with such gross inequities and gross injustice, the Commission must do its due diligence to scope out a comprehensive framework for reparations that could serve as a national model. The outsets of COVID and rising inflation has fast-tracked the predicted year for the wealth of American descendants of slavery to go to zero wealth. Therefore, if budgetary and legislative capacities are maxed out, we ask that the Commission remove such restrictions given the high stakes. And I want to thank the Judiciary Committee from Massachusetts for listening to my testimony.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gibson. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, now we have a virtual Stephanie Franklin. Stephanie Franklin?
Yes.
Yes, hello. Please go ahead.
Can you see me? Okay. How are you?
Good, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Eldridge and Vice Chair Barber and members of the Joint Judiciary Committee. My name is Stephanie Franklin, and I am a member of the American Descendants of Slavery Advocacy Foundation. I am an attorney, and I am president and CEO of the Franklin Law Group, where our team provides legal representation to abused and neglected children across 5 counties in the state of Maryland and have been doing so for 17 years. But most importantly, I am a descendant of American chattel slavery through both of my parents, who are children of the Jim Crow South. And I am the great-granddaughter plus of enslaved men and women of the American South. I support the spirit of Senate Bill 1053 and House Bill 3921. The impact of enslavement and the continual and systemic exclusion, subjugation, victimization, marginalization, and plunder of ADOS peoples throughout periods of U.S. history to the present have created a crippling economic, political, and social impact that has devastated ADOS life. For example, the Black family's median national household average income is approximately $48,000. And this is disaggregated data. This includes all ethnicities within the Black African American racial category. It is the lowest amongst all races and ethnicities that are non-Black, including those who are Black in the U.S., according to the U.S. Census data reported in 2021. And to compound this statistic, the child poverty rate, specifically in Massachusetts, is 12% for all children, but 21% for Black children. And again, this is non-disaggregated data for Black people in the state of Massachusetts. We have been denied the exercise of full citizenship in a country our ancestors physically built and propelled to economic prosperity and global dominance. We have a unique history, a unique economic burden in this country that has been inherited through generations and entangled with the history of enslavement in this country. This is why specificity
I think you might be on mute.
Thank you. It is important to be clear about the group who bore the burden of these atrocities, and lineage must be the focus of any reparations commission addressing Black repair, grounded in cash payments at a minimum, but including giving special designated categories for government contracts for businesses. Where I fully believe, and I recognize my time is done, I fully believe, and we fully believe, that the federal government is responsible for this. But state and local reparations commissions, again, as been stated earlier, could provide a model for the federal government to do this repair. So in closing, I support the spirit of Senate Bill 1053 and HB House Bill 3921 and urge the committee to issue a favorable report. Thank you for your time and for holding this hearing.
Great. Thanks so much, Ms. Franklin. Appreciate it. Now we have Steve Jenkins from the Worcester Anti-Foreclosure Team. Steve Jenkins.
I'm sorry, Senator, they're still having a hard time getting on. I'm working on it.
Okay. Thank you. Cassie Quinlan. Nope. Larry Higginbottom. Nope. Margaret Carey. Grace Ross, do you want to testify?
Yeah, I'll keep helping them fight with the link.
Okay, but you can
After
testify.
I
Go ahead.
testify. Thank you, Senator. Grace Ross, Mass Alliance Against Predatory Lending. We would obviously welcome a commission on reparations. I wish we could take action directly and not wait on a commission. I wanted to address that the work we do around predatory loans and foreclosures show that this isn't just a legacy. This is an ongoing strategy that to this day is stripping those of who descend from those who've been enslaved by white folks in this country, but obviously are practices that, as we've seen them evolve since emancipation, now have netted people of color broadly and immigrants and women heads of household. But let me tell you what we have found out in the last few years. There's a brilliant piece by Charles Neer III, who looked at the issue of predatory lending as it evolved, starting from emancipation. As folks are all familiar with the 40 acres and a mule that did not get given to folks, what people are not familiar with is starting within, well, actually, when emancipation was finally announced to the final folks who got told, at the same time, white Southern slave owners were already figuring out how to ensure that black men would not have property. And they stated very clearly, and I will not use the terminology as words I do not use, but they said that if these people had land, how were they going to get forced to work on the plantations that they had supposedly been freed from? And therefore, the plan was, and it has now been perfected to the point where it is being done, you know, in the huge inflationary bubble in the first decade of this century. But the plan was you give people a loan that is unaffordable. It is far beyond the price of the value of the land, and they will never be able to afford to pay it off or recoup the property. What does this do? It means that they know that they will either force you to pay money you do not have and cannot have, or they will retake the property. It's a guarantee. This formula that has worked now for 150 some years, and it is what is being done today. So when we talk about reparations, people often think of it as compensating for past malfeasance. This isn't past. This is present. This is what I work 100 hours a week on. And it is time for us to recognize that these are not just legacies that are being handed down. These are practices that are still being used. This is the richest industry in the world, the banking industry. They are using the same practices. They've gotten very good at hiding it so that people don't see it, they don't recognize it. And yet here we are with people who are being told that they wanted something for nothing. Anybody recognize maybe a little racist overtone in that terminology? You bought too much house? Are we still blaming the victims of long-term systemic racism or what? Now we go to court and we get told, oh, what, you want a house for free? These
So
are all
Grace,
racist
you have reached your
memes,
3
and they're
minutes, so
being
if you
used
could
to this
conclude.
day.
If you could conclude.
Well, let me just say that I'm finalizing my research, but it appears that the amendment to the Massachusetts Constitution, Article 1 for property and life and liberty, that was added language to equalize that the discrimination cannot be a basis for denying the same inalienable rights, was passed in 1976. In 1981 was the passage of the anti-redlining law in Massachusetts. In 1989 was the passage of the Massachusetts Equal Rights Act. And in the 1990s, with some amendments, was the Discrimination Bill, Chapter 151B. Do you know that to this day, 50 years later, the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court has never ruled to enforce any piece of legislation or the amendment to our Constitution as to real property for people of color?
So
to
Grace,
this day.
I asked you to conclude, so please conclude, okay?
That's my conclusion, Senator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next person to sign up is Evan Norrington. Nope, okay. Okay, Christine Friend. Nope, all right. Gabrielle Ying Cho. ADOS Advocacy Foundation.
I'm here.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barbara, and distinguished committee members. My name is Gabrielle Ningcho. I am a member of the ADOS Advocacy Foundation. I'm here today in support of S-1053 and H-3921, both of which deal with reparations in Massachusetts. As documented in my family ancestry, my fourth great-grandfather, Philip, was a former slave and sharecropper in South Carolina. He could not own land because he was bound and restricted by laws called Black Code. My grandmother was forced to migrate, looking for opportunities further south during the Jim Crow segregation era. She moved to Overtown, Florida, which was referred to as Colored Town. My mother was a victim of the crack epidemic in 1980 and 90s, which systematically spread through urban sectors like Miami, LA, and even Boston, causing irreversible damage to the ADOS families like my own. These events are not unique to just my family, but they are circumstances that many descendants of American chattel slavery can attest to. It is these circumstances that have prevented ADOS families from wealth-building opportunities that are typically passed on from generation to generation. Lineage-based reparations can begin to address the dire economic and social intergenerational effects of U.S. chattel slavery on American descendants of slavery today, which is clearly expressed through the racial lineage wealth gap. Again, my name is Gabrielle Ningcho, and I want to urge the committee on the judiciary to issue these bills a favorable report. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Greatly appreciate it. Now we have Marnique Rivera, Mass Alliance Against Predatory Lending. Marnique Rivera, virtual? No, all right. Jane Stevenson, the Reparations Collective in Western Mass, showing up for racial justice. Yes, please go ahead.
Hey, before I get started, I just want to say that I teach high school and I didn't know where I'd be in the hearing. And so for the whole afternoon, this was live streamed to my whole class of kids. So hopefully a lot of children have been inspired to become
How are the students doing?
They were really into it. We got into some very lively debates about some of the previous bills. It was really cool. So thanks for that. So good evening, Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber, and esteemed committee members. My name is Jane Stevenson. I'm a Massachusetts resident, and I'm here representing two thriving organizations, the Western Massachusetts chapter of Showing Up for Racial Justice, SURGE, and the Reparations Collective. Thanks for having me. I'm here in strong support of Senate Bill 1053, an act establishing a commission to study reparations in Massachusetts. I've been deeply involved in the reparations movement for several years now, and I have seen a groundswell of support for truth and healing emerge. If you are like me, you may feel overwhelmed at and at a loss as to how to begin to face the history and legacy of enslavement. It's an enormous issue and can feel insurmountable. But across the country, states, municipalities, schools, and faith communities have begun this work. It's possible. We can do this. We must. When our nation was young, Massachusetts was one of the first to abolish chattel slavery. This move seemed insurmountable for many at the time, and yet we took this leadership. 240 years later, we have the opportunity to take another challenging step to understand and face the legacy of enslavement and the cascade of evils that have come since. Reparations as a concept is not widely understood. People hear the word and think only of money, and I believe it's important for us all to remember that reparations is not limited to just financial reckoning. It's truth-telling, it's acknowledgement of harms, it's focus on healing, recognition of generational impact, and restructuring systems and policies to provide guarantees of non-repeat. It may, and in my opinion, it should also include financial compensation. It should also include attention towards robust healthcare, education, housing, and rectifying other inequities faced by Black people in our state. We can begin this process by agreeing to research, gather evidence, and compile documentation related to the history and impact of slavery in Massachusetts. Telling the truth and facing our history liberates us all. Imagine how inspirational it would be for our Commonwealth to be among the first to propose remedies and reparative actions. Committee on the Judiciary, thank you for your time, energy, and consideration of this critical issue. I beseech you to follow in the footsteps of your predecessors who took unshrinking steps towards a more equitable future, and issue this bill a favorable report.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Next person to sign up is James Kwame Gray. Nope. Vincent Fry. Vincent Fry from ADOS.
Good evening, Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber, and distinguished committee members. My name is Vincent Fry, and I'm a member of the ADOS Advocacy Foundation Maryland chapter. I am here today in support of the ADOS Massachusetts chapter to advocate for the passage of H 3921 and S 1053, two bills that would establish a commission to study reparations in Massachusetts. American descendants of slavery, ADOS, are American citizens who inherit the legacy of their chattel slave ancestors. These ancestors played a crucial role in building and enriching America, serving as its very currency and contributing to its rise as the wealthiest and most powerful nation in the world. However, ADOS currently find themselves in a stigmatized, racialized, and marginalized position within American society, a bottom caste, facing numerous challenges. Unique among all groups, ADOS have endured the full spectrum of 400 years of slavery, Jim Crow, and other forms of multi-generational social, political, and economic oppression. The ADOS reparations claim refers to redress for the U.S. government-sanctioned institution of chattel slavery and the failure of the federal government to adequately protect formerly enslaved persons and their descendants. And while the Commonwealth of Massachusetts existed in the transatlantic and domestic slave trades, the federal government was ultimately responsible. Consequently, we advocate for reparations for the descendants of U.S. chattel slavery, ADOS, to be paid by the federal government. At the same time, we recognize that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has a role to play in addressing the legacy of slavery. H 3921 and S 1053 would create a commission to study the issue of reparations in Massachusetts and make recommendations to the legislature. This is an important step in the process of making Massachusetts a more just and equitable place for all. Please support the passage of the bills. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay, Pamela Graham. Pamela Graham.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Eldridge and Vice Chair Barbara and distinguished committee members. My name is Pamela Graham. I am an American descendant of slavery and a member of the American Descendants of Slavery Advocacy Foundation. American Descendants of Slavery Advocacy Foundation is a genuine grassroots political advocacy group. It is also a data-driven organization. And as we all understand, data gives the big lens of what is happening with American descendants of slavery. I am calling today in support of the spirit of SB 1053 and HB 3921, of which deal with reparations in Massachusetts. There are numerous unique negative shared costs directly tied to the institution of slavery, some being multi-generational plunder, discrimination, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration, environmental racism, and the lineage wealth gap. And I could go on and on. And so lineage matters, and I am in favor of lineage-based reparations and not melanin-based reparations. Our justice claim for reparations is sacred to ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, because we stand in the shoes of our ancestors who built the richest country in the world. The ADOS reparations claim refers to the redress for the U.S. government-sanctioned institution of chattel slavery and the failure of the federal government to adequately protect formerly enslaved persons and their descendants. Though many stakeholders, such as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, existed in the transatlantic and domestic slave trade, the federal government was ultimately culpable for allowing the inhumane institution to persist in what is now the United States. As such, we advocate for reparations for the descendants of U.S. chattel slavery to be paid by the federal government. While reparations can manifest in various forms for the descendants of slavery, compensation is the most symbolically and materially significant aspect of any reparations program. Yes, reparations go beyond a check, but without providing financial compensation to those to close the racial wealth gap between ADOS families and white families, it cannot truly be considered reparations. In addressing the issues of reparations on the state level, the Commission should have the freedom to illustrate the structure of a comprehensive reparations proposal that could potentially serve as a national model. This remains relevant even in cases where these proposals will likely exceed the current budgetary and legislative capacities of the state government. In closing, I would like to thank the bill sponsors for holding space for the ADOS community. Specificity is important and lineage matters because it lends legitimacy to this process in the eyes of the ADOS community. Also, thank you to the Committee on the Judiciary for your consideration, and I hope you will issue these bills a favorable report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. Greatly appreciate it. In oversight by mine, there was a bill earlier, Senate 1050, Senator Miranda, an act creating reparations for the descendants of American slavery and piloting universal basic income. And we have Aziza Robinson Goodnight. Is Aziza here? And so sorry for that oversight.
I think I signed up for the wrong one, but I'm in
Pardon
favor.
me?
I think I signed up for the wrong one, but I'm in favor
that's
of
okay.
all three. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Co-Chair, for allowing me to testify today in favor of reparations for American freedmen. A debt promised obligated to those were my ancestors, living American freedmen, and our descendants in perpetuity. My name is Aziza Robinson Goodnight, and I'm an American freedman. Also, a descendant of American freedmen who came to Boston here in the 1940s. the daughter of the Black Arts Movement, an educator, researcher, mother, and local and national reparations organizer. I stand here today because of my ancestors and my elders, Mom Bet, Callie House, Bill Owens, Queen Mother Moore, and much more, who have paved the way in through their life commitment to achieve full reparations. Today, I am in favor of House Bill 3921, Senate Bill 1053, and Senate Bill 1050. The epigenetic trauma that has plagued our communities and the Holocaust we have experienced and am currently experiencing is forcing us into potential erasure as a community. The affect of the COVID pandemic has left our communities further decimated without proper emergent care, and the looming statistics of the tragic wealth gap report that was released by the Federal Reserve Bank, whose primary purpose was to enhance the stability of the American banking system. Built 39 years after the failure of the American Freedmen Bank, a bank which my great-grandfather banked at. The failure of this bank left the American freedmen with deep trauma and distrust amongst the community and banks. President Woodrow Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act into law. This was a perfect opportunity to repair the harm and to start to repair the harm and establish American freedmen's saving banks and return the wealth back to this community. As we, Governor Healy, where's our state of emergency? We deserve health repair, wealth repair, personhood repair, education repair, and livelihood repair. I am thankful for Senator Miranda and Rep. Fluker Oakley for hearing our voices as a community and bringing these bills to the floor without hesitation, and encourage all who can to ensure full repair. Reparations and reparative action bills should be reigning on the State House in 2024 and beyond. The reparations movement is moving through the power of our ancestors, and will or will not happen without you. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks for your patience.
Senator Silas Sanderson is on whenever you want to take him.
Okay, first we're going to go to, on this bill I mentioned, Senate 1050, Antonia Edwards. Is Antonia Edwards here?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
For some reason, I think it was changed. I'm really on 3921, but I talked to your gentleman over there, and he corrected it for me.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
So I want to first thank the distinguished members and esteemed panel for the Judiciary Committee here today. Thank you for hearing us. This is really monumental. My name is Antonia Edwards. I am a descendant of U.S. chattel slavery, better known as American freedmen. My ancestors, 3 generations removed, were formerly emancipated slaves. I'm here today basically for 3921, but want to make sure that it's clear why I'm doing so. Fluker Oakley made sure that legally and legislatively the verbiage in her bill was correct. We are known as American freedmen. You'll know that by the American Freedmen Act of 1865, the American Bureau of 1865, and also the Freedmen Bank. I hear a lot of words going around: African American, black slaves, enslaved. American freedmen is who we are. In order to get this legislation to go through, you have to go to the original harm party, which were the descendants of slaves, the American freedmen, who we are now the descendants of slaves. Also, too, I want to make sure it's taken in consideration that there's a concerted effort to dismantle any race-based initiative that came originally by Judge Thomas for the Supreme Court, his ruling to strike down any race-based initiatives. Also, Ed Bloom out of Texas, he has a concerted effort with his organization to knock those down. He's doing black venture capitals, the Navy, and so forth. So I just want to read my thing real quick. So my name is Antonia Edwards. I am a descendant of American freedmen, formerly emancipated slave of 4 million chattel enslaved in the U.S. My ancestral background extends to both my mother and my father's side. My parents were illegal child sharecroppers because their parents were sharecroppers because their parents were slaves. So I'm only 3 generations removed. I really appreciate the acknowledgement of lineage-based ancestral, you guys listening and understanding and wanting to understand the educational part of it. The American freedmen, it's imperative that the harms created through the ongoing badges and incidents of slavery as a direct result of the stain of slaveries be addressed. The debate over slavery reparations, where do we stand, how much it costs, needs to be addressed expeditiously. I do believe that establishing a statewide American Freedmen Commission is of the utmost importance and will answer those questions. It is the total goal to establish Office of Freedmen Affairs to do so. We originally had them. It was dismantled. Everything that was put in place was sabotaged on purpose. So therefore, it needs to be reactivated. And that's how we get to the point of answering these questions as to what's done. I just want to also mention that there are 12 areas of harm that need to be addressed, and I'll tell you that real quick. So we have enslavement, racial terror. My family left South Carolina to escape racial terror, and they came to Boston only to face racial terror. My mother was the first Black American school bus driver in desegregation in Charlestown and South Boston. And every day she came home, we didn't know if she was gonna come home because she had rocks and bottles thrown in her bus. And so she faced the magistrate down there. So, okay, we're gonna do racial terror, political disenfranchises, housing segregation, separate and unequal education, racism and environmental infrastructure, pathologizing Black families, control over creative, cultural, and intellectual life, also stolen labor, hindrance of opportunities, unjust legal system, mental and physical harm and neglect, and the biggest one is the lineage wealth gap. And I'm just going to close there because I know it's past 5 o'clock. I know you guys are trying to get people to push through. And everybody has really said everything that I want to say, but I just want to emphasize the fact that American Freedmen is the way to legislation to get this to push through. It shouldn't be anything race-based. And then we have to pay homage to our ancestors because without them, there would be no reparations. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for the education. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, so now we'll go back to the other bill. And if Grace Ross can hear my voice, you have some of your members to testify.
Silas Sanderson was on. Yeah, he's having sound problems. Are you, Silas, can they hear you? Silas, maybe you need to get closer to the mic because we can't see you. Maybe that's why we can't hear you.
Can you hear us, sir?
Silas, can you
You're
hear
on
them?
mute, sir.
Yeah, we've had this problem before. Let's see.
Okay, was there someone else?
Why can't he unmute? I'm sorry. I'm going to keep fighting with his mute. Yeah, there's somebody else. She's also having problems getting on. So you take other folks. Senator, thank you for your patience.
I'm in.
Okay, who is this?
This is Christine Friend.
Yes, go ahead.
Christine Friend.
Yes,
Yes,
please go
hi,
ahead, Ms. Friend.
I'm Christine Friend, and I'm from, I purchased a home in Worcester, Massachusetts, and I was unfortunately illegally foreclosed on. I was in the middle of a loan modification, and they foreclosed on me. I thought I was living my dream, giving my daughter her home that her father always wished for her. My husband passed away in the interim, and my daughter had a insurance policy for her, and he always wanted to buy her a home. So I used some of that money to put down on my home for my daughter, and I thought I was giving her the dream. She was happy. We were living happy, and they just foreclosed on me in the middle of a loan modification. And it's not fair. My dream was ripped away from me, and it was devastating to have to explain this to my daughter. And we need to stop this. We need to stop this. We need we just have to make a difference. This is not okay that these banks can just take things out from under us illegally and no reparation, no repercussions, they have to be held accountable for what they've done. My husband died at a young age and I was left alone, a single mom, and I buy this home for us so we could live on and live his dream, and it was ripped from us.
Very sorry about that. Any
Yes,
more testimony or?
Well, the bank did, they didn't even own my home. Like, how can they do this? Like, I've already been to court. They heard my story. I won in housing court. I won in Superior Court. We're waiting. Then other things came up on my situation that wasn't enlightened before that they've done on the loan when they ripped my house away from me. So we need to keep fighting, and we need these banks to be held accountable. My friend, I went to his bank. He's my good friend. He got me the loan. I'm so happy, and this is what happened. I'm believing in this person, and he helped me out. I was so happy, and they just ripped it away from me.
Very sorry.
These banks are doing illegal things, and innocent people are suffering. They're suffering.
So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. As far as
Grace, I'm on also.
Oh, Marnique Rivera's on also.
Okay,
Senator.
great. Yeah, please go ahead, Ms. Rivera.
Thank you for hearing our testimony, or my testimony, I should say. My name is Marnique Rivera. I live in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. I am a single mother of 3 children. I am a first-time homeowner for myself and in generations of my family. My home was illegally foreclosed back in 2016. And I've been fighting as a pro se litigant for all of this time, and still to today have not had any resolve. And I'm asking for you to favorably put out the bill 1053. I just want to express to you that I can't even put into words the devastation that this has caused to myself and to my family. I don't want to sound like it's another sad story, but these are real lives that this is affecting, and it's really unfair. So that's really it for my testimony, and I'm asking you to favorably put Bill 1053 out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. Next person we have signed up, Jason Princeton. Jason Princeton. Yep. Cynthia M. Adeyemi.
Yes.
Yes, hello.
Can you hear me? How are you? Okay. Good evening, Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Harper, and distinguished committee members. My name is Dr. Cynthia Adeyemi, and I'm a member of ADOS Advocacy Foundation, and my professional background is in community health promotion and education. I am here today to express my support for the spirit of Senate Bill 1053 and House Bill 3921, which deal with reparations in Massachusetts. I am testifying today from a public health perspective, specifically income and hypertension disparities and their negative impact on the Massachusetts Black community. Nationally, the age-adjusted prevalence of hypertension is highest among non-Hispanic Black at 57.1% compared to 44% for non-Hispanic whites. Median household income in 2022 was lowest for non-Hispanic Black at $52,860 compared to non-Hispanic whites at $81,060. In Massachusetts, Blacks represent close to 7% of the population, yet account for 36% of hypertension prevalence compared to 32% for whites, who comprise 70% of the state population. Hypertension is a significant stroke risk factor, and cardiovascular disease is the #1 cause of mortality worldwide. Estimates of Black household income in Massachusetts is $63,189 compared to $100,002.27 for whites. According to Massachusetts mortality data, Blacks have the highest age-adjusted mortality rate attributed to stroke compared to their white counterparts. My seminal research using National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey data concluded an association between poverty group level and pre-hypertension, which found a 44% increased risk for pre-hypertension in the highest compared to the lowest poverty group. Further analysis found almost a 50% increased odds of pre-hypertension in Blacks compared to whites. Pre-hypertension is a hypertension risk. Evidence has found that Blacks transition from pre-hypertension to hypertension at least 1 year earlier than their white counterparts. The annual cost nationally for hypertension is estimated around $79 billion. These data are not attributed to group moral failure. Rather, they are an expression of policies such as, but not limited to, chattel slavery, Jim Crow, coordinated practices to exclude ADOS from wealth building, and continue efforts not to protect ADOS from unjust treatment, which have allowed unfair conditions to get up under our skin and anchor us as a bottom caste. In conclusion, Senate Bill 1053 and House Bill 3921 are public health interventions at the tertiary prevention level that align with Healthy People 2030 vision and overreaching goals. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope you will issue these bills a favorable report.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next person signed up is Melanie Moon.
I'm in too.
Melanie Moon?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, Melanie Moon, excuse me. Please go ahead.
Great. Good evening. My name is Melanie Moon. I am a member of the ADOS Advocacy Foundation, which is American Descendants of Slavery. I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. I am speaking today in support of the spirit of SB 1053 and HB 3921, which deal with reparations in Massachusetts. The ADOS reparations claim refers to redress for the U.S. government-sanctioned institution of enslaved persons and their descendants. Though many stakeholders, such as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, were involved in the transatlantic and domestic slave trades, the federal government was ultimately culpable for allowing this inhumane institution to persist in what is now the United States. As such, we advocate for reparations for the descendants of U.S. chattel slavery to be paid by the federal government to Massachusetts and every other state in this nation. We know from Richard Rothstein's book, The Color of Law, that every state in this nation bears the stain today of this federally supported institution. I would also like to emphasize the importance of specificity as it lends legitimacy to this process in the eyes of the ADOS community. I concur with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Therefore, I want to thank Massachusetts State Senator Liz Miranda and State Representative Brandy Fluker Oakley for holding space for the ADOS community. I would also like to thank Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber, and the Committee on the Judiciary for your consideration, and I pray that you will issue these bills a favorable report. Thank you for adding your weight to the arc of the moral universe.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next person signed up is Larry Riley. Nope. Okay. Evan Shepard. Nope. Vicki Miller. Ed Shaw. Theodore Norman III.
You called me before.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, you called me before? So I'm waiting for you to come back around again?
Is that Casey Quinlan?
That's it.
Yes, please go ahead.
Whenever you're ready, it's fine. Now?
Yep, please go ahead. Yep.
Thanks. Okay, great. So my name's Cassie Quinlan. I live in Concord, Massachusetts. And I'm here today to support the proposals to study the reparations in Massachusetts, SB 1053 and HB 3921. I'm a member and I support ADOS Foundation goals, adding my particular voice as a Canadian citizen who moved to the United States in 1967 when I was 22. I'm also an intercultural studies specialist and disabled coach. My particular circumstances left me an outsider perspective in the world that raised me. So I've been an Irish background, and it was kind of seen as normal. The outsider was hidden. And so it was sort of circumstantial, maybe, because of disabilities, class issues, different generations, different genders in my Irish family. Well, also our home sat on the top of a mountain 1.5 hours from school, so access to peers was cut off. So I navigated alone with little preparation or support for adult life, struggled and found failure was accepted and hidden, all part of expectations of normal cultural life. I'm always interested in why do these things keep coming back up again, and what is some of the white reaction? And I think that whites are not all the same. There's different white groups, and I understand some of them. And so sometimes I try to think of how it could be different if they were different. But anyway, so I moved to the States to see how I could navigate with less shame and more focus on my skills. And I joined a small company and a job I'd found from Montreal. When I first arrived in Boston, my new work colleagues were quick to help me learn which parts of the city I should avoid because they were too dangerous. Of course, these were the black areas, parts of Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan, where the population consisted of a significant number of black Americans. It was easy for me to avoid such contact, for the world I knew was managed by white leadership and neighborhoods, separated. But over the years, I wanted more support and understanding of lives, and I volunteered in mental health and finally ended up in a role of being a school bus driver, starting in the suburbs where I was quite effective with the teens. But my job was reclaimed when the older employee wanted his job back, and so I sought a bus driving job where it was needed in Boston busing. Suddenly, I was astonished to learn that I loved being in the middle of black American settings. Now, I know all the issues that black people were facing. Busing was no picnic for them. For me, it was a breath of fresh air because so much unreality was happening all around me that I could see anyway. The culture was different from what I had learned. It was active, alert, welcoming, responsive, different from my own, which left me deferring to whatever authority was in charge. Black neighborhoods and my bus riders were part of a culture which did not focus so much on theories of people all around the world. What they did extremely well was to welcome, include, offer engagement to every person in the room, or in this case, on the bus. Whatever happened, I'm just going to mention a couple of cultural things that I've discovered as my job as a bus driver. But whatever happened on the bus was shared. Everyone on the bus had a chance to weigh in, listen, participate. It wasn't private. They could participate, add another piece, using humor, perspective, huge storytelling collaboration. You're not taking me to South Boston. The first day I drove black students home from school in Alston, I tried to insist on order by my
ma'am,
own...
I do think you want to conclude, okay?
Yes, let me just see if I can contextually add in.
That's okay. We understand your work, so just conclude, please.
Well, it's not just that. It's what I want to focus on is that the fierceness of the communication system was devised by the mothers, and because I ended up also studying all of Black history taught by Black women, and finding out about the desperate situation of the mothers whose children were taken away when they were, as soon as they were healthy enough to leave and sent somewhere else, to me brought a whole, oh, great.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your conclusion. We're going to go to the next person, okay? Thank you very much. Who's next? Is it right here? Okay, next person is Bill Singleton. Bill Singleton. Bill Singleton? Nope.
Senator, I've managed to figure out how to get Silas
George.
Anderson, so whenever you want.
George, what's that? George
You called
Green
Theodore
something?
Norman. You called Theodore Norman III earlier, but then I was interrupted. Didn't get a chance to testify.
Oh, sure, if you could just hold on for a bit. George Green something? Constance Holmes? Yes. Okay.
My patience has been rewarded.
Yes.
My patience, thank you for your patience.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Eldridge and distinguished committee members. My name is Constance Holmes, and I'm a member of the Reparations Interfaith Coalition. I am a resident of Massachusetts and an advocate and activist for reparations. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 1053, an act establishing a commission to study reparations in Massachusetts. I have a family history with reparations. I do. My mother fled Nazi Austria in 1939, leaving behind her grandfather who perished in Theresienstadt. She and her remaining family were permitted to take out the equivalent of $250 and left behind businesses and all personal property. My mother, Margaret, was awarded monthly reparations following a referendum by the Austrian government 45 years after the invasion of Austria. I have witnessed firsthand the impact of reparations on a survivor of atrocity, not only in terms of financial compensation, but in terms of deep acknowledgement and an effort at repair. It is my conviction there can be no true racial reconciliation in this country without reparation, acknowledgement of 400 years of slavery and its consequences. These consequences continue today in the form of an egregious wealth gap, housing discrimination, and profound disparities in education, healthcare, and work opportunities. We need this task force to effectively document these continuing abuses and to put in motion reparations for all those affected by them. Thank you for the Committee on the Judiciary for your consideration of this important issue, and I hope you will issue this bill a favorable report.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for your patience. Yep. And I think there was a Theodore Norman. Are you still there? Theodore
Yes.
Norman? Yep.
Greetings. My name is Mr. Theodore Norman III. I'm a member of the ADOS Advocacy Foundation. When I was in graduate school at Boston University, I resided in the Austin Bright neighborhood in Boston. First, I would like to thank both the Honorable Chair and Co-Chair and the distinguished members of the committee for the opportunity to offer my testimony and to express my strong support for the three bills currently under consideration by the Massachusetts legislature: S1053, S1050, and H3921. These bills represent an important step towards addressing the legacy of slavery in our nation and providing justice and redress for its descendants. It is crucial that we as a society acknowledge and confront the lasting impact of this dark chapter in our history, and these bills offer a pathway to do so. While I fully support the objectives of S1053 and H3921, I would like to draw your attention to some concerns regarding the language used in S1053 and H3921. Specifically, I urge you to remove or replace the term freedman with American descendant of slavery. While it is crucial to acknowledge the plight of those who were freed following the Civil War, it is equally vital to recognize that the term freedman has a broader historical context. The Library of Congress confirms that white refugees were also referred to as freedmen during this period. Therefore, it is imperative to use terminology that specifically identifies American descendants of slavery, who are the direct descendants of the institution of chattel slavery in America. Additionally, I propose that S 1050 and H 3921 require the U.S. federal government to provide reparation compensation, considering the immense scale and budgetary limitations of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Reparations are not solely the burden to be borne by individual states, but a responsibility that should be shouldered collectively as a nation. By urging the federal authorities to take the responsibility, Massachusetts can set an example for other states, fostering a much needed nationwide discussion on restorative justice. In supporting these bills, we must prioritize the voices and concerns of American descendants of slavery and who have been disproportionately affected by the legacy of slavery. We cannot underestimate the significance of financial reparations as a means to rectify the systemic disadvantages and injustices that have persisted for generations. Reparations are an essential step towards achieving true equity and justice, and we have a duty to make amends for the past in order to build a more equitable future. In conclusion, I urge you to move forward with S 1053, S 1050, and H 3921. Taking into considerations proposed amendments as I have mentioned. Let Massachusetts be a leader in the fight for reparations and justice for the descendants of American slavery. Together, we can work towards a more inclusive society that recognizes the wrongs of the past as we seek to rectify them. Thank you for your attention and for your commitment in addressing these critical issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Newman. I greatly appreciate it.
Norman.
Excuse me, Norman. Okay, so now we have a bill, Senate 914 by Senator Brownsberger, an act relative to the addition of sex and gender and protected class
Senator,
for
I do
crime
have
prosecutions. Excuse me,
I
we
do
have
have-
people before us to testify. So we have Allison Shea and Wendy Murphy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thanks
much for your patience and for not going home at 5. My name is Wendy Murphy. I've been teaching at New England Law Boston for more than 20 years, where I also direct the Women's and Children's Advocacy Project under the Center for Law and Social Responsibility. I'm here to testify in support of Senate 914, which will add women and men to the list of protected class categories under the state's hate crime statute, Chapter 265, Section 39, by adding the words sex and gender alongside other categories such as race, national origin, and gender identity. I hope everyone in this room is shocked to know that women aren't already covered. We should be shocked. I do want to thank Senators Brownsberger, Senator DiDomenico, and Representative McGonigal for their support for this bill. And I did file a letter from one of the police chiefs who feels very strongly about this, so that's on file. I think the need for this change should be obvious. If I beat someone senseless because they're Irish or Muslim, it's a hate crime. If I do exactly the same thing to a woman because she's female, it isn't. I think no one in this room would defend this audacious exclusion of women from equal treatment under the law. Federal hate crime law already covers women, as do all the other states in New England. Massachusetts does not, yet it claims to be a leader on human rights. Well, there's nothing more basic as a human right than equal treatment under the law. Interestingly, women aren't protected, but they suffer the most hate crimes by far. In 2021, more than 2,000 forcible rapes were reported in Massachusetts, 10 times as many domestic abuse reports. And in the vast majority of cases, it was a man abusing a woman. Now, not all of these incidents fit the definition of a hate crime, which is to say they don't all have a bias motive as a factor. But even if it's only 5% that do, that's about 1,000 cases, which is more than double the number of hate crimes for all other categories combined reported to the state for 2021. Domestic abuse is the #1 crime police deal with in the Commonwealth, and it's getting worse. In 2022, 16 women in Massachusetts were killed in domestic abuse incidents. In 2023, we're on track to see an even higher number. Just the past few weeks, Kathleen DeRocha of Marlborough was murdered by her boyfriend. A woman was shot to death by a male customer at a massage parlor in Worcester. Brianne Pennington was brutally murdered by her husband in Gardner. The slaughtered body of Margaret Mabitu was found in a car at Logan Airport. Her boyfriend is the suspect. Many other women were murdered in domestic abuse incidents earlier this year. Nancy Hansen from Newton, beaten to death with a baseball bat by her husband in front of their children. And of course, Anna Walsh, whose husband is charged with killing her and disposing of her body in a dumpster. Most of these women were killed because they were no longer interested in a romantic relationship with their killer. Men murdered them because they believed they had the right to control those women's lives. It's like a slave owner killing a black man who dared to leave the plantation after the 13th Amendment was adopted. A man who kills a woman because he thinks she has no right to control her own destiny has committed a hate crime. Can I just say one more quick thing? Sure. Hate crimes recognize that when a person is harmed because of who they are, it injures not only that person, not only the class of people they represent, but all of us as members of that person's community. So making hate crimes against women real engages all of us. We all develop skin in the game, which means we do a better job at prevention. Excluding women is discriminatory, and I'm going to end by saying it violates the Massachusetts Constitution, which guarantees women equal treatment under all laws and requires strict judicial scrutiny. So I'm not asking you to fix Section 39 because you can. I'm asking you to fix it because you must. And frankly, I am prepared to file a lawsuit against the state mounting a facial challenge to Section 39 if you don't.
Thank you so much.
Hi. Senator Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber, and the rest of the committee members. My name is Allison Shea. I also teach at New England Law Boston, and I am a practicing attorney. I'm also the victim of a hate crime. I was brutally drugged and raped by a man who targeted me because I refused to go on a date with him. I am here today to testify in support of Senate 914 because it is imperative that we protect women equally under all laws, especially when they suffer violence and abuse because they are female. On January 27, 2016, Julie Mead was brutally murdered by Martin McDonald in front of their children. Julie had recently told Martin that she was ending their relationship because Martin was abusive. Martin abused her and called her derogatory names, such as bitch. He prohibited her from getting an epidural during childbirth because he enjoyed causing her pain. When Julie told Martin she was leaving him, he said if he couldn't have her, no one would. He stabbed Julie more than 50 times. When their 10-year-old daughter tried to stop him, he punched her. Martin had been married before. His former wife had left him after he broke her arm. On July 3rd, 2019, 31-year-old Amanda Dabrowski was stabbed to death by Carlos Asensio. They had dated for a brief time, and Amanda had recently told Carlos she was no longer interested in him. This enraged Carlos. He broke into Amanda's apartment and threatened to kill her, then fled the country to evade law enforcement, but returned and began stalking Amanda. He put a tracking device underneath her car, and when he learned that she was at a local restaurant, he went there carrying multiple knives and stabbed her 58 times. Julie and Amanda, like many women in the Commonwealth, were murdered by men who felt entitled to punish the women for daring to break off a relationship. These are hate crimes because they are driven by the hateful and bigoted idea that a man has a right to control a woman's life. Another type of gender-based crime occurs when a man shows a pattern of abusing women. For example, in 2018, a man named George Moses was charged by Foxborough Police with multiple violent assaults on a woman. His criminal record had 180 entries, including 14 violations of restraining orders and numerous sex crimes against women. We know he targeted women because he made derogatory comments about them, referring to them as bitches. The police chief at the time wanted to charge Moses with a hate crime, but he couldn't. That was his written testimony that was submitted today. In 2023, a man named Matthew Milo was charged with kidnapping and violently raping 4 women in Massachusetts that he did not know. A serial rapist who targets women is committing hate crimes. Treating women equally under Section 39 will help prevent rape and domestic violence because, as the United Nations wrote in its 2020 report on the global status of women, unequal treatment under the law is the driving force behind disproportionately high rates of women abuse. At least one of the bills before you proposes you only add the word gender to Section 39. But I urge you to support Senate 914, which also adds sex, because more than 100 laws in the Commonwealth, including civil rights laws and the state constitution, use the word sex. It would be confusing and discriminatory not to include the word sex, as this would imply that it was intentionally left out. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both for your testimony and your patience. Greatly appreciate it. Okay. There's always one bill that's the last, so I appreciate the patience of those. We're here to testify on House 1558, filed by Representative Howitt, an act relative to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. So we have a list of people signed up to testify. The first person is Elsa Auerbach. And thanks again for your extreme patience in waiting.
Thank you so much. This is an intimate little group. I want to start by saying something that I really hadn't planned to say, but I want to address it to Christine Barber, and that has to do with the comments that you made at the very beginning of the at 1 o'clock. And what you said at that time was that we were very conscious of all the anti-Semitic acts that are now, and the rise of anti-Semitism. And I'd like to say that I hope that you never again talk about anti-Semitism without also talking about Islamophobia and anti-Palestinianism, because as we have seen, there are many Palestinians who are not just victims of discriminatory acts, but actually attempted murder and murder. And I feel like in this climate that we're in now, especially in a committee that's considering discriminatory practices, we really need to look at the discrimination that happens across the board. So I'd like to ask that nobody who's an elected official ever talk about anti-Semitism without also talking about anti-Palestinianism and Islamophobia.
I do recall the Vice Chair Barr talked about all acts of hate in her comments.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I'm here today to testify against my name is Elsa Auerbach, and I'm a professor emerita from UMass Boston. And I want to testify against H 1558, which is a bill that would codify the IHRA non-binding definition of anti-Semitism into law. I want to speak today both as an individual, the daughter of German Jews who fled the Nazi Holocaust, and as a representative of Jewish Voice for Peace, which is an organization that in Massachusetts has more than 25,000 supporters. The IHRA definition is deceptive, disputed, and dangerous. Of its 11 examples claiming to illustrate anti-Semitism, 7 of them reference Israel. One claims that calling Israel a racist endeavor is an example of anti-Semitism, despite the fact that Israel actually has more than 60 laws which specifically provide unequal treatment to Palestinians. Another says that drawing comparisons between the contemporary Israeli policy to that of Nazis is anti-Semitic, yet that is exactly what some of the world's most esteemed Jewish Holocaust scholars are now doing since October 7th. First, I would like to point out, in case there was any doubt, that Israel is a country and Judaism is a religion. We don't say people are Islamophobic if they criticize Saudi Arabia for killing Jamal Khashoggi. Second, I'd like to point out that despite the claims of proponents of the IHRA definition, there is absolutely no consensus among Jews that it's a valid definition. Am I really over time?
It goes by quickly. Yep.
Oh, boy.
But if you can try to conclude, yep.
Okay, well, what I'm going to say, oh my God, I have so much to say. I'm going to quote Deborah Lipstadt, the Holocaust scholar and the White House Special Envoy on Anti-Semitism, who says, if you look at the IHRA definition, you know who Deborah Lipstadt is, quote unquote, you won't find right-wing anti-Semitism there. You won't find Pittsburgh there. You won't find Poway there. You won't find Halle, Germany there. You won't find what we saw from some of the groups on January 6th at the Capitol there. The IHRA definition does not prioritize Jew hatred. It prioritizes protecting Israel. And as the daughter of parents who were refugees from a genocide, I feel that it would be morally abhorrent for me not to condemn the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Remaining silent now would dishonor my parents who escaped the Nazi attempt to ethnically cleanse Jews. What an irony that I would be called anti-Semitic for enacting their values.
Ms. Abbott, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next person to testify is Joseph Peters, Democratic Socialist of America. Okay. Give my eyes. Susan Eskovitz.
I think in the interest of time, I'll defer to my colleagues.
Okay. Thank you. Helen Raisin.
I'm actually going to share with you the testimony of Rebecca Zimmerman Hornstein, who was here for a few hours but had to go.
Well, it would really just be, most powerful to hear from your comments, because then we're mixing in.
Because I'm a member of Boston Workers Circle. She's the executive director of Boston Workers Circle.
Okay, we just ask you don't just read her statement. If you could just summarize.
Yeah, I'll shorten it. And I've already submitted my testimony in writing, so you can read it there. As I said, Rebecca is executive director of Boston Workers Circle. We are a 750-member, 125-year-old secular progressive Jewish legacy institution here in Boston, and we oppose Bill 1558. Fighting anti-Semitism alongside all forms of oppression has been a core part of the work and mission of Boston Workers Circle for over a century. In this time of rising anti-Semitism, it is so important to come together in the Commonwealth to fight anti-Semitism and hate in all its forms. We appreciate the intention of many who support Bill 1558. It is likely a desire to fight in anti-Semitism that's genuine and to show solidarity and connection with the Jewish community in this challenging time. While we support that intention, this particular bill, which seeks to codify the International Holocaust Remembrance Association definition, will have harmful impacts. In particular, it's simplistic, it's used to chill free speech, to criminalize criticism of Israel government and its actions, to divide the Jewish community from other communities. Enshrining this definition in Massachusetts law and policy threatens to conflate legitimate criticism of Israel and advocacy for Palestinian human rights with anti-Semitism. Rebecca says, as a leader of the local Jewish community that advocates for safety, dignity, equality, and justice for all in Israel-Palestine, and makes room for a variety of perspectives on Israel-Palestine, passing this bill would limit the free speech of many in the Jewish community as well. She goes on to make several suggestions of things we could do to fight anti-Semitism. I'll make sure you get a copy of that so you can read it. I'll just close with her words that that she also wanted to add, and I would as well, support for S1053, which we see as an issue of importance to Jewish communities to speak out on behalf of, because acknowledging and repairing human rights violations and inequity that Black Americans have been subject to is imperative. Rebecca speaks as a granddaughter of Holocaust survivors who benefited from reparations. I'm also the daughter of a Holocaust survivor who benefited from reparations, and I also support that. So,
great. Less than 2 minutes. Well done.
And
Thank you very much.
I'll give a copy to the clerk in case
Absolutely.
Rebecca forgets to email her.
Thank you. Sarah Driscoll. Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank
Good
you,
evening.
Senator Eldridge.
Mhm.
Rep. Barber, appreciate it. Members of the committee. Oh, definitely. I thank you for this opportunity to testify in opposition to House Bill 1558. My name is Sarah Driscoll. I've lived in Jamaica Plain for 53 years. In 2013, I had an opportunity to visit the occupied West Bank of Palestine for a 2-week olive harvesting trip. I had been engaged on the issue of Palestine human rights for almost 25 years at that time, and I thought I knew quite a bit about the situation. During that trip, my understanding of the lives of Palestinians deepened considerably and led me to speak out even more on the injustices I witnessed on my return. My work on this issue is as a volunteer with the Alliance for Water Justice in Palestine, and we are part of a much larger group of almost 35 organizations around Massachusetts, some with national reach, who find that this bill is primarily an attempt to chill our free speech in solidarity with the Palestinian people by claiming that solidarity, if it criticizes the state of Israel at all, can then be called anti-Semitic. In this, we all agree that codifying such a definition of anti-Semitism would set a template for other ways of silencing dissent. I submit our messaging document with all the signatory organizations on it. It is clear that anti-Semitism is a growing concern as it is acted out primarily by white supremacist groups, such as those who marched in Charlottesville a few years ago. Targeting those who critique a nation state for its policy decisions should not be how we fight anti-Semitism. Many of the other testifiers today, in person, on Zoom, and in written testimonies submitted to the committee, will spell out other sound reasons why we should deny the enactment of this flawed piece of legislation. Thank you for your time and attention, and I urge you to stop H. 1558 in this committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay. So forgive me. Nancy Murray? Okay. Maria Grigorova? And sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
You actually got it right. Thank you. All right. Hello, Chair Eldridge and members of the Joint Committee of the Judiciary. My name is Maria Grigorova, and I have been a full-time resident of Massachusetts for 12 years, currently live in Somerville. I'm speaking today in opposition of H. 1558, as it does not meet the very important goal it sets to achieve of fighting anti-Semitism and ensuring safety for the Jewish population of America. The IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism does not fully address the needs of the Jewish population of America, as several of the examples of anti-Semitism contained within this definition deal with a discussion of criticism against Israel, a foreign nation that does not represent the entirety of the population of America that is Jewish. By legally coupling Jewish religion with Israeli government, this bill directly infringes on freedom of speech and safety by binding American civilians to the influence of a foreign nation. This would implicate that my Jewish American friends, my Jewish Israeli American friends, my Christian Israeli American friends, and my Muslim Israeli American friends, and myself would face legal recourse for criticizing the Israeli government as American citizens. Mandating that certain political speech, which is inherently disconnected from anyone's religion or ethnicity, be treated as injurious to a religion or ethnicity solely by implication, is a direct attack on the foundations of democracy. The IHRA definition has been used to cancel art exhibitions, concerts, and speeches that do not explicitly criticize Israel, but include Palestinian iconography such as their flag, culture, and food. The IHRA definition also does not address the anti-Semitism faced by Arab and Muslim Semites. Adopting the IHRA definition with the force of law would be an unprecedented and legal complexity that singles out the definition of anti-Semitism that has been unendorsed and attacked for its inaccuracy by over 300 scholars of the Holocaust, many of them Jewish, and several prominent organizations such as the American Bar Association and the National Lawyers Guild. Anti-Semitism in America must be combated at all times with a vigor that maintains the integrity of our Constitution, but H. 1558 does not uphold this integrity. I urge the committee to consider the critiques of this bill and vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay, Salma Abu Ayash. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Eldridge and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify at this late hour. My name is Salma Abu Ayash. I'm a U.S. citizen and I live in Cambridge. I urge you to oppose Bill H.1558. I'm in particular in opposition to this phrase from the bill, quote, that is endorsed by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, end quote. I'm asking you to oppose and not codify it into law the self-reported, legally non-binding IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, because if you read it carefully, it conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism in multiple examples as they relate to Israel, and goes beyond what this bill claims to be, meaning advocating for the safety, freedom, and liberation of my family members in Palestine, as well as for all oppressed people, is my life struggle. Recently, at the day of mourning on November 23rd, the Plymouth police threatened one of the main organizers to start arresting people if the term from the river to the sea is uttered. I was therefore asked not to use that term in a speech I gave about the ongoing massacres in Gaza, as the organizers feared for the safety of those attending the rally from the police threat. From the river to the sea.
Please keep going.
Is an aspiration for the dismantling of 65 Israeli racist laws discriminating against non-Jews, including a nation-state law that declares the right to exercise national self-determination to be unique to only the Jewish people, and that declares Jewish settlement as a national value. From the river to the sea is a call for the liberation of the historic land of Palestine from all systems of oppression and for bringing equality, freedom, and self-determination for all people who live there. And yet I was not allowed to use that term. Some Israeli leaders use it to enforce their supremacy, while we are calling to use it for everyone's freedom. Without dismantling the apartheid system that exists in Israel and the West Bank today, as documented by Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and Israeli human rights groups B'Tselem and Yesh Din, without challenging the root cause, the human disaster that you are witnessing today will persist. And not even a two-state solution is possible, as evidenced by the last 75 years of violence against the Palestinian people. In fact, many anti-Zionist Jewish people see the actions of the Zionist state of Israel as anti-Semitic because they commit crimes against humanity in the name of all Jewish people everywhere. You need to protect their right and my right as a Palestinian American to fight for equality and liberation for all. I urge you to be responsible and careful on what resolutions you adopt today with this bill by removing this hidden reference to Israel while still protecting the rights of Jewish people in our community. Because again, my right to advocate for the liberation of my family in Palestine and the true liberation and safety of Jewish people is at stake with this conflated definition. The misuse of the IHRA was foretold by Kenneth Stern, who crafted the working definition of anti-Semitism, and many scholars and historians, including many Jewish ones, as they warned us about what we are seeing today on campuses where academic freedom of speech is suppressed, and calling out Israeli racism and hegemony that's encoded in their laws is censored. Today, in a commission, in a House Commission hearing with the university presidents, 3 of them, they called out the word intifada as anti-Semitic. Intifada means uprising. Since when the uprising of oppressed people is anti-anything except colonialism and oppression? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next person to speak, Philip Dunkelberger.
Thank you, chairs, for your patience and grace and hanging around long enough to hear us. My name's Phil Dunkelberger. from Westwood. I come before you today opposing 1558 as a citizen of this Commonwealth and the U.S. who believes, as you do, in justice and the sanctity of the First Amendment. I oppose 1558 because, notwithstanding the summary description drafted by IHRA, the fundamental purpose of their definition is to discourage, indeed threaten punishment for, criticisms of the policies and actions of the State of Israel. A rudimentary understanding of the history of 20th and 21st century Israel makes clear that Israel could not be, at the same time, a democracy and a Jewish state, without politically excluding native Palestinians whose families have lived on the land for millennium. The violent conflicts of the past 75 years are a testament of that reality. The near universal view around the world that Israel is an apartheid state is a testament to that reality. The concept of a Jewish state, the essence of Zionism, is political. It is not religious, not ethnic. Opposing the Zionist agenda and resulting injustice to native Palestinians is all about politics, power, and land ownership, not about religion nor ethnicity. It is possible to be pro-Palestinian, anti-Zionist, and not anti-Semitic, but not so under the definition to be codified by 1558, which is why this committee should not report it favorably to the General Court. The same proponents of attempts to outlaw BDS, boycott, divest, and sanction, are now propounding 1558 to threaten those who would support Palestinian rights and criticize illegal policies and actions of the State of Israel, about which there is overwhelming international condemnation. The effort to outlaw BDS failed because the Supreme Court had already clearly established that BDS is protected free speech under the First Amendment. The same is true of 1558. It is clearly an issue of free speech under our Constitution, which you've all sworn to uphold. Beyond the legal aspect, I urge the committee to consider that the current government of Israel, which 1558 would prohibit to be criticized, has reached an all-time low in support even amongst its own people. Governments come and go, as we all know. This is the dilemma you invite when you prohibit criticism of a political entity as opposed to a religious sect or ethnic group, and the State of Israel is nothing more than a political entity. We have foundational tradition in this country embodied in the constitutional principle of separation of church and state, which is a line that is fatally blurred in this resolution. I urge the committee to let H. 1558 die in committee.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, Rabbi Rebecca Hornstein. Oh, excuse me. Emmy Shell. Hello.
Thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. My name is Emmy Shell. I'm a nurse and a mother, and I live in Dorchester. I've been in Massachusetts for the past 17 years working as a nurse. I am a proud Jewish woman, and I love my community. I'm raising 2 young children to know and be proud of their heritage and culture. One of the things I love about being Jewish and our culture is that we are encouraged to think critically and find the truth of the matter. When I was a child, I was taught about the Holocaust and how Israel was formed to be an insurance policy against the return of the Nazis, a place we could call home and be free no matter what happens here in America. When I was in my 20s, I went to Israel on a birthright trip. The first night we were there was a suicide bombing 20 minutes away from the hotel where my group and I were staying. That night I began to wonder what was really going on here. What was at the root of the violence? As the trip progressed, led by former IDF members and accompanied by armed soldiers the entire time, I began to want to know more and more. Upon return to the U.S., I made it my mission to become educated on the actual story of Israel, how it was formed, and how the people who live in the West Bank and Gaza are treated currently. Once I learned, my opinion of the Israeli government's actions and policies changed. I was shocked to learn how poorly Palestinian people were treated by the Israeli authorities. I realized it is our obligation as Jews who are taught from childhood to stand up for what is right for all people, to speak about the injustices the Palestinian people have endured and are enduring. While anti-Semitism is, of course, a real and dangerous problem, it is deceptive to define it in relation to objections to Israel and the human rights abuses that are occurring there. The IHRA definition itself seems innocent. However, the attached examples show otherwise, with 7 out of 11 calling for speech against Israel to be classified as anti-Semitism. This is a thinly veiled attempt at silencing those of us who care more about human rights than protecting the Israeli government. It also serves to bring attention away from the real anti-Semitism, which is rooted in white supremacy and is actually rising in this country. You may have been told that the IHRA definition is a consensus document. However, this is far from the truth, as you have already heard. In fact, there are substantial legitimate dissent. More than 300 scholars, many of whom are Jewish themselves and focus on Holocaust studies and anti-Semitism studies, have urged the UN not to adopt it. Many other prominent, well-respected organizations have also voiced their dissent. I know you all have the best intentions and want to help stop anti-Semitism. However, H1558 is not the right way to do this, and I urge you all to reject it. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and it has been an honor to speak to you today.
Thank you so much for coming before the committee. Appreciate it. Okay, Susan Nicholson. Hello.
Chair Eldridge and Vice Chair Barber, committee members and staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify here in opposition to House 1558. My name is Susan Nicholson. I live in Gloucester, and I oppose 1558 because, as I think you've heard from a number of people, adopting this definition will inevitably lead to false accusations of anti-Semitism against persons who are critical of Israel's policies and actions. The definition itself says nothing about Israel, but as you've heard, the definition is accompanied on the IHRA website. Immediately following the definition are the 11 examples, which, as you've heard, 7 of the 11 mention Israel. And 4 of those 7 are really dangerous because they explicitly conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. But you might ask, well, H1555 doesn't include the examples. It just includes the definition, which doesn't mention Israel. So what's the problem? The problem is that because the definition is vague, and because the definition states that we are adopting what IRA says is anti-Semitism, people are just going to say, I don't know how to interpret this definition, so I'll look at the examples. So even though the examples aren't in the bill, they are inevitably going to be used to interpret and apply the bill. Let's look at one of those examples, number 7. According to number 7, claiming that the state of Israel is a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic. Now, it happens that this August, a group of Israeli academics teaching in the U.S. initiated an open letter in which they stated that Israel's long-standing occupation has resulted in an apartheid regime. Within a short period of time, 2,800 people signed the letter, including 100 from Massachusetts. Now, apartheid is a form of racism. So according to example 7, you can't say that Israel is a racist state. So according to example 7, all 2,800 people who signed this letter are guilty of an act of anti-Semitism. Now, attached to my testimony is a partial list of the 100 academics in Massachusetts who signed the letter. I'll mention only 3 here. The current and founding directors of the Institute for Holocaust, Genocide, and Memory Studies, UMass Amherst. professor of Jewish history and director of the Center for Jewish Studies, Harvard, professor of religion, Jewish studies, and medieval studies, and former director of the Elie Wiesel Center for Jewish Studies at BU. One can safely assume these scholars are not going to welcome the passage of a Massachusetts law which brands them as anti-Semitic. In fact, it's ridiculous to suggest that. I have also, in my written testimony, I explain why the law is not only dangerous but unnecessary. I will leave that with the written testimony, but I urge you not to pass this bill out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Excuse me. Galit Goldstein. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Galit Goldstein. I am a Cambridge resident with Israeli heritage and an Israeli parent. Much of my family lives in Israel. I grew up traveling often to what is known as the West Bank, or Gush Etzion, or the occupied territories of Palestine. I am also a former Harvard researcher who has worked with high-level intelligence community and government personnel on Middle East military issues. I am speaking from both perspectives when I ask the committee not to support H1558. H1558 would put significant speech barriers in front of Jewish people like myself who want to speak in opposition to a political ideology that is being implemented in our name. Across my life and in my career, I have heard the conversations where Palestinian deaths as a class of people are rationalized and excused in the service of creating a country where Jewish lives are protected over other lives. To me, if that is the foundation of the state, then I do not support it. Defining criticism of the Israeli government, as H1558 does, as anti-Semitic, is in fact an anti-Semitic act against Jewish people like me. I remember when I was growing up, my relatives had a bucket of pamphlets that they would hand out to guests in their home explaining the legitimacy of Zionism. The pamphlets specifically said that the land of Israel or Palestine was unoccupied before 1948, and that the existence of Arab and or Palestinian people claiming property ownership in that region was thus a lie. This always seemed strange to me, but I loved my family, saw how hurt my older relatives had been by the Holocaust, and saw how passionately they loved other Jewish people. Because of this, I believed the claim that Israel was unoccupied before 1948. This made the argument that Israel is a land for Jewish people, not Palestinian people, easy to rationalize. However, as an adult, I learned that some of my direct relatives grew up in a building that wasn't theirs and had been taken somehow from an Arab family that had lived there pre-48. How could my family live in a building that had previously belonged to an Arab family if the region had been unoccupied in the first place? I was left with questions about the beautiful Jerusalem limestone buildings in their neighborhood, which I had always thought of as quintessentially Israeli. Where did those buildings come from, and who had owned them before 1948? I have always understood a key part of the Holocaust to be the denial of Jewish heritage in Europe, and specifically the denial of Jewish claims to stolen property or land in Europe. Today, I can't look at the parallels of what is happening in Israel and Palestine and not speak out against a political philosophy that would allow similar acts to occur. To me, a political philosophy that denies the existence of a group of people because of their religion and or ethnicity, while also de facto allowing a different group of people access to more privileges because of their own religion and or ethnicity, is racist. Because of this, I respectfully urge the committee to reconsider the bill. Please do not pass this bill out of committee.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Bless you. Okay, next person is Tarek El-Homesi. Is Tarek here? No. Roxanne Bruno. Hello.
Hi. After this long day, I will go off script, and I first want to thank you for what you do. It's amazing how much attention you pay and how long this day has been. Thank you very much. My name is Roxanne Bruno. I live in Southborough, Massachusetts, and I'm here to give some testimony in opposition of the definition of anti-Semitism. My husband of 27 years was born in a Palestinian refugee camp in the West Bank. We have a lot of family there, and the reason I have opposition to anti-Semitism, and I mean, my husband and I feel that there has been a tremendous rise in every manner of prejudice that I personally believe was ushered in by former President Donald Trump, who sort of normalized call anybody a name across the board. So anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and, you know, poor people are the victims of discrimination who, you know, they're targeted just because they look different. They don't necessarily even belong to the right class of people that get that kind of discrimination. So you've heard from all of the very well-educated scholars ahead of me that the definition that is being used can be very confused in Judaism versus an anti-Zionist government. And so not being able to speak out against government policies of a foreign government, when I am certainly free to criticize my own government, is really, it's censorship of speech. And if we are going to be asked not to speak for basic rights for the Palestinian people, that would be a terrible tragedy. And so I really appeal to you. I think anti-Semitism is a huge problem. Islamophobia is a huge problem, but this just is not the right way to solve it. And thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Eva Mosley. Oh, good evening.
Yes, we know each other slightly.
Yes. Take your time.
Oops. Wrong one. I'm reading what I was told to print out, which says, Honorable Chairman and members of the Joint Committee, those who are still sitting here.
Chairman and chairwomen, but yep.
Pardon me?
Chairwomen too. Yep.
Yep. This bill, as you have heard, aims to suppress criticism of Israel. The anodyne definition of anti-Semitism in itself is acceptable, but the 11 examples of anti-Semitic statements or actions include several that involve criticism of Israel, as you've already heard more than one. These are probably the real point of the bill, as Massachusetts already has laws against anti-Semitism. Punishing criticism of any particular country is an assault, not only on free speech generally, but also on political expression and action. For me, this arouses disturbing echoes. I was born into a Viennese Jewish family in 1931. After the Nazis annexed Austria to Germany in 1938, we were lucky to be admitted to the U.S., and I think you all know that the U.S. was not very welcoming of refugees. As I pondered this testimony, I'm going to leave. I was going to sing a little World War II ditty, but I think we can do without it. It's late. Having briefly experienced ethnic cleansing for being Jewish as a child, I hope not to end my life in a country, the country that rescued us, that turns criticism of another country, and only that country, Israel, into a crime, putting it, and in effect all Jews, out of reach of any criticism. And by the way, we Jews are at least as good as any other group at criticizing each other. So please send this anti-democratic bill to be studied as a bad joke.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yeah, please take your time. Yep. You okay there? Yep. Okay, Farah Mahmood. Good evening.
Chair Eldredge, Chair Day, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify before you today. And today I testify in opposition of H1558. My name is Farah Mahmood. I am a scientist who resides in Boston, Massachusetts, and I've been here for a bit over 5 years. I'm a Palestinian American, and I'm living in diaspora as a result of the ethnic cleansing that's occurred to the Palestinian people in Palestine and current day Israel. In 1948, my grandmother was abducted from her classroom and sent to an orphanage in Lebanon. And in 1967, my father was ethnically cleansed from the West Bank and forced to move to Jordan. That's where I was born. I have never been to Palestine, and I've never been allowed to step foot in my home country. I moved to Massachusetts in 2004 when I was 7. I faced unprecedented amount of Islamophobia, xenophobia, and racism, and I still continue to face such today as a scientist living in Boston. I have been physically and verbally attacked for my heritage and the color of my skin. And I appreciate the committee's commitment to combat anti-Semitism, and I appreciate your attempts to combat all kinds of racial segregation and discrimination. However, I have to warn that this resolution is not the way to do that. By the definition of the Oxford Dictionary, a Semite is a person of any of the peoples who speak Semitic language, in particular the Jews and the Arabs. I'm Palestinian American, and as a Semitic person, I can guarantee that this resolution will not provide any protections for me or any other Semites living in Massachusetts. This bill serves to protect Israel as a state rather than Jewish people or Semitic people. This bill will in fact work to reduce the free speech that I have as an American citizen. How can we live in a country where we are able to criticize our own country, but not a foreign nation that's waging a war on civilian populations, receiving billions of dollars in U.S. aid annually, and more as a response to the attacks on October 7th? Israel is not above criticism, especially when multiple humanitarian organizations have called it an apartheid state. The UN has accused it of committing multiple war crimes, and it is known to be waging a genocide and ethnic cleansing of its native people. We must protect our First Amendment rights of free speech, and we cannot allow a foreign nation to control the free speech of American citizens in our own country. If we want to protect Semitic people from discrimination, the definition of Semite must be inclusive of the full scope of Semitic people, not that one that only protects a subsect of Semites while prohibiting the remaining Semites from objecting to their own ongoing genocide. I urge you to reject this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay, Heike Schotten. Okay. Okay. Nancy Gold. Good evening.
Hi. It's definitely evening now.
Yes, definitely.
Chair Eldredge, Vice Chair Barber, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today in opposition to H1558. My name is Nancy Gold, I live in Cambridge, and I am a Jew. I grew up in a family that loved and believed in Israel. I've been to Israel 4 times in my life, and I have relatives there. About 15 years ago, I heard on NPR that the Israeli army was destroying the olive trees that belonged to Palestinian farmers. Suddenly, my feelings for the country I had loved all my life changed dramatically. I learned more about the terrible treatment of the Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza. I've now been to the West Bank twice in the last 10 years and have seen some of the oppression Palestinians live under, and that was before the current mass slaughter of civilians in Gaza by Israel. Anti-Semitism is a legitimate and rising danger. The frequency of anti-Semitic incidents is reported as increasing, and that scares me. However, I truly believe that adopting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism into law is not the way to fight anti-Semitism. This definition has been used to discipline, fire, and demonize academics and students who condemn Israeli attacks on Palestinians. Concerts and art exhibits have been canceled. Politicians have been accused of anti-Semitism for speaking out on behalf of human rights for Palestinians. Human rights organizations have been condemned for documenting Israeli apartheid. In April of this year, over 100 human and civil rights organizations released a joint letter urging the UN not to adopt the IHRA definition. The letter warned that if the UN endorsed the definition, then its own officials who work on issues regarding Israel and Palestine may find themselves unjustly accused of anti-Semitism based on the IHRA definition. The letter goes on to say that the definition has often been used to wrongly label criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic, and thus chill and suppress nonviolent protest activism and speech critical of Israel and/or Zionism. After this letter was released, a prominent advocate of the IHRA definition, Gerard Steinberg, the founder of the right-wing pro-Israel group NGO Monitor, accused the signers of the letter of doing the very thing which the definition was designed to prevent. He called the letter an act of political warfare against Israel. He actually acknowledged that one of the definition's purposes is to target and silence human rights groups like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is a thinly veiled means to demonize critics of the actions of Israel, whose actions right now are absolutely abhorrent. This bill could actually harm Jews like me by silencing us for speaking out against acts by Israel harmful to Palestinians. I ask you to oppose Bill H-1558. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, Rima Mahmood? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. So we're going to continue with the in-person. I think she just spoke, right? The other woman. Susan Etzkovitz?
Well, I said I would refer.
Oh, yes. Who's that?
No, Susan.
Susan Naya? Good evening.
It's Nye, actually.
Naya, excuse me.
No. Okay. Thank you for your patience. I don't see how you can sit here this long and pay attention. I think it's great. Chairman James Eldridge, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Barber, and members of the Joint Committee on the Judiciary, thank you for hearing me. I am Susan Nye from Watertown. I speak on behalf of the Massachusetts chapter of Unitarian Universalists for Justice in the Middle East. I'm a board member and treasurer of the National Unitarian Universalists for Justice in the Middle East. We oppose House 1558. As people of faith, we have always advocated for the rights of oppressed people. We believe that the IHRA definition, because of the examples it cites, would violate our religious principles, especially the free and responsible search for truth and meaning. Another principle that we affirm and promote is justice, equity, and compassion in human relations. Furthermore, we believe that adopting this definition would damage rights to counter genuine anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I know personally what it is like to be falsely labeled anti-Semitic when trying to educate people about the injustices committed toward the Palestinian people by the government of Israel. I have been a co-chair for over 15 years of the Middle East Education Group at First Parish in Cambridge, Unitarian Universalist, that's the church right in Harvard Square. Our educational programs have always put forth responsible and knowledgeable representatives of the viewpoints presented. These people might be Palestinians, Jews who are Israeli citizens, American Jews, or any other person who shares our concerns. A relevant example of a false accusations of anti-Semitism is that a man came to an event and distributed leaflets accusing the church of anti-Semitism because of our programs. He also positioned himself outside the church with a sign proclaiming that First Parish Cambridge is anti-Semitic and distributed leaflets and other literature of the same theme. He did this both during the week and on Sunday mornings when people were going into church for worship. This went on for about, several weeks from what I remember. This was extremely vexing, but the church never asked our group to change or discontinue our programming. The fact that this definition includes examples that define criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism would enable critics of our program to gain legitimacy. This is alarming. It is impossible to address oppression without naming the oppressor. Please take the time to read my written testimony. It includes a link to a very informative video, a webinar that was recorded and goes into much more detail on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Sure, you testified too. Okay, we're going to go to virtual. Is anyone here in person who wants to testify on this bill that we forgot to call? Okay, all right, so we'll go to virtual. We'll see who's here. Virtual panel, Danya Reda, Faisal Chowdhury, and Margaret Drew.
Yes.
Yes, good evening. Please go ahead and testify.
I will start. My name is Margaret Drew. I thank the chairs and committee members for hearing us today. I will submit lengthier remarks. However, I want to raise two concerns that I have today. One is that I'm concerned that including a definition of anti-Semitism might actually increase anti-Semitism. This, of course, I will not be addressing the First Amendment concerns that others have shared and which other members of my panel will share. I want to address that those who target Jewish people might interpret this inclusion of anti-Semitism in the statute as giving preference to people who are Jewish and actually cause more anti-Semitism. I'm also concerned that including this definition is contrary to what several Jewish groups have recommended in terms of resolving anti-Semitism. I can attest to the fact after a professional lifetime working against violence that unintended consequences from statutory amendments can have devastating effects for victims. The Anti-Defamation League determined that Massachusetts addresses all of the ADL's goals in terms of statutory protection for Jewish people as targets of hate crime. I do not see the statutory amendment definition section of 151B reaching the roots of anti-Semitism. The American Jewish Committee encourages different actions to combat anti-Semitism. They include increasing awareness and promoting resiliency, increasing security and increased training, establishing policies and creating right structures. My strong preference is that more focus be placed on hate crime enforcement, community actions, including organizing support for Jewish people and others who face hostility and discrimination, community education is critical in combating hate. I would happily participate in designing any programs to educate and to reduce all forms of discrimination. And thank you for hearing my remarks, particularly at the late hour.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Who would like to go next?
I believe Faisal Chaudhry will speak next.
Sure, I'll go next, and my Danya Rita can finish up our panel. So I just want to thank everyone as well for giving us this opportunity and hanging in here this late. I speak to you today as someone who's spent most of the last 25 years of my life either living or working in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I also speak to you as someone who's devoted on a daily basis to the mission of higher education and its bedrock values of promoting free, open, and vigorous debate for the sake of democracy. As a law professor, I stand alongside of anyone committed to opposing all forms of invidious discrimination and hate on grounds like religious identity, national origin, and race. As a historian, who's focused on the upheavals of the 18th to the 20th centuries that have made our modern world, I also stand alongside of those who demand a recognition of the horrific toll that anti-Semitism has taken on that world, to say nothing of that which predated modernity and the evolution of our civilization. But for precisely the same reasons, and on grounds of my own personal experience as a first-generation American who's been on the wrong end of racial and religious discrimination at different times in my life, I also stand today with the others who are opposing H. 1558. As a proposed piece of legislation, the bill fastens itself to a definition of anti-Semitism, as many have already pointed out, that's exemplified in unworkably sweeping terms. In the process, the bill threatens to transform criticisms or even mere characterizations of state actions, bureaucratic policies, and historically specific national ideologies into categorically illegitimate expressions of bigotry and hate-mongering. As has also been pointed out, already 3 years ago, the lead drafter of the very IHRA definition the bill proposes to codify, the American Jewish Committee's anti-Semitism expert Kenneth Stern had gone on record vocally warning against the definition as having never been meant to function, warning against its use as part of campus hate speech codes when the Trump administration first introduced that measure, much less now as statutory legislation. As he pointed out, in any such capacity, it could only have deep speech-chilling effects. By inadvertently illegalizing debate about the actions of states, we risk sweeping up countless of our fellow Americans of all faiths into a dragnet that would ensnare them as hate mongers and bigots simply for seeking to articulate concerns about complex historical events and intricate matters of law and policy. Even more incongruously, a great many of those swept up would be Jews, who anyone who has had any kind of experience on a campus in recent weeks or months knows, like all student communities, is a complex and multifarious one. So as world events churn, I would ask that we step back from the precipice we are on right now and let our robust apparatus of existing laws do the vital work they're meant to, and really that they're already well equipped to. As Margaret Drew just pointed out, where it comes to safeguarding vulnerable communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Senator Eldredge, Representative Barker, and fellow members of the committee, thank you for allowing me and my colleagues you just heard from UMass Law to testify today in opposition to H. 1558. My name is Danya Rita. I'm a law professor at UMass Law School at the Commonwealth's Public Law School in Dartmouth, Mass. And I thank you for giving this bill careful consideration and for all the attention you've spent today on all these bills. Your desire to make the Commonwealth inhospitable to discrimination and to anti-Semitism in particular is a goal that I share and that I truly believe the voters of the Commonwealth share as well. Unfortunately, this bill does not help to meet that goal and threatens the vibrant, democratic, and multicultural traditions of the Commonwealth. I am the daughter of immigrants from Assad, Syria, who moved to Boston before I was born, in Asad, Syria, for my whole lifetime, expressing opinions that contradict those of the government, place one in peril of a visit from the secret police, of arrest, or worse. As such, there is no value that I associate more firmly with American culture and the freedom and democracy we all cherish than our commitment to free political discourse. When I was in college in the late 1990s, a new falafel shop opened up right near campus, run by Syrians who had just arrived. The mayor at the time was in an election year, and every store up and down the street had been handed posters with his photo on it, and they all put them up, but the falafel store didn't. I asked them why they weren't sporting a photo of the mayor in their shop, and they answered, "We just came from a place where you have to display the ruler's picture. Here we don't have to." I urge you to continue this tradition of the United States that does not force political opinion or political expression on its citizens. Why do I focus on speech today when the bill in question would simply adopt the IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism? It's because, as you've heard a lot already this evening, the bill proposes defining anti-Semitism as part of Chapter 151B, the anti-discrimination statute, and would thus incorporate action or speech covered by that definition as unlawfully discriminatory. Thus, whether intended to or not, the bill threatens to regulate speech through government law. The myriad examples you've been given of how the IHRA definition sweeps up political speech into its scope you've heard about already from other speakers. As a law professor, I'm concerned that application of this bill, were it to pass, would be a violation of the First Amendment for viewpoint discrimination. But placing the technicalities of the First Amendment aside, I'd like to focus the committee on what such a bill communicates to our Commonwealth about our trust and faith in the Commonwealth's residents and the institutions of robust, open debate and democratic engagement. As highly regarded as our legislature is in this Commonwealth, no one I know has ever changed their minds about something because the Massachusetts legislature labeled it as bad. The ability to maintain open exchange of political opinions and perspectives is key to any campaign to change people's mind. The ability to criticize our own government, to refuse to put the mayor or the government's picture up when offered, is at the core of what makes this Commonwealth and nation strong and what makes it such a safe haven for immigrants of every creed, faith, and race, whether Syrian Muslim, European or Iraqi Jew, or Palestinian Christian. I thank you very much for your attention and time today and urge you not to pass this bill out of committee.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next person to testify is Jana Ramadan.
Hello, can you see and hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Beautiful. Dear Chair Eldredge and Vice Chair Barber, I'd first like to thank you and thank the committee for holding today's hearing and allowing me to testify. It's good to see you again, Chair Eldredge. Today, I'm speaking in opposition of Bill H 1558. My name is Jana Ramadan. My family is originally from Jerusalem, and I'm the first in my family to be born and raised in the United States. I'm speaking today as a resident of East Boston, a lifelong resident of Massachusetts, and as a Palestinian American. I believe that we can all agree that when one criticizes the actions of a government, they're making a statement about the actions of that government and not all the people who live under that government. Critique of the government of Israel is not anti-Semitism, as you've heard repeated multiple times tonight. For example, this summer we saw Israelis protest against their government and propose judicial changes. Would we call the Israelis protesting the government's judicial reforms anti-Semitic? Would we call the Jewish Americans and Israeli Americans who criticize the government of Israel's judicial reforms anti-Semitic? The answer is no. If I call on the government of Israel to stop its attack on health infrastructure and civilians in Gaza right now, that does not comment on Israelis nor on Jews. In all cases, we can separate the actions of a government from its people and the Jewish community. The IHRA definition explicitly conflates the two. Should this body adopt the IHRA definition, it then also adopts the examples that come with it. And these examples range from hate towards Jewish people to talking about and criticizing the government of Israel. It's critical that this body tackles anti-Semitism. But adopting the IHRA definition risks putting into legislation the silencing of any criticism of the actions of the Israeli government. This would silence criticism of Israel across Massachusetts. It would silence Palestinian voices critical of the Israeli government, Jewish voices critical of the Israeli government, and community members critical of the Israeli government. The IHRA definition will not serve to protect all Jewish voices, and it will harmfully conflate a government's actions with an entire religious community, and it will silence criticism of the government of Israel. Discrimination and hate crimes are a serious matter. As a Muslim, I know intimately what it feels like to be a part of a religious community that is targeted by hate and the feelings of insecurity, lack of safety, and questioning of belonging that comes with it. I ask this body to oppose anti-Semitism and take action that protects all Jews. I ask you all to maintain that critiques of the government of Israel is not anti-Semitism, and I ask you to oppose Bill H. 1558. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next person virtually, I have listed Nora Lester Murad. Nora Lester Murad. No, okay, sorry. Paul Hansen Mitev.
Yes,
Yes, please go ahead.
First, through the chair, I originally listed myself as neutral, and I'd be willing to go all the way to the end of the line if anyone else wants to speak. Particularly, I haven't yet heard someone in support of the bill.
I would say this is your chance to speak. Yep, so please go ahead.
Okay, if I have to speak now because of succession, I'm inclined to oppose the bill. And I think the arguments articulated by many of the other speakers were convincing. I'd ask the committee to consider the same. If I may just raise one issue through what's called a thought experiment. If I were right now at the Schubert Theater and was very upset with the President of the United States and jumped on the stage and criticized him and said that his support of the state of Israel's actions in Gaza is criminal or in support of an act of genocide, or use much stronger language. Whatever the authorities would do in that circumstance, I would be very upset that at the end the MCAD might consider that to be an anti-Semitic case of anti-Semitism. So I think what you're understanding by the use of that thought experiment is that we have a tradition of the highest form of speech protection for political speech and religious speech. The Commonwealth has, I believe, the oldest written constitution, and the principles embodied in the Commonwealth's constitution tend to be stronger than even in the federal constitution. And lastly, that I asked the committee to investigate more deeply what the motives of this bill are in terms of the use of the IHRA definition in particular. Why was that chosen? And if I can do further research, maybe I can submit my research through writing. So thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it. And thank you for your patience. It's quite late in the day. I'm glad I could share my 2 cents.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next person is Yasmin Hassan. Nope. Susan Lancer.
Yep.
Susan Lancer.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, good evening. I want to thank you, Chair Eldredge and Vice Chair Barber and committee members for persisting for these many hours. It's even been hard to persist online, let alone being fixed in seats in person. My name is Sue Lancer. I'm a resident of Cambridge, an active member of a Newton synagogue, a delegate to my denomination's Israel committee, and a professor emerita at Brandeis University. And I also speak to ask our legislators to reject House Bill 1558. I'll just make a couple of remarks and not use my whole 3 minutes because I'm sure you're exhausted and much has already been covered. But I do want to say that this is a definition that is not even a good definition in itself. It is vague to the point of being almost unusable. What is a certain perception of Jews? And why does the definition include non-Jewish individuals? Why use this fuzzy rubric when anti-Semitism has been much better defined in so many other places? I don't think it's an accident that this is a vague definition, because I do think the point of the definition lies in those 11 examples, 7 of which, as we've already heard, concern not violence against Jews, but verbal criticisms of Israel. And I think others have spoken eloquently to that point. I would just add that even the creator of the definition, Kenneth Stern, admits that the language was hasty and urges that it not be codified into law. I think Massachusetts can do better than this lowest common denominator. If we want to combat anti-Semitism, we at least must have a more accurate definition of the term. I would also point out that the section of general laws that would incorporate this bill includes no definitions of racism, Islamophobia, or any other discrimination by religion or ethnicity. Surely the sponsors of H 1558 should be addressing this larger absence. And then finally, I just want to testify as well in favor of Senate Bill 1053 and H 3921 to establish a commission on reparations. And I speak here as a member of the Massachusetts Reparations Interfaith Coalition and as a historian of the Revolutionary period. When we hold up Massachusetts as the cradle of liberty, we skirt the Commonwealth's history of enslavement, its profits from Boston-owned Caribbean plantations, its long history of Jim Crow, and its current home to one of the country's 20 most segregated cities. It is time for Massachusetts to redress its harms against Black lives so that all citizens may enjoy the blessings of health and prosperity promised by our Constitution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next person we have is Nora Gurmazi. Nora Gurmazi.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Eldridge, Chair Day, and esteemed members of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my opposition to the Bill 1558. So my name is Nora Gurmazi, and I'm a resident of Newton, Massachusetts, and I'm also a community. I'm a community where I'm fortunate to have a lot of Jewish neighbors, and I participate in Interfaith Book Club, and I engage in meaningful discussions through various interfaith meetings. And additionally, a significant portion of my closest friends are Jewish. So I stand before you today in firm agreement that anti-Semitism, like all forms of ethnic discrimination, must be vehemently opposed. While I recognize the importance of addressing anti-Semitism, I am compelled to express my reservation about the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. It appears to create a potential double standard, limiting free speech and constraining political critics of a specific nation. Such constraints raise concerns about encroaching upon the principles of democracy and actually may align with practices reminiscent of a dictatorial regime. Moreover, the intentional conflation of anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism has troubling implications. This confliction has been weaponized to justify the oppression of Palestinian people, and it is crucial to distinguish between legitimate criticism of state actions and acts of discrimination. The IHRA definition, contested by numerous scholars, like we just heard a lot of people today, and reputable organizations, may actually stifle crucial conversation of human rights by silencing those who advocate for the right of Palestinians. I firmly believe that that combating anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all forms of racism is imperative. However, it is equally essential to ensure that our efforts do not compromise fundamental principles such as freedom of speech. The IHRA definition, which is disputed nature, risk undermining this principle and hindering the voice of individuals and organizations committed to advocating for justice and human rights. In conclusion, I respectfully urge you to reject H 1558, and I appreciate your dedication to combating anti-Semitism and discrimination in all its forms. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, Maha Husseini. Maha Husseini. Tariq Siyam. Tariq Siyam.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Tariq Siyam. I am a Palestinian-American attorney and resident of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm here to speak in opposition of House Bill 1558. Anti-Semitism is real and it is rising. It must be confronted and it must be dismantled. But regardless of the pretense, no expression of hatred for Jews as Jews should be tolerated anywhere in the world. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, though, is not the way to do it. As you've heard tonight, the numerous examples that the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism sets forth conflates Judaism with the state of Israel. It assumes that all Jews are Zionists, and it also assumes that the state of Israel, in its current reality, embodies the self-determination of all Jews. As you've heard as well, the 11 examples, 7 reference the state of Israel. Another example says that it is anti-Semitic to criticize Israel without also criticizing other countries. The definition of anti-Semitism does not bother to recognize that under international law, the current state of Israel has been an occupying power for over half a century. Genuine support for the principles of self-determination of the Palestinian people cannot be excluded. Indeed, the IHRA proponents explicitly state that one of its main purposes is to target human rights groups that defend Palestinian rights. Rather than focusing on the root causes of anti-Semitism, the definition focuses on protecting Israel from criticism, thus weaponizing claims of anti-Semitism to silence voices for justice and human rights. And this really is a deeply personal issue for me. My father was born in Palestine in 1944, and he was displaced 4 years later in 1948 after the creation of the modern state of Israel. He came to the US in 1962, and he never left. However, from the moment he arrived, he publicly advocated for the rights of the Palestinian people. He knew, though, that speaking out against the actions of the state of Israel may have consequences, but we never thought it would impact his ability to naturalize and become a US citizen, because at the time there were no laws that prohibited free speech against the state of Israel. Yet year after year, petition after petition, my father was denied a change of status from green card holder to permanent resident, despite being married to an American-born mother or wife and having 4 American-born children. It wasn't until my father sued the US government under the Freedom of Information Act in 2012 that we finally received confirmation. A redacted file, the length of a book, documenting and detailing his activism against the policies of the state of Israel. Thankfully, he was granted citizenship, but it took almost 50 years from after he landed in America. I can't imagine if the laws at the time would have explicitly punished criticism of the state of Israel as is being considered today, and what that would mean for the countless citizens or legal residents of the Commonwealth who are exercising their constitutional rights of freedom of speech or expression. And I'll conclude by saying that most important to this House is that codifying this definition in Massachusetts would create a legislative nightmare. We've heard over and over today that there are no legally binding definitions for numerous other protected classes, forms of ethnic, racial, or religious discrimination. And so we call on each of you as our elected officials to reject the codification of the IHRA definition and instead to link the fight against anti-Semitism with fighting all forms of racism. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next person, Dan McLaughlin. Dan McLaughlin.
Yep, I'm here. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'll make it short because many of the people before me have done a very good job of articulating the problems with this. I want to recognize Phil Dunkelberger especially as having gotten to points that are the most important that I see. I'm not a historian, I'm not a legal scholar, but a number of things seemed really problematic to me about this. One of which is to say that any, as has been said, any criticism that I have of the state of Israel is a criticism of Jews and is anti-Semitic. It's not a Jewish decision to deny Palestinians living within Israel the same rights and liberties as Jewish citizens. It's not a Jewish decision to imprison Palestinians in Gaza and bomb them indiscriminately. It's not a Jewish decision to continue stealing land, water, and resources from people who have been living there for generations. These are criticisms of their actions as a state. They're criticism of their actions because their actions are criminal. If I were to have written this rubric on what anti-Semitism is, and I put in number 8, applying a double standard by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation, I would not be crowing about number 8. That seems to ask us not to criticize Israel if it behaves as horribly as any other state that's part of the UN. It's saying, don't criticize us if we bomb civilians. The Saudis have bombed the Yemenis, so don't criticize us. The Egyptians have murdered members of the Muslim Brotherhood by the hundreds, so don't criticize us.
Just for the initial to Dana, and then.
Oh, is somebody speaking over me? I'm sorry. The other thing I wanted to say is this will squelch discussions of the issue in general and disallow free education around what's been happening in Israel-Palestine for a long time. That will allow the most powerful narrative to control how people understand it, and that's not the way things should happen here. So thank you for taking my testimony. Please do not report out this bill favorably. Please do not report out this bill at all. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, Professor David Mednikoff.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great. I'm really in awe of all of you. Thank you for staying so late. And I've learned a lot today myself, like that teacher. My name is David Mednikoff. I am chair of the UMass Amherst Department of Judaic and Near Eastern Studies. I'm a Middle Eastern expert with a JD and PhD from Harvard, a graduate of a leading Boston Jewish high school, and a proud lifelong Mass resident from Natick. As someone actively fighting anti-Semitism at UMass at a very hard moment, I urge you not to pass H1558. Through its list of vague examples, the IRA definition has been weaponized to punish political speech that should be protected by our Constitution. And let me quote the number 8 that Tariq and Dan have referenced. Applying double standards by requiring of Israel a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Now, I have Jewish and other pro-Semitic friends who do just this. For instance, I know liberal Israeli Americans who believe they have more leverage to influence Israeli politics or feel more concerned about Israeli government policies than they do with relation to similar democracies, and thus focus disproportionately on critiquing the Israeli government. This is not anti-Semitic. Because the IRA problem is known, a small group of global scholars of the Holocaust, Jewish history, and Middle Eastern studies, including myself, drafted an alternative. This document, the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism, is more detailed in both how it defines anti-Semitism and in relation to other forms of bias, and detailed in the examples it gives that distinguish likely protected political speech from anti-Semitism. Yet I do not ask the House to adopt the JDA definition instead of the IRA one. Rather, I urge the House not to adopt a specific definition of anti-Semitism at all. The passage of this bill would make my job more difficult as the faculty member at our flagship public university most responsible for facilitating education on both Jewish and Middle Eastern studies. This is because involving the state government in endorsing the IRA's vague guidelines will further polarize Jewish and other members of my community very affected by the current war. And please believe me, this work is already hard enough without the need for more legislative complications that will not help. I urge the committee not to address one form of pernicious bias by opening the door to another likely form of discrimination. Thanks for your consideration for all that you do on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, Judy Somberg from the Mass chapter of the National Lawyers Guild.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good, thank you. Good evening to the chair and co-chair, the members of the committee, and thank you for staying so late. My name is Judy Somberg. I'm a retired attorney. I live here in Massachusetts, worked here, and I represent the Massachusetts chapter of the National Lawyers Guild, which for over 80 years has acted as the legal arm of social movements and the conscience of the legal profession. The chapter of the National Lawyers Guild and the National Lawyers Guild obviously oppose all forms of anti-Semitism, but we believe that this definition, the IHRA definition, does not further that cause. I prepared a number of examples of how it's actually been used in negative ways to stifle speech. And I'm just going to summarize as quickly as I can. It's really late. I'm really tired, and I will send in my written testimony. The definition, which the State Department has used a similar one, was used to stifle a talk at Indiana University in 2018, a talk about Palestinian rights delivered by Jamil Dakwar, prominent international human rights lawyer, director of the ACLU Human Rights Program. It was used at the University of California, Berkeley, where they suspended a course on Palestine in the middle of the semester. Again, referring to principles that the university had similar, using that terminology. The example of UMass Amherst, which was just mentioned, where there was a lawsuit brought to try to stop a speech supporting Palestinian rights. In March 2020 at Arizona State University, a speaker was going to be required, Mohammed El-Kurd, a prominent Palestinian poet and journalist, to not criticize Israel, again referring to those principles in the IHRA. And then most well known here in July 2022, criticism of Israel was used as a justification to deny Kenneth Roth, the former head of Human Rights Watch, a fellowship at the Carr Center for Human Rights Policy at Harvard. And, you know, he responded, they criticized human rights in 100 countries. Israel is just one of them. And eventually Israel backed down. So we urge you not to support this bill, which can be dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next person we have is Aparna Nair Kanaganti.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you so much to Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber, and the distinguished committee members. My name is Aparna Narakanagenti. I'm a Cambridge resident and a med student at Harvard. I'm also a researcher at MIT. And like so many of us, I'm here today in opposition of Bill 1558. I believe, like all of us in this room, that our Jewish friends and neighbors have the right to exist and practice their faith in safety, but I do fear that by codifying the IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism, which has been rejected for its examples, as you've heard, by numerous experts, including Jewish scholars, the ACLU, and the American Bar Association, that Bill 1558 will only curb innocuous and necessary political discourse. You've heard this already, but in particular, the IHRA suggests that it is anti-Semitic to label Zionism a racist endeavor. And this is odd to me because history tells us that actually the main material supporters of Zionism were the British and the French governments. They carved up the Middle East for their own gain, which triggered this crisis that is still in many ways ongoing in Gaza. And when I learned about this, it felt very familiar to me, this maneuver. I learned about this as a high school student, and the maneuver felt so familiar to me, and then I realized it was straight out of this like age-old racist colonial playbook. It was the same maneuver that the British did in 1947 in India and Pakistan when they partitioned that former territory or former colony into two countries, triggering hostilities much in the same way that affect my family and the people of those nations to this day. So I really think that if we disallow interrogation and criticism, yes, of the foundations of the Israeli state, we are blinding ourselves to a pattern of European imperialism and white supremacy. And further, if we silence dialogue around Israel's policies towards the occupied Palestinian territories, we're setting a precedent that prevents us from identifying and calling out future oppression. And we're doing a disservice to formerly and currently colonized peoples everywhere. We're doing a disservice to our Palestinian and Jewish community members here in Massachusetts. We're doing a disservice to all my fellow university students, especially students of color, who have been lambasted, threatened, and doxxed for sharing views that should be protected under their right to free speech. So I truly understand that the Assembly's goal is to protect its constituents from bigotry, and that is so admirable. But this bill, which threatens our collective ability to grapple with and learn from history, is not the way to do it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Elisa Khan. Elisa Khan.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Yes, good evening.
Hi, my name is Elisa Khan, and I am a pediatrician, a health equity researcher, a mother, and I'm a Kashmiri American. And as you can see, I am a visibly Muslim woman. I am speaking today because I stand against anti-Semitism, just as I stand against hate directed against any group on the basis of their identity. And my Muslim faith demands that I stand up for justice, even if it's against myself. I speak in solidarity with all occupied and oppressed voices globally, whose voices have been silenced. And this is why I encourage the committee to vote against Bill 1558 and to instead amend it to remove any references to the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which, as we've heard from other speakers, is disputed and dangerous and overly focuses on protecting the state of Israel. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism has the impact, if not the intent, of stifling criticism of Israel and silencing valid discourse about the rights of the Palestinian people to justice and freedom from occupation. These types of arguments have been leveled at critical voices across schools, universities, employers, Wall Street, and even towards the UN and to human rights organizations internationally. These types of arguments stoke the flames of anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, and anti-war activism and hate. The type of hate that gets students fired from their jobs, that gets college students doxxed, that leads to the shooting of 3 Palestinian college students in Vermont, Kinan Abdelhamid, Tassin Ali Ahmed, and Hisham Awartani, who is now paralyzed from the chest down. This is the type of hate that gets 6-year-old Palestinian children like Wadia Al-Fayumi murdered in Chicago.
As a Kashmiri American who was born in Indian-occupied Kashmir, I am familiar with how ethno-nationalism disguised as religion is weaponized to promote hate and to oppress occupied people. This is exactly what is happening in India, where Islamophobia is rising and Hindutva, an ideology seeking to establish Hinduism and Hindu culture as dominant in India, is being weaponized to oppress minoritized people, including Muslims and Jews and Christians and Sikhs in India. Bill 1558 may seem innocuous, however, it sets a precedent for a really dangerous slippery slope definition that I worry will pave the way for other ethno-nationalist states to silence voices that seek to speak out against oppression of minoritized groups. Such bills can be weaponized, for instance, by states like Saudi Arabia, under the pretense of preventing anti-Muslim hate, to murder journalists with impunity. States like China, under the pretense of preventing anti-Asian hate, to further oppress the Uyghur people and children in China with impunity. And states like India, under the pretense of preventing anti-Hindu hate, to further oppress Kashmiris like me and my family in occupied Kashmir with impunity. Please vote against this bill, or at the very least, amend it to remove the IHRA definition. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next person is John Abogadas. John Abogadas.
Hello, I'm here.
Hello.
Hi. My name is John Abogadas, and I live in Somerville, and I'm here to speak in opposition to adopting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. I'm here speaking both in my professional and personal capacities. Professionally, I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Philosophy at Harvard University, and I previously worked on a research team at the University of California, Los Angeles, working on a report on anti-Semitic violence in the United States that was later submitted to the United Nations. I'm also the son of Palestinian refugees. My primary concern with this definition is one that occurred to me that I would foresee in my teaching as a graduate student now and a professor and faculty member in the future. And that comes in that this definition would actually deem teaching liberal political philosophy as anti-Semitic. I don't mean liberal here in the sense of liberals and conservatives, but in the sense of the political philosophy. The one that originates with thinkers like John Locke, and which undergirds much of the American Constitution. The slogan of it is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Basically, that the state, the government, does not get to decide how you ought to live your life, what the good is for all of its citizens, and a major and important part of that is not establishing a one religion or privileging any religion within the state. That's present there in our First Amendment of the Constitution. And so what I would foresee is if I am teaching liberal political philosophy in my class and students ask about examples of states that don't live up to this, even though they might claim to, a prominent example would be the state of Israel, because they very explicitly put out there that it is not a state for all of its citizens, but is a state for Jews and provides certain privileges for Jews over other citizens and non-citizens, occupied Palestinians in the state of Israel. And so why am I bringing this up? Of course, it would be ludicrous for anyone to actually try to apply any sort of anti-discrimination definition to ban the study of liberal political philosophy. Like, that's at the center of American society, American law, American thought. More likely what would happen is that it would be used selectively to pick out criticisms of the state of Israel and would limit my capacities as a researcher in the fields of moral and political philosophy, and would limit my teaching and would cause me and my students to have to self-censor. Among all the other reasons, I also find this definition contradicts itself. It says you should not identify the actions of the state of Israel with all Jews, and yet throughout the definition, it does exactly that, of identifying all Jews with the state of Israel. So for all those reasons, I ask you to reject it.
Great, thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, Okay, next person is Madeline Melina Bustamante Cabrera.
I'm here. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sorry. So, okay. Dear Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber, and members of the Joint Committee of the Judiciary, thank you for allowing me to testify in opposition to Bill H. 1558. I'm Madeline Milena Bustamante Cabrera, and I live in Brighton. I want to point out how this bill will be directly disruptive to my beliefs and life in general. The last couple of months, I have been learning, reading, and more importantly, trying to support the Free Palestinian movement because I believe we all have the right to live, to be free, and to feel safe as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the First Amendment of the United States Constitution itself establishes. I come from South America, specifically from Ecuador. As you all might know, South America has gone through many years of subjugation, and just recently my people have been trying to raise their voices, ask for rights, defend themselves, and being able to understand that we have the same value than any other human being. It is precisely because of this that the struggle of the Palestinian people feels so close to my heart, and why I'm trying to do anything to help, and I'm hoping for a fair discussion now and in the future between Palestinian supporters and Israeli supporters, to be able to share spaces where we can all express ourselves freely without being afraid for repercussion for voicing out of our thoughts. This bill seems to be a straight ban to free speech. I wonder about the future of my studies in public health and global health, and the future of my work in the community in the United States. If I cannot even speak without feeling constantly scared, if I'm supposed to lead others towards progress, how can I do it if I'm not even allowed to speak up my mind? We need to be able to find real solutions in public health for the society we live in. I work in mental health, and I understand the importance of being able to talk about how you feel and what you think, not to get sick even. We are trying to build a healthier society, not the opposite. I believe Massachusetts has the capacity to continue providing a safe environment for the students and the professionals working in healthcare and in many other areas. But in order for us to continue to set precedents that will make a difference in the future, we need to be able to speak without being afraid. It is my understanding that legislators are trying to oppose anti-Semitism. I want to assure that as clear as the sentiment might come through, there seems to be some confusion about the fact that this bill will be of help against it. I'm saying this because many Jewish as well are feeling threatened by this bill, not just Muslims and people from other religions and ethnicities, but Jewish themselves.
So, Ms.
And
Cabrera,
doesn't that-
you have reached your 3 minutes, so if you could conclude.
Yes, but Jewish themselves, and doesn't that tear down the purpose of itself of the bill? I ask you all to reconsider the implications of this bill, and I thank you all for the time and attention that you have provided for me today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, Khaled Issa? Khaled Issa?
Yes. Yeah, it's here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Dear Chairman Eldred, Chairman Day, and members of the Joint Committee on the Judiciary, my name is Khaled Issa. I live in Sharon, Massachusetts. Thank you for giving me a chance to present myself and my testimony. I represent myself. Anti-Semitism and Islamophobia has been on the rise in our country and across the world. As you're aware, and others mentioned, the term Semitic encompasses individuals who speak languages such as Hebrew, Arabic, and others. The term anti-Semitism is primarily used for hostility against Jewish people. While we recognize the commendable intentions behind the bill, I have deep concerns regarding the potential effects of passing this bill. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism raises apprehensions as it appears to broaden the term to include criticism towards the state of Israel in very vague terms. It dilutes the higher and noble value of the issue of fighting anti-Semitism and undermines effort to combat real anti-Semitism. The examples provided with the definition create ambiguity, potentially stifling free speech and providing protection to the Israeli state against critique of violating international laws. The imprecise language and accompanying examples could be manipulated to shield the Israeli state from criticism and penalize those who exercise the right to condemn violation of international law. The IHRA definition could be wielded to discipline politicians, academics, students, attorneys who express empathy for Palestinian voices. It suffocates global human rights organizations and advocating for the rights of Palestinians. I respectfully urge the committee to oppose Bill H1558. While recognizing the noble intent behind the bill, it's essential to consider the potential implication that may compromise free speech, impede legitimate criticism, and hinder the protection of human rights. Thank you so much for giving me a chance.
Thank you very much. Next person to testify is Sarah Horsley.
Hello, thank you to the committee for allowing me to testify today in opposition to H1558. My name is Sarah Horsley and I live in Boston. I'm a community organizer and a college instructor, and I'm also parent to a 5th grader who you may hear behind me. I share the committee's concern about anti-Semitism. It is real and it must be addressed. But adopting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is not the way to do so. In college, when I myself was in college, I had an excellent professor, an Israeli American, from whom I learned the difficult history of injustice, conflict, and efforts for peace in Palestine and Israel. My professor encouraged us to think critically and did not hesitate to share criticisms of Israeli policy. However, using this IHRA definition, would he have been labeled anti-Semitic? The definition is deeply damaging. It's been used to demonize human rights groups, including Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and B'Tselem, who have issued reports criticizing the Israeli government for a policy of apartheid. Under the definition, those reports have been found anti-Semitic, quote unquote. For the past 7 weeks, as the Israeli government has bombarded Gaza, people in the US and across the world have been demanding an immediate ceasefire and rights for Palestinians. Under definitions such as the IHRA, if my college students, me as an academic, you as elected officials call for a ceasefire, would we be disciplined for expressing quote unquote anti-Semitism? Overly broad definitions of anti-Semitism, such as the IHRA, have damaging real-life consequences. Students have been disciplined and student organizations have been forced to disband at Harvard, Columbia, Brandeis, and other campuses for criticizing the Israeli government. Writers such as Viet Thanh Nguyen have had events canceled for condemning Israel's attacks on Gaza. Elected officials have been censured for criticizing the Israeli government. Over the past 7 weeks, one of the hardest things I've had to do is talk to my 10-year-old about what is happening in Palestine and Israel. At the same time, talking with him has helped me see things very clearly. We must work for peace and we must work for justice. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism does not allow us to do either. So members of the committee, I ask you to join 300 scholars of Holocaust studies and anti-Semitism and Jewish history, the American Bar Association, the American Association of University Professors, dozens of US Jewish organizations, and so many others to reject the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Please do not pass H1558 out of the committee today. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next person is Amina Chowdhury. Amina Chowdhury. Amina Chowdhury? No? Okay, so. Hala Mustafa?
Yes.
Yes, hello.
Hello, good evening, Chairman Eldridge and members of the Joint Committee on the Judiciary. Thank you so much for recognizing me. I'm here to express my opposition to Bill H1558. My name is Hala Mustafa. I'm a psychiatrist and a mother of 4 children. I live in Sharon, Massachusetts. The adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism raised concerns due to its perceived broadened scope, which may encompass criticism toward the state of Israel, expressed in somewhat ambiguous terms. While it's commendable to address discrimination of hate, such as anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism against Black individuals, it is oppressive to conflate this noble purpose with political objectives in a manner that silence and intimidate people. There is a definite risk that the IHRA definition could be utilized as a tool to discipline politicians, academics, and any American citizen who express empathy for Palestinian voices. This could hinder the efforts of global human rights organizations that advocates for the rights of Palestinians. As a parent, for the last 2 months, it has been a challenge and it's been a risk that I take every single day, and innocent kids, or to talk about innocent kids. I think so many times before saying any word, and then I take the risk, just sharing pictures or videos or talking about the oppression in Palestine. It has been a risk I take every single day. That's really hard. And now you are about to make it a crime that I will never even be able to do it. As a physician, as a mom, I need to have at least, that's all what I need, just to speak, just to express my solidarity with the innocent kids. That's what my oath when I finish my medical school. That's what I feel when I have my children, when I look at my children. When I see any Palestinian kid or any innocent kid killed every day, I see my kids. All what I'm asking, all what I need to keep is just being able to speak up for those kids and for those innocent people. Please don't take this right from me. Therefore, I respectfully urge the committee to do their best to oppose the bill H1558. Please. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Okay, next person is Sumaya Ahmed.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, hello. My name is Dr. Sumaya Ahmed. I'd like to thank the Honorable Chair people and members of the committee for letting me speak today. I'm an African-American Muslim, originally from Chicago, who's worked as a university professor here in Boston for the last 3.5 years. I have degrees in African-American studies, contemporary Arab studies, and information science. As a side note, I'd like to say I do support Bill 1053 for reparations, but I'm here today to stand in opposition to Bill H1558. While the text of the definition and everything, so much has been said by everyone who's come before me, and I'm very heartened by the many people who have spoken already today. While the text of this definition said to be adopted by the bill seems to be acceptable to those who are against hate and bias, as we've been reminded over and over again, the definition is problematic. While it is clear that anti-Semitism is a real problem, this is a definition that is hoping to weaponize anti-Semitism to suppress rights of Palestinians and their allies. The full text of the definition does not differentiate between Zionism and the self-determination for the Jewish people, which are 2 separate things and can be 2 separate things. Let us not close our eyes to the thousands of American Jews, many, including the people who've spoken today, and such as the representative from the group Jewish Voice for Peace, who are currently spearheading nonviolent protests calling for ceasefire in Gaza and fighting against Zionism, which seems to be ethnically cleansing Palestinians in Gaza. At this moment, when my community feels helpless watching the bombings of innocent people in Gaza, to be told that even to discuss or protest against the war crimes would be anti-Semitic is chilling. Would we shelter any nation state, government, or even any individual from accountability for their actions? Are we to give the state of Israel immunity from the law and the right to act with impunity at its own discretion? This is what this definition is setting us up for. It is the scaffolding needed to stigmatize and then criminalize criticisms of the state of Israel. And as an African American, I understand how seemingly benign and yet restrictive laws can affect the everyday lives of people and stifle their struggles for equity. I echo everyone else who's spoken before me, just ask you to reject this bill and not conflate Zionism with the totality of the Jewish people and all of their beautiful political and social diversity, which this definition seeks to do, in faultily linking criticism of Israel with hatred of the Jewish people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Okay, Islam Dehis? Islam Dehis?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Islam Dehis. I'm a member of the Muslim community here, and I'm a resident of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. And I want to start off by thanking you so much for taking the time and efforts to listen to all of us. This is the first of all, I'm testifying in opposition of the H1558. This is the first time in my life when I started getting myself educated about the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. This was the first time in my life that I ever get exposed to the concept of a working definition. I have been in academics all my life, and my understanding of the definition is that it sets boundaries so it would help with the understanding of the concepts that are to be further explained. And a working definition to me seems like a work in progress. Whenever the term working is preceding the definition, this means that it's an incomplete work. And in fact, it is a very, very poor definition of anti-Semitism, and the examples that have been set by the IHRA are very contradictory of each other and are very contradictory of the objective of what it's trying to accomplish. The problem with codifying a working definition into law is that it opens room for interpretations. It can allow for weaponizing and politicizing the definition to suit political needs, to curb free speech, to curb academic freedoms, which need to happen on campus to allow students and candidates to learn by having discussions. But most importantly, it also curbs the many Palestinian voices that are trying their best to voice where they stand to fight for their freedoms. I have been touched the most by the many American Jewish friends and people who have stood side by side with us in our marches for peace in Boston, Massachusetts, and they were speaking their opposition to the actions of the State of Israel because, simply put, they do not want to be associated with the actions of one specific state. And that does help them the most in fighting true anti-Semitism. My concern about adopting and codifying such a definition into law is that it would curb the many American Jewish voices that do not want to be associated with the actions of the State of Israel. In doing so and giving them that option, we are actually helping fight true anti-Semitism. By adopting such a definition, I don't think anyone wins. It just complicates the process for all of us, and it does not serve the purpose of fighting the hate on both sides, whether it is taking the form of anti-Semitism or taking the form of Islamophobia. So I would urge the committee to speak in opposition of this proposed law. Thank you so much for hearing me out. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next person is Kareem Fikri. Kareem Fikri.
Hello.
Hello, please go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Chair Eldridge and Vice Chair Barker and honorable committee members. I really appreciate all the time and effort. This is my first testimony, and I was not expecting to stay till this time, and I really appreciate your dedication and commitment. I want to introduce myself first. I'm Kareem Fikri. I'm an Arab American physician. I've been a resident in Massachusetts for 15 years. A lot of the points that I will speak about have been addressed, so I'll just make it very brief. Again, the linguistic definition of Semites, according to a lot of the dictionaries, Semites are anyone who speaks Arabic, Akkadians, Canaanites, Hebrew-speaking, Ethiopian, Aramean tribes. Therefore, I am a Semite myself. So this really touches close to home. Secondly, hate speech and hate crime are morally wrong and illegal, whoever the recipient of the hate crime is. Therefore, any Jewish hate crime, anti-Jew or anti-Jew crime or speech is already included in the Civil Acts right. There's no reason to tailor a specific bill to Jews. Otherwise, this will set a precedent to then set another bill and send another bill for Muslims, Buddhists, Sikhs, women, children, all the protected groups are already included in the Civil Rights Act. Again, and this point has been addressed multiple times now. Can you still hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. Yep. Mm-hmm.
The vagueness and the ambiguity of the language used by the IHRA definition, it makes it very vague to distinguish between Jewish people and the State of Israel, which very, very occasionally is conveniently called the Jewish State of Israel, depending on the occasion. So this would really encroach on the First Amendment rights. I'm currently at the theater of the Sherbet Theater with a lot of fellow citizens and residents in Massachusetts, protesting against the actions of our own president. So how are we allowed to do this? And if you pass this law, if you incorporate this definition into the law, this protest would be a crime in Massachusetts. Thank you so much, and I urge you to oppose H15858. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person is Zulfikar Ahmed.
Yeah, good evening, Chairman Aldridge and respected member of the committee. My name is Zulfikar Ahmed. I'm a resident of Quincy for the last 18 years. I'm a member of a Muslim community, and I would like to ask committee to oppose Bill 1558 for all the reasons that were said before by respected member, including Hala Mustafa, John Abu Gaddis, Sarah Horsley, and many others. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next person to testify is Arno Amzaleg. Arno Amzaleg.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. Thank you, Chairman Aldridge and member of the Joint Committee. So my name is Arno Amzalag. I'm a Jewish father from Brookline, Massachusetts. And I would ask you to not give a favorable opinion on the bill H1558. So before me, people already say that the definition is even opposed by Ken Stern, its main drafter, as a definition to be codified in law. He said it was not written for this goal, and it should not be used as a blunt instrument to label anyone an anti-Semite. So I want to say it has not a unanimous support. I myself grew up in a youth movement, Jewish and Zionist youth movement, and you take like the Progressive Israel Network with 10 main Jewish and pro-Israel associations that argue that this effort would conflate legitimate criticism of Israel and advocacy for Palestinian rights with anti-Semitism, which would be very counterproductive. We had one of the authors of the Jerusalem Declaration before that said that, and the declaration said that it has caused confusion, the IHRA definition, and generate controversy, hence weakening the fight against anti-Semitism. I just want to point out one of the most problematic clauses is the double standard. That means if you say that like you cannot say something specific about Israel if you don't say it about like another country, and this is not really tenable in law. And so just to finish, like if you make this, what if there was also like association of Israeli policy with any Nazi policy? I mean, just if you make the experiment, thought experiment that what if there is a policy that is comparable to Nazi policy, now you have a law that forbids you to say that. I mean, if you write a law, that's for not only for now, that's also for later. So I'd like again to ask you not to curb very necessary free speech, especially at a time of unprecedented violence, both on October 7 in Israel and unprecedented bombing and devastation on Gaza. When we go to just ask for ceasefire, something very simple, not to kill people, we are actually accused of anti-Semitism, and this definition actually encouraged that. And I would ask not to be labeled as an anti-Semite, and because I'm the son of a Holocaust survivor. So, thank you. I'll conclude here.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, next person, Napatla Canizo. Napatla Canizo.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Chair Eldridge, Vice Chair Barber, and committee members, I'm grateful to be able to speak with you here today. As a Boston resident and Harvard student of indigenous Latine descent, I've been dismayed by the level of anti-Arab, anti-hijabi, anti-Palestinian hate, and Islamophobia my colleagues and fellow students are experiencing. Shootings, stabbings, acts of physical violence, threats on their lives and the lives of their families, and censoring by not only strangers, but also co-workers and peers, and mass doxing campaigns to ensure this violent cycle continues with no acknowledgement from mass Western media. To speak out against an ongoing and heightened genocide, colonial and imperial land theft, and ethnic cleansing against the state of Palestine, our beloved Palestinian siblings, should be the baseline for whether people have a moral compass. Instead, House Bill 1558, like another piece of legislation, 888, is attempting to state as true the false statement that criticism against the occupying apartheid government of Israel is tantamount to anti-Semitism. As a colleague of mine pointed out, criticizing Israel and calling it anti-Semitism is like criticizing the US and calling it anti-Christianity. It's simply not true. Bill 1558 and others like it do not protect our beloved Jewish siblings from anti-Semitism. Instead, it attempts to prevent valid criticism against the state of Israel, including criticism from our beloved Jewish siblings of conscience. This bill violates our free speech and academic freedom, our right to speak out and criticize the gravest human rights violations of our time. To label cries for freedom as anti-Semitic, calls for Jewish genocide is perhaps the greatest example of projection we could find. And I would urge those who support the apartheid state of Israel to consider the hard truth that a free Palestine does not mean another Jewish Holocaust, but rather an end to the Holocaust the state of Israel has been enacting on Palestine for the past 76 years. I have faith that you will stand on the side of justice and not strengthen such attempts to equate valid criticism with hate speech. I also have great confidence that no national or state government can silence the resistance of people of conscience, including those on this committee. Please allow House Bill 1558 to die in committee. Many thanks for your time and attention in this matter. Free Palestine.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. That is the last person we have signed up to testify virtually. So this is the end of the Judiciary Committee's protected class hearing. I want to thank Vice Chair Barber. I want to thank my staff and Chair Day's staff and support staff for a 7-hour hearing where we got to hear from everyone.
Chairman, I was signed up to speak.
Okay.
I also was, Chairman.
So
Okay.
did I, Chairman.
Oh, goodness.
And I was.
Me too.
Oh, geez.
Me too.
Yeah, I as well.
Pardon me? You've all been called, so I'm so sorry. We're going to end the hearing, okay? Thank you so much.
We can't hear you, Chairman.